Streaming. So we are live. I'm going to ask one of you gentlemen to provide myself the link so that I can begin working on the promotional banners and changing the text within the promotional banners.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll give you the link right now.
Wonderful.
And I guess I'll start the intro.
Sure.
Hello, beautiful people of the world. It is December 9th, 2020, and it seems like we are having a good time.
Wonderful.
All right. Well, it seems like 2012 was really more or less a dud, and
2012?
Yeah. So I think the real 2012 is 2021 to come.
Cool. Oh yeah, you know you're not alone in that. There's other people who have been saying that. I think for a while. So please go on. Yeah, by all means.
Yeah. It'll be quite interesting to see what humanity what the humans do as far as their progress is concerned. We do seem to be making progress with quantum computing. China has recently come out with
other people who
they've recently come out as the top player of quantum computing as far as things are concerned. I don't know what America has been doing in regards to this field. Who knows? With all this shit going on socially, who knows what developments we've been doing. I think America has actually been stagnating, technologically speaking.
Yes. Well, it has, because it's not been welcoming its immigrants, which has been the primary source of its innovation forever.
Exactly. You know, America needs the East. America needs Asia, because if it doesn't have Asian immigrants to, be able to come up with this technological breakthroughs, the white folks aren't doing it.
Not in general, no. And it definitely, it's true. Yes, it's true. Yes.
And the only thing people like Elon Musk is doing is just sending shit into space for no apparent reason.
Thank you.
Because he can.
Thank you. No, I mean it's like, it's.
Oh my God, Elon Musk.
Yes.
He's great. He's not doing anything.
Thank you.
He's just sending freaking rockets into. He's just polluting space.
Yes, thank you. He's adding debris to it that may prevent us from ever going out into space again, because we'll be so choked with orbital debris. That's, if anything, he's impeding our future. So there you go. That all in the name of just promoting himself. It's don't even get me started. So please go on. Yeah. Okay, and while you're doing that, we're going to just test something. Give me a second here. But our man Jameson Reese has got it right. Let's see now if we can add another voice to the chorus, and we're trying for Brendan Zoget during his break. Go on.
I was also Derek Talley had a interesting thing where this guy who was a rapper, wound up incriminating himself because he was talking to some other guy, and he wound up getting locked up. And while many people shared the idea that we shouldn't talk to that guy if he's connected to the FBI and whatnot, my thoughts is the particular gentleman who was the particular rapper.
Oh, by the way, we can come back to the subject in the opening hour. Right now we have Brendan Zoget with us, and he only has a few minutes. So
okay.
I do want to get back to that.
Hey, Brendan, what's up?
Yeah. How's it going, JMO? Hello, Douglas.
Yes.
Everybody.
Hey, what's up, Brendan?
Yes.
How's it going?
It's going, as well as it can be. We're going back into lockdown here in California, so not the best situation for people like me, the essential workers.
Yeah. Yes.
But so far, so good today.
And do us a favor, you're going to be carrying us to the top of the hour, essentially, for your lunch break. Do you have 20 minutes to the top of the hour, or what is the situation with your lunch break?
Yes.
And you do
But I have to leave like 5 minutes before 5
Okay.
to get back in, because it's like
Understood.
There's some situations going on where there's only like one employee in my department right now.
Oh my God! You know, in other words, it's situation normal, all fucked up beyond all recognition. Yes.
Yeah, foo bar,
snafu bar. Yes.
Snafu bar plus.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so glad I don't work, in any conventional sense. So tell us what's up with you as long as you can, and but make certain you eat while you're doing it. This is, our man has to eat his lunch while he's catching us up. So
well, I managed to get a snack in for the first 10 minutes, so like
okay.
I might have to like ingest some cannabis or something to get through the day. But other than that, it's okay. Like. I ate a bit, but like, yeah, so far so good. Like I'm out here, like I actually got to come outside before the sun set fully, which is rare on my work days. So I get to see like the different colors. There's some really nice purple, rose, orange, and pink. So gratitude for the sky for providing these beautiful colors. The beauty of Earth, calms me down. It's nice. There is some beauty, but as far as like work goes, like we're short-staffed and like it's just like a shit show as usual. Yeah. So it's like that.
Do tell people how the pros worked for you, though. The pros really worked for you in terms of.
Oh, I forgot. What was it? Sorry.
Tell people.
What was it?
We had mass prayers for you because you were searching for a new home.
Ah, yes. My situation has stabilized, so. I appreciate the well-wishing, because I know, like, I have a feeling, it was because I was, talking about it that you guys gave me enough good vibes.
Yes.
To get through a challenging situation. So my situation stabilized for the time being again. So gratitude.
Yes.
And yes, thank you, Douglas, for letting me, come on and do that. Oh. And then there's like, so apparently here in California, like starting at midnight, there's like a stay-at-home order. So we're getting all these people coming in, getting their groceries again, and I got my essential infrastructure employee authorization to travel, which is like a piece of paper. So like we're in the 1984 shit. You have to have like a piece of paper to drive around.
Cool.
And yeah, exactly.
Wait till you get your immunity certificate.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
And so by the way, the reason Brendan Zoget knows this is because he's in the capital of California. Sacramento is the capital of our Golden State, but it may be different here in San Francisco, where our situation is fairly unique, but his is universal. His situation is pretty much universal for all of California. San Francisco is rather bizarre because we were the most militant about the masks, and so, but we're probably going to go into further lockdown, not necessarily at the levels of the rest of California, but please go on. Yeah.
Right. And out in your area, I feel like, there's a lot more Asians and stuff, and they're more, they actually follow rules.
Thank you.
Crazy Americans.
Thank you.
And so, that brings me to like that thing I sent you about in Taiwan.
Yes.
They had like that foreign worker, and he left his hotel room for like literally 8 seconds.
Yes.
And they fined him $3,000.
Yes.
Like, boom.
Yes.
So it's like, it's not just because the Asians are, wearing the masks. It's because they actually follow the rules. And if you don't follow the rules, like there's consequences for your actions. So, we could learn something from that. But that's why, everyone's like, oh, Taiwan's an island. Like, they have a better chance of, stopping COVID. But no, it's because they have, the Confucian ethic, like if you don't follow the rules, you don't follow the rules. Like,
yes, thank you.
Like, they're not going to give you a break for that guy was like, it was only 8 seconds. Well, that was 8 seconds. You could have spread it.
Yes,
like,
yes, yeah.
That's how they, see it. So,
yeah, and thank you for bringing that up. I brought that up the other night, and I credited yourself.
Oh, you did. Good,
yes.
Good.
So please go on.
Yeah. I'll have to review what you said about it. That's interesting.
Oh yeah, the latest episode prior to tonight's. So go on.
Good. But yeah, so there's that. And people out here are still not wearing their masks. Like, they're just crazy. It's just like, I mean, and like I said, I don't agree with like 24/7 mask wearing, but there is situations like grocery stores when you're around other people. I mean, like that, like have like scientific backing, so it's like these people are just beyond, like, it's beyond individual freedom at this point. It's just going to crazy land, like,
Thank you.
In my opinion, anyway.
Oh no, definitely, very much so. I was
like,
speaking about confronting the maskless with my latest episode as well. So I do hope you get to review that part. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope I have time, and it's like, you know, at this rate, like, and then my manager today, she was like, I'll see you tomorrow, and I was like, oh no, I don't come in until 5 o'clock, like I won't see you tomorrow. And she's like, can you come in at 1? And I was just like, well, yeah, I guess, you know.
Yeah, it's just awful. Oh my god.
Right. So, you know, I'm just gonna be overworked like half to death because no one else wants to show up.
And how are you gonna finish?
And they're all getting
school. How are you gonna finish school in this situation? If
oh well, I mean, we're winding down, and like, so I only have like, I think I just have my finals, so like my 3 tests, and that's it. So.
Okay.
Luckily, I'm done with that stuff for the most part. So I have like 1 more week of like doing the tests, the final test. But the teachers too they're like ready to wrap it up. Like, you know, like we've been doing this for a while now, and it seems like next semester there's gonna be some like in-person classes, which I signed up for. So I'm hoping it'll at least be more normal than it was. But we'll have to see how that goes.
Yeah.
Especially lockdown number 2 and all this, you know. And I was talking to some, like, multiple people at my job, like, one lady, she's, like, actually German and has a passport, and they won't let her back in because her husband's American, and she wants to bring him, and the Germans basically told her, nope.
Thank you.
You're not coming here.
Yeah, good for
you know?
them. By the way.
And then, and I know people trying to get to China, too, that have, like, Chinese visas, and they said, nope, like, Australians can go, but Americans can't, so... You know,
which is absolutely bizarre because they hate the Australians right now. But
yeah, that's when they told me that, I was like, "Are you sure?" Like they hate the Australians, and apparently they can still travel to China.
But I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. They want them as hostages. They're potential hostages. I'm not kidding.
I agree.
Yeah. But by the way, a shout out to True Jihadi who's in the chat room. Yes. She says hi D, and so hi honey, I love you. Anyhow, so go on. I'm sorry, you had to do that.
It's no problem
for the ladies.
But yeah, like.
Yeah.
So there's all those things going on there, and there was something else I was going to mention. Just give me like 1 second here.
Oh, please.
But other than that, like I've been watching, you know, the stars. Like right now, like Orion is like the king of the winter skies, so you can see, you know, go out at night, look to the southeast, and you can see Orion coming up with Sirius. And Sirius is a very, very beautiful blue star. Like this, like when I look at it through the optics I have, like you could see like the colors of Sirius are so beautiful. Like just the appreciation of color, like the color spectrum that I get from the stars is like, that's enough for me, you know. Right. There's so many other reasons that they're beneficial, but Sirius just has like this blue, like aquamarine, like beautiful blue color, and it has like, it goes through these, like during certain times of night, it'll have these like flashing patterns, and you'll get different colors, and they're like colors I haven't even seen before. It sounds crazy, but like there's like really like colors come through that, you know, I've never even seen, like combinations of colors and stuff. And so that's, you know, why the ancients enjoyed that star, have like emphasis on Sirius and Orion. Like they're very beautiful, and with Orion you can see, like on a really clear night, you can underneath the belt you could see the Orion Nebula, which is also like another beautiful blue color, and you could see it through like if you have some magnification like binoculars or any kind of optics. So I've been enjoying that.
That's incredible. I really appreciate that. This is what the ancients had in lieu of network television. It was they basically went outside and they looked up at night. This is of course, when he talks about all those different colors that he's seeing, I'm so fucking tempted to start giving credit to his blue honey and various other psychedelics that he ingests. But you can tell us whether or not that's part of factors in.
No, it's interesting. Like the experience with the stars, like on psychedelics, is like they become more fractal. They become more fractal as opposed to like where I want to like focus on just one. It's like when you're on a psychedelic, it makes the stars like you can see the patterns more. I don't know how else to explain it, but you can see how they relate to each other in like a sacred geometry ratio. It becomes more fractal. So the colors really only come out if you stay out there long enough, because there's a lot of light pollution out here. Like, you know, even if you were on psychedelics, like it would be harder to see the colors unless you spent time, like, you know, observing it direct.
Yes, because the
If that makes
psychedelics
sense.
actually make you more sensitive to light, and the light pollution would actually ruin the effect. It would
Exactly.
dull. Yes, thank you. Okay. Yeah.
Right.
And,
But you know, there's other cool stuff out there when you're tripping. But for me, it's like, you know, it's fun to do sober. Even like it's no problem. You know, it's like, but it's because I'm learning like the nakshatras, like the lunar houses. Like I have my purpose for being out and like observing, and a lot of like these modern astrologers, like, and I'll just call them out, like, you know, because like my guru does too. So it's like obviously the truth. But you know, like a lot of these astrologers, if you took them outside and took away their computers and their phones, like they wouldn't be able to tell you where the fuck Aries or Taurus or any of these are.
thank
So
you.
like a majority of these people don't know anything. They have their softwares. Like if they didn't have their softwares, like they couldn't figure out anything. So that's why.
Yeah. Oh, no, please finish, because I was just going to verify what you said. I was just going to back that up.
I was just gonna say that, like, if anyone's telling you astrology, like anything about anything astrology, and you take them outside and they can't point at the star, then don't listen to them, because they don't know anything about it. Because like for me, I've gotten more knowledge from actually observing the stars. Like I was saying with Sirius, like you see the color, you see the patterns it makes, and you just get the vibe of it. You know, you see Aldebaran, you see Taurus, you get the vibe of it. You see Pleiades. You know, each one has its own vibration, color, pattern, everything. So the only way to really learn is to get out and see them. That's what I would say.
Thank you.
Planets included, grahas, everything. Yeah.
Thank you. And by the way, you would say that on the psychedelics, maybe the constellations would become clearer and more defined at the cost of the individual stars, right?
Exactly. You can actually see them more so, like in their formations, right?
Oh my God! Yeah, so I was going to bring up that I had contacted a astronomer at a observatory, and this is one thing that I can tell you in the past was that I learned when I was trying to follow up on. Oh God, I think it was Dr. Louis Frank. His name was Dr. Louis Frank, I believe, and he had written a book that was actually quite consequential that nobody credits, and they condemn and they dismiss as pseudoscience. But he basically wrote about how water on Earth came from outer space. And so this was so important. And when I was trying to
from cometary strikes or something, right?
Yeah, and yes,
like ice bodies or something.
Oh yeah. But he was pointing out that this happened over time, really, over millions and millions of years, billions of years. But at that time, I was contacting. Because he refused to speak to me because he had such a horrible experience that left him scarred the rest of his life, and he died in the year 2014. But
from you, the experience was from you? Or?
Oh no, he had a horrible experience.
Okay. I was like,
when he published the book.
Oh, I see.
He was
like
so roundly condemned. He was eviscerated. He was eviscerated by his peers. His peers.
The astrologers, or what are they? Astronomers. The astronomers are very like that thing. Like they're very like. Yeah.
Right. His book was The Big Splash, by the way. That was the title of his book, The Big Splash.
Okay.
And if you look it up, it's going to be just eviscerated as well. And but the problem is that he'll ultimately be proven right. I don't understand why people react so violently to what seems to me an innocuous fact. But
that's what I was saying. Like astronomers are like that. I don't know. Like, they're very territorial.
Right. And then what happens when I went contacting other astronomers, then they're ready to speak and they're open to speaking, and you'd be surprised at what there's vast amounts of knowledge, but you'd be surprised at what they don't know. Some of them, it's And when I brought up with one young astronomer who was at the PhD level of his thesis already, he did not know anything about quote unquote Chiron. And Chiron is like a planetoid that's between Saturn and and Uranus, Saturn and Uranus, and so he didn't know that Chiron existed. He said that he thought it was fictitious, but astrologers were already basing astrological readings by factoring in Chironic, and so this was interesting, and so these things happen, and people are just like they're too hyper specialized and compartmentalized. So do go on. Yeah, by all means.
Oh, I mean that's it. I'm running out of time, but there's a beautiful sunset right now. Like it's bright orange, beautiful blues. Like I'm sure you can see it where you're at, Douglas. But so to me, that's like a response from divine.
Yes.
No matter what's going on here, like higher like heavens, the higher in the heavens are always going to be beautiful and perfect.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes. Well, we love you dearly, and you have a blessed
Much
night. And you must have some other messages for us before you go. Definitely.
Let me see. Ooh, I brought him up, but like my phone shut off. Let me see here.
Oh God, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
By the way, we were shitting all over Neil deGrasse Tyson the other day. There's reasons for that.
Good.
Yes, it's because the son of a bitch. First off, he sexually assaulted one of his workers, and he still gets to work at the museum that he works at, which is bullshit. And when the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High massacre went down, or one of those mass shootings that was even more recent, he tried to get all Spock and intellectual and say, "Oh, people die all the time. Why do people get so upset when people are shot, en masse?" What a piece of shit. There's something. Obviously, the man is psychotic, and it's just like. I get so outraged that they defend him just because he's like the only black astrologer they can find at the moment. So,
right, but like obviously he doesn't care about anyone. He just made money off that shit or something.
Thank you.
They put him, they made him the second Carl Sagan, but like without any of the street cred that Carl Sagan had. Like,
thank you.
Like Carl Sagan was talking about like 5 dimensions, like Tesseract. Then what does Neil deGrasse Tyson talk about? Like the 24-hour clock of creation and shit. Like he's just quoting a textbook. Like fuck that guy. Yeah.
Thank you.
At least Carl Sagan had like some backing, like he knew what he was talking about. So
well, at least Carl Sagan had some fucking balls and did a lot of dope, and he was all high on pot. Yeah, he was all high on pot half the time he was talking about his shit. So
that explains why all the stoners are like love him.
Of course, yeah. Daniel Larola says, "Hi, H-I-G-H. He says, I can spot the blue star near Orion. Back in the Philippines, the province, we were taught how to use the stars to navigate from land in the dark." That what he just told us is the level of technological infrastructure that does not exist in the Philippines. This is why you're navigating from the outhouse to your...
Hey, if that's all you got, that works. That's like the best way.
Yes, thank you. And you're going to be using that now to navigate back to work. Yes,
indeed. I'm navigating back in right now. You guys have a good night and many blessings, higher and divine. It's with us all,
Everybody say good night.
All right, good night, Brendan.
All right, have a good night, guys.
Good night, Brendan.
Good night, Brendan.
Yes, that was delightful. So thank you. I appreciate your patience with that. It is now the top of the hour. We will officially start the program, and we will return to the subject that was earlier introduced. Tonight, let's just say this. We're overwhelmed. It is just too much going on. We will bring Peter Moon on within an hour, and he's going to be asking me a lot of questions towards the writing of the book. He's going to have to take the majority of tonight's program and listen to it and derive what he finds will be fit for the book. But I will be forced to concentrate heavily on World War II tonight. There's a number of reasons why. First off, this is the day that General George S. Patton was assassinated in history. Something which has not been recognized as an assassination. This is also the eve day of the British Empire's Pearl Harbor. This is when the Japanese sank Force Z, which was the British Eastern Fleet. This is something that I've been remiss about, and it's at this point in history I really cannot ignore it. The really needs to be put into some perspective because Americans don't even know about it and just how this helped in the Japanese war effort. And on this day, Chuck Yeager happened to die. Now, Chuck Yeager was quote-unquote the first man to break the sound barrier. Of course, that's complete bullshit. Obviously, the Axis broke the sound barrier. I'll go into that tonight. Multiple times. The most you can say about Chuck Yeager was he was the first man to break the sound barrier under controlled conditions of observation within a scientific context. That you can say about Chuck Yeager. For 18 seconds on October 14th in 1947, Yeager was supersonic. which is a feeling he later likened to a poke through jello. The achievement made him an aeronautic legend, and legend is the correct word for it. Tonight I'll set the record straight, and this will of course just cause great hostility like so much of reality does. Now, yesterday, the House easily approved a wide-ranging defense policy bill by a veto-proof margin, defying President Trump. That figures heavily in tonight's arc of narrative, for reasons that most people won't even understand what I'm talking about until I get to that point. Now, President-elect Joseph Biden has nominated a retired four-star Army General, Lloyd J. Austin, the former commander of the United States Central Command, to be his Secretary of Defense. If confirmed, Austin would be the first black man to lead the Department of Defense, the nation's largest government agency. Think on what I just said. The majority of your fucking government is the Department of Defense. Again, something I'll close tonight's arc of narrative with. This has got to stop. This is what killed the Soviet Union. There was nothing in terms of a military-industrial complex within the Soviet Union, because the Soviet Union was nothing but a military-industrial complex. This is what will happen if Americans continue to believe they won World War II, and that's why they have to put everything in the military. That's what the Russians were fucked up, stupid, jack shit crazy enough to believe. And you can see where it brought them. They have nothing left to give the world but pain, chaos, and misery. As does the United States in many ways. But we're not Russia level yet. Now, Biden made his announcement official yesterday, and will select more cabinet members, including Attorney General, at the end of this week. Meanwhile, President Trump's window for acting on baseless accusations of voter fraud to contest the election results is closing. Yesterday was the federal election safe harbor date, and any state that had finalized its electoral college voters by yesterday, 6 days as it was before the electoral college officially votes within a work week's worth of time, was final and presumptively cannot be challenged. Again, this will have to be covered in context of history within Arc of Narrative tonight when I begin the monologue. So what we'll do now is turn towards the round table. We have, it's 5 minutes after the top of the hour. We have two gentlemen with us who will help carry us through the opening hour. Pac-1 Morales, I'll check into his messages. He is not available right now, which is understandable because of his family and business responsibilities. And with that, I will turn to you two gentlemen. I will actually be going mute, chewing on a sandwich, and then running to grab a candy bar soon enough. I'll let people know before I actually physically leave to do that. And I will be counting on these gentlemen to cover much of what is going on. And I thank them both for being here, of course, to make my life run as smoothly as possible, considering so much of what's going on that I haven't even had a chance to mention as of yet. I thank anyone and everyone, Jameson Reese in particular, asked how I was doing personally over the past few days, and doing well, recovering in a sense from the stresses of my parental birthday, in this case that of my Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother. Her birthday was Saturday, and it's these are not easy times for me whenever I go through the birthdays of my parents, and there are times where I try to maintain communion, and I had to kind of establish a sense of contemplative peace outside of my crypt more than once during the weekend and until this point. So I'm certainly much better after a lot of sleeping and meditation, and We will not necessarily be going into that tonight, but we'll be the results will be I will be able to conduct a show without the loss of voice that I had with the transmission preceding tonight's, the episode before tonight's. So people are welcome to review that for all of the issues that went down with that, which many people found that I performed well anyway, and that the episode came out quite well, and I'm very grateful for that. There's one individual in particular who I would like to thank, and I'll do that by actually going over to the young gentleman's statement before I let the gentleman take over. And that was Simon Rainbird. Simon Rainbird said, "Thank you, Douglas. This should go viral," a day ago. So that was the episode dedicated to my mother, the Sunday episode prior to tonight's. So we're going to bring the other gentlemen on now, Derek Talley and Jameson Reese. If both of you gentlemen would be kind enough to return to the subject of the rapper at hand, reintroduce the topic, and we'll take it from there. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Okay, I posted a couple of stories about it, but one of them says, "Who is DJ Vlad? How FBI may have used rapper Casanova's interview with Vlad to invite him." Now, I didn't read this article yet, but one thing about Vlad is Vlad is like a wannabe gangster. He goes and he asks a whole bunch of leading questions that if the cops were to ask the same question, you know what I'm saying, you wouldn't open your mouth. But for some reason, people just love talking to Vlad. So it's been a while now. People are saying, well, you know, Vlad's not an honorable dude, for one. And then he lied on Minister Louis Farrakhan, so there's a lot of rappers that aren't going to talk to him due to the simple fact that DJ Vlad just flat out lied. You know what I'm saying, about something Farrakhan said, and something so easy that all you had to do was go look it up and see that he didn't say what it was that Vlad said. So there was a lot of rappers that said someone who comes into our I was still talking. Someone who comes into our community from outside of our community and tries to stir up shit. You know what I'm saying? It's senseless to sit there and just babble off to him all the stuff that he's asking, and he's sitting on there lying on people within the community, trying to stir up shit within the community that he's not even a part of. You know what I'm saying? People welcome him, and you know, he's from outside the community. He's Russian or something like that, or you know, and he's Jewish, but you know, he comes from outside of our community, but he comes in and people welcome him and answer his questions and take his interviews and stuff. And he just shitted on that, as far as I'm concerned, a long time ago. So, and the reason people are saying, hey, you need to stop talking to this guy is because of the questions he asks. I mean, if you want to go talk to him, go talk to him. But as soon as he starts asking questions about, do you really know who shot who, or you know, do you know who's in this gang, or what is this gang doing, or you know what gang activities going over here, that's when you can tell them, you know what, don't you worry about that. That's none of your business. That's business to be taken care of on the streets.
All right. Well, while I do think that people need to you know, these rappers really more or less need to check themselves first and think, do I really want to reveal certain things to the public? You know, because if they're speaking to this guy, they're basically going to be and he's asking questions that are really sensitive about like crimes they might have committed or affiliations they might have. I would think it would be a matter of intelligence to say, okay, I don't want to do this interview because it would reveal this and that and so forth. So basically, I understand where you're coming from and you know, not liking the dude, but you know, for a rapper to be dumb enough to speak to him and say, yeah, we're gonna be doing this and this and this tomorrow night. That's on them. I mean, they more or less deserve to be locked up for being that stupid.
Well, Jameson, I was writing like a kind of like a parody type rap. There's two of them that I'm working on. And I got two incomplete projects. One of them is called "The Honest Crooked Politician," to where I'm like rapping from the point of view of a crooked politician. In the song, I'm actually being honest about how crooked of a politician I am. So one of them's called "The Honest Crooked Politician." I'm gonna get back on that, just for shits and giggles. But then
I like that.
But then there's another one. I don't have a title to it, but I wrote a line way before all this stuff happened. And it was when this is back. I wrote this back like in 2007, like when they were putting up all the in Chicago, when they were putting up all the cameras. They were putting light pole cameras up, and everybody was freaking out about the cameras and all this stuff. I wrote this line in this song that says, "Take them police cameras down. We don't take no jive. We'll record our own crimes using Facebook Live." Yeah.
Nice. I like that.
You know what I'm saying? It's like it's the irony of people crying about them taking these police cameras down, and then you turn right around and getting on Facebook Live and showing all your guns.
Yeah. I mean, what's the point of what's the point of bitching about the cameras if you're gonna put your stuff on blast anyway? Now, for the gentleman Casanova, I did some research on him. Supposedly, he has multiple lawsuits. He had a lawsuit against him from a woman who claimed that he had broken her jaw, and supposedly she pulled out of that lawsuit. And I'm thinking, like, all right, a guy who supposedly hit a woman, fuck that guy, man. Fuck him. He deserves behind bars.
Exactly. So I think he's the perfect person that for us to. This is like a proverb. Okay, this is a proverb. Yes, this guy deserves to be behind bars, but this just extenuates the urgency to stop talking to DJ Vlad. You know what I'm saying? And that's launching an attack. That's So I don't want to seem as if I'm launching attack from Douglas Dietrich's show and getting him pulled into something that that he's not a part of. But I really don't like that. You know what I'm saying? So that he's like one of the reasons I started my own show. So I said, these other cats didn't do it right. But the thing is, it's working out just like how it's supposed to, because I'm getting all the underground artists, and he's getting all the ones that already sold their soul to the devil anyway. Yeah. So they're not coming to me.
And that's there's some also. I wanted to go back to this thing about the quantum computer. All right, I'm looking at an article here now on Daily Mail. It says Chinese scientists build quantum computer able to perform nearly 100 trillion times faster than the world's most advanced supercomputer. Chinese scientists claim to have built a quantum computer which is 100 trillion times faster than the world's most advanced supercomputer, Japan's Fugaku. The prototype of the groundbreaking machine is able to perform a calculation which would take a traditional computer billions of years to figure out. The breakthrough means the country has achieved quantum supremacy, a significant milestone as China and the US compete to lead the world in quantum computing technology. This allows groups of qubits in a quantum computer to store more data using less energy than a classical computer could using the same number of bits. Such devices may one day revolutionize tasks that would take normal computers years, such as seeking new drugs and optimizing city and transportation planning. While big tech firms such as Google, Microsoft, IBM, and Intel are said to be avidly pursuing quantum computing technology, scientists in China have claimed quantum supremacy for themselves. The latest research conducted by experts at University of Science and Technology in China, Hefei, was published in Science Journal and suggested no existing computer is able to perform a task as quickly as the technology, and the technology is unlikely to be overturned, Bloomberg reports. Chinese researchers, the independent report, adopted a different approach to quantum computing than that used by Google. As a result, it is said to be 10 billion times faster than the technology the American tech firm announced late last year. It is also said to be 100 trillion times faster than the Fugaku supercomputer. The supercomputer computes 1-0 ratio, can deliver large numbers of computing cycles per second. A quantum computer aims to utilize new quantum algorithms to accelerate digital computation. In 2019, Google claimed it had developed a processor named Sycamore that performs in 3 minutes and 20 seconds work that would take classical computers 10,000 years. In a bid to win the tech race, China is building a new national laboratory for quantum information scientists, costing $10 billion. Meanwhile, earlier this year, President Trump has provided $1 billion worth of funding for artificial intelligence and quantum information research. Trump's daughter and advisor, Ivanka, took to Twitter in October 2019 to credit her father's government for Google's claims of quantum supremacy. She wrote,
"It's official. The U.S. has achieved quantum supremacy in the collaboration between Trump administration, Google,
and UC
Santa Barbara quantum computer Sycamore has completed a calculation in 3 minutes."
All right. No, well, I don't know. Yeah, well, that's the quote. I'm trying to mimic her voice, but basically, it seems like China is ahead of us. So, America basically has its thumbs up its ass because of a whole lot of things, because of its failure to address COVID properly, because of the Trump misadministration, which has completely destroyed America's credibility in the eyes of the international public.
And don't forget education, because remember we went through this before you and I were both born, Jameson, during the Brown versus the Board of Education.
Yeah.
Russia, the USSR back then, every single citizen, man and woman and child was put a lot of big emphasis on education. They educated their people. They got their kids chemistry sets, science sets. They got them interested in science, in biology, and stuff. So in the meantime, here in America, we had education for one group of people, but another group of people were told, well, you can't have the books and you can't build your schools and you can't send your school. And then one of the very first television shows to ever, when not everybody in there had a TV in their house, but one of the very first syndicated shows came on TV. It was called Leave It to Beaver. Most people remember that because that was reruns on when I was a kid. The very first episode of Leave It to Beaver, there was a breaking news story. Beep, beep, beep. The USSR, Russia has put the Sputnik in outer space, the satellite, which gets satellite, the whole, they exaggerated it a lot, but the fact that they put a satellite up there and everybody's like, how was Russia able to do that before the United States? Well, hello, the Russia sent every single one of their children to school. The United States is trying to tell half of their children with some of the most brilliant minds. that they can't have a school, and no, you can't go to school here. You know, if we didn't have, if we didn't have that problem, do you know how far much more advanced we would be right now if, you know, there just wasn't you know, that if we just didn't have to go to that.
Yeah, and well, we also have to well, I also have to say that it seems that the Third Reich might have actually might actually have gone to the moon even before the Russians. So apparently there was a lot of stuff going on in space, you know, that we didn't even know about before the Sputnik made it up there. I don't know. I'm forgive me if I'm slaughtering my words.
Okay, I'm just back for now physically. I want everyone to know that I'm going to stay on mute. What were we? I just got back in time to hear us talk about slaughtering words, right?
Oh yeah. I was talking about I remember you did something on space and the Third Reich and how they had made it to space before the Russians, right?
Yes. I had spoken of that in the past, yes.
Yeah, and because we were talking about how America is really falling behind China and other people when it comes to like quantum computing and whatnot.
And I compared it to us when we fell behind Russia when they put the Sputnik up into space before we put anything up in space. But then JMO was reminding me of a transmission he did, which I don't think I know about that one.
Oh, okay. So what we can do is we can speak about that in the near future. Actually, Derek, all you need to do really is to access the Nexus magazine articles, and they're available on my website. Thanks to Lena Shea and the work she did with that, and so she did put that up. So if people look on the Nexus magazine, on the DouglasDietrich.com and just look up the Nexus magazine articles on DouglasDietrich.com, Lena Shea was able to get the majority of that up there. I still need to tweak the text a bit because of what Nexus magazine did not include, which was considering the disc war. Sheepkrieg, and it was the fact that the Americans were losing so many pilots to the quote-unquote UFOs at the time, which were of course just the Reichskraft from basically Winterland, and so yes, if it sounds just disjointed or crazy in relating it piecemeal, the only thing to do is reference it as a integral piece with all three parts at DouglasDietrich.com. Just look up the Nexus magazine articles. So what I'll do is I will leave you gentlemen to go on discussing for a few more minutes. I just have a number of things to take care of while you gentlemen are holding it. The space race comparison that is brought up, I'm sure, is a common one. Another parallel, of course, would always be the American obsession with the atomic bomb, which I'm glad to see.
Yeah, the nuclear test.
Yeah, or something of that nature. That now, Peter Moon, of course, presented myself an article on the Chinese claims, and we do have to remember these are claims. These are not everything coming out of communist China. It's almost impossible to ascertain what is truth and just what is an out-and-out lie. They're so wrapped up in propaganda that they believe their own propaganda, and
they're doing exactly what Russia did when they were trying to strong arm. Look, we have nukes that can reach Florida.
Yeah, and this is something similar to that. At the same time, Peter Moon brought up a link to me, which again he'll have to explain, but I'm not quite sure I trust the source. It's patriotsignal.com. Just the name right there shows you.
The name right there.
Yeah, and what
strips them of their credibility.
Yeah, beginnings of civil war. So what he's citing is patriotsignal.com says breaking heavy brawls break out between Antifa and Trump supporters. Of course, where would you find Antifa since it's a myth? I mean, it's just a movement, not a. It's not a. It's just an idea, not a movement. Yes,
it's not a real group.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
It's not like some. It's not like even it's not like it's we're like the Save the Children movement or group or whatnot.
Yeah.
Forgive my word salad. I had too much.
No worries. We're all there. So what I'll do is so Derek, if you could go on ascertaining what you understand of the situation. Let me see if I can look something up on it.
I have a good story, actually, that's quite entertaining.
Oh, please. Yeah, bring it up, and I'll trust you that it won't be something that triggers anybody. I'm going to go mute, and I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes at the longest. Okay, thank you. Okay,
all right, go ahead, J-Mo.
Rats besiege New York Chipotle, eating avocados and attacking staff. Rodents were so brazen that the Upper West Side location closed after wiring systems were chewed through. As columnist Mary Schmitz once said, in life there are certain inalienable truths. Prices will rise, politicians will philander, and I'm going to add one. You can always count on New York for a good old rat story. Today, that story is of the Upper Manhattan Chipotle food chain, Rats, who have been feasting on avocados and burritos, and by the sounds of it, disturbing staff. At first glance, it might sound like small potatoes compared to when the CDC had to warn against New York's cannibal rats during the pandemic. Nor does it sound quite as frightful as the starved super rats so desperate to dine out that they threw themselves at horrified New Yorkers who were dining al fresco. No, today's rats have been running amok at Chipotle's Upper West Side location, attacking employees, chewing through wiring systems, and causing the indefinite closure of the restaurant to the public. It's pure chaos every time a rat appears, employee Melvin Paulino told the New York Post, speaking of the brazen behavior of the rats. Although the restaurant is closed, staff are still regularly coming in to clean in an effort to help stave off the infestation. This includes some pretty serious survival tactics, including stomping rats and whacking them with broom handles. The infestation was first discovered in the summer when avocados were found partially eaten and bags of rice bitten through. The rats seem to have developed the same expensive taste for avocados as many New Yorkers. They liked them so much that Chipotle eventually had to move the fruit to the freezer to keep the rats at bay. According to the Post, Chipotle closed the location only after rats chewed through the wiring of its computer system so badly that they could no longer handle orders. Yeah, New York has a serious rat problem. And those rats are so big, they're literally like the size of a chihuahua.
Do they strut when they walk?
No, they're fast. They're fast as hell. And sometimes they're brazen, sometimes they're bold, sometimes they'll walk right up to you. They won't even run away from you.
Yeah, that's the ones I don't like. I like my rats scared and run in the opposite direction. I don't like it when I open my car door and I hear move over, I'll drive, and I turn around and it's a rat.
Oh man. Yeah, New York is there's a lot happening in New York. They seem to be I think they're actually putting in the infrastructure for the 5G at this point, because I see a lot of in Manhattan there's a lot of Con Edison, there's a lot of Con Edison doing work and whatnot. I don't know what they're doing. I mean, all right, let's see what else we have in news, because I had some fascinating.
Check this out, J-Mo. I know you've seen that one video that I posted where the police give a press conference for the police shooting in Rogers Park. I don't know if you watched it, but in a minute and a half up to 2 minutes up in there, the police spokesman says that there'd been 72 time. That's like the 72nd time that an officer has been shot at, like in the city of Chicago. And then in that video, somebody yells out, and it sounds like an officer. You could tell it's kind of got that Irish accent, but somebody yells out, "I hope that fucker dies."
Yeah.
And that was on ABC 7. They didn't cut it out or nothing, But did you see that clip? Because I know you.
I did.
Yeah. Wasn't that fucked up?
Well, I don't know what the situation was. I don't know why the guy had a gun, why the guy fired at the officers to begin with. Without knowing the story, I suspend my judgment,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I pulled it up from the Sun Times here, and it says, person shot at Chicago police during exchange of gunfire in Rogers Park. No officers were injured in the shooting, which happened in the 6900 block of North Ravenswood Avenue, officials said. Now, this is the north side. This is the part of Chicago that's not known for shootings. Okay, so, Chicago is one, you look at it on the map, it's one big city. But if you ever live in Chicago, it's like 4 different cities. It's like the south side is one city, the west side is one city, then you got downtown, and then you got north side. North side is more upper class, bougie side of town. So you don't see so many shootings up. Because I was at Rogers Park. Well, where is Rogers Park? Oh, this is 6900 block north, Ravenswood. So this is up there by Sheridan, and there's a lot of Vietnamese that stay up that way area, but that's where a lot of the rich folks live. So a person was shot during an exchange of gunfire with Chicago police Tuesday in Rogers Park on the north side. Officers conducting a follow-up investigation on a domestic violence incident stopped a suspect's vehicle about 4:56 p.m. in the 6900 block of North Ravenswood Avenue, according to the preliminary information from Chicago police. A male got out of the vehicle and fired shots at the officer, police said. The officers returned fire, striking the male. He was taken to St. Francis Hospital in Evanston in serious to critical condition, according to Chicago fire officials. So he was in serious to critical condition, and that's when that person in the audience yelled out, "I hope that fucker dies."
Audience? Yeah. You mean the crowd, witnesses?
No, so somebody in the witnesses. So I posted the press conference about the shooting on my page.
Okay.
And
bystanders, right? Yes. So go on.
Police officer was talking about it. Somebody who it sounded like a police officer's voice. Because it had that Irish Catholic accent voice. That's what it sounded like. Black people in Chicago and white people in Chicago do not speak the same.
Right. Yeah, I hear you. Just so people understand this, as you go away from the west towards the east, the ethnic subcultures become quite pronounced, and they are like different. They're like different languages. The ethnic subcultures. So, yes, I understand what you're saying. I'm sorry, that's awful. But by the way, before you go on with that, talking about one of the onlookers or bystanders and what they said, I thought you were going to talk about the black guy who was shot dead holding a sandwich. The police.
I was going to do that one next. Yeah, but I
You know what's absurd is that this dude in Staten Island, this guy who ran this pub, he damn near hit an officer who was on his car. He damn near hit an officer with his car.
Yeah.
Vehicular manslaughter.
Yes.
And the guy doesn't get charged. He doesn't get shot. He doesn't get anything. And because he's white. Meanwhile, someone of color holds a sandwich. Pow, 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 pow.
Right. And they said, yeah, it was. This is absurd. This is completely absurd. The article reads: Ohio man fatally shot by police was holding a sandwich, not a gun. His family says, and this is in Columbus, Ohio. A black man shot by an Ohio sheriff's deputy died from multiple gunshot wounds in his torso. A coroner from said Wednesday, citing preliminary autopsy results. A preliminary autopsy was conducted Tuesday on Casey Goodson Jr., with final results not expected for at least 3 months, said Dr. Annie Ortiz, the coroner representing the Franklin County, home to Columbus, where Goodson was killed. So,
man, that's fucked up.
yeah, and I was looking for to continue the story. Oh, here it is. I have to press this button that says read more. And then this other thing popped up. And so I got to figure out how to close it. Okay, here we go. Ortiz listed the cause of death as homicide, a medical determination used in the case where someone has died at someone else's hand, but is not a legal finding and doesn't imply criminal intent. Police have only said that the deputy shot Goodson without detailing how many shots were fired. The FBI is retrieving the December 4 fatal shooting of Goodson, whose family says he was holding a sandwich, not a gun, when he was shot. He was shot by the county sheriff's department in front of 2 toddlers and his grandmother while inside a home, not outside, as authorities assert. So you can make it home, be inside the house, and hold it up and say, "Hey, come here, hey, grandma, hey, kids, come here. Look at the size of this sandwich." And the preliminary autopsy report, released 5 days after Goodson's death, does not resolve the conflicting accounts by Chandra Brown, an attorney representing Goodson's family. If it's concerning that we had the body for as long, and they still cannot confirm the entrance or the exit wounds or the gunshots, Brown said Wednesday, it's seemingly intentional vague that we're looking forward to getting an official autopsy report. When that is released, the coroner's office declined to comment. The state declined to request by Columbus Police to review the shooting after Republican Attorney General Del Yo said the police departments waited 3 days to ask for the state to take the case, and after the crime scene had been dismantled, the case was intentionally given to the city police because the sheriff's office does not oversee investigations of its own deputies in a fatal shooting. Goodson's relatives and law enforcement officials have given conflicting details on Goodson's death. The sheriff's office does not provide officers with body cameras, and the deputy SWAT vehicles did not have a dash-mounted camera. So the sheriff department can do what they want when they want. They don't gotta wear the body cams, and they don't even have to put the thing on the camera on the SWAT vehicle. My grandson just got shot in the back. When he came home in the house, Goodson's grandmother told the dispatcher in the 911 call. I don't know if he's okay. Goodson had just gone to the dentist. She told the dispatcher, and she didn't know what happened or who shot him. So he came in the house holding the sandwich, and said, "Hey, Grandma, I'm home." And then they shot they shot him as he entered into the house. The victim's mother responded to the police reports that the deputies deemed Goodson a threat by saying her son would not have harmed a fly. The kid had a whole life ahead of him, Tamala Payne told CNN Wednesday. He had plans, he had dreams, he had goals. They were ripped for nothing. Payne also disputed claims Goodsons didn't listen to police commands. His body fell into the house with the sandwiches and with the bullet holes, she said. If my son were given command, he would have listened, she said. The deputy who police say commanded Goodson to drop the gun was Jason Mead, a 17-year veteran of the sheriff's office. He had been assigned to the marshal's office fugitive task force and had just finished an unsuccessful search for a fugitive on Friday. So they were looking for a fugitive, and they said the young kid forgot or didn't listen to commands when they said drop the gun, but he wasn't holding the gun. He was holding a sandwich. So they said he deserved to be shot because he didn't obey the command.
I see. So basically,
in order to
so
obey
really
the command, he had to go to the gun and then drop it.
So this guy's pissed off because of his failure, and he took it out on this kid. And you said something that was an important key word. The attorney general is a Republican, so that explains why this is just being swept under the rug like it's no big deal.
Yes.
Right. But I think the Attorney General, the Republican, is siding with the family in that he stated that it took the sheriff's office 3 days to turn this case over to the city after the crime scene has been dismantled and cleaned up and over with, and 3 days later they come and say, okay, this is a sheriff's shooting, so we're handing this investigating over to the city. Well, when did this shooting happen? 3 days ago, so after everything's cleaned up.
Right. Just tragic, of course, all the way around. That's just horrific. I'm so sorry that it's hideously funny in the sense that it's you want some bullets with that, that kind of attitude with his waving the sandwich, and let's put some lead in there for you, and talk about a lead in the diet.
I said lead is, not lead. Lead is.
Yes, that's right. Oh my God, it's just awful. But yes, the Republican may be conscientiously siding with the family in this, and hopefully that provides some sort of result that will bring some closure to this. Of course, they've done their best to clean it up, and maybe one of those open questions forever. It's nevertheless, it's an outrage, and because of course, if there's a firearm, it can be produced. It's that simple. If there's a firearm, then the firearm is a physical object that can be produced. We don't seem to have that, as far as I understand of the situation.
Well, how's that go in court to where they say he didn't obey their command to drop the gun, so he deserved to be shot, but he didn't have a gun. He had a sandwich. So said if they say drop the gun, should you drop whatever's in your hand? If you're holding the baby, they say drop the bomb. Yeah. Are you going to look around and see, somebody around here has a bomb, or are you going to wait for them to put the bullets through you and the baby?
Oh God!
If they say drop the gun, you're going to die.
Yeah.
So prepare yourself for your last rites. Prepare your last rites in your mind, and just kiss your ass goodbye.
Yeah.
And then he gets to be part of the club, because see, they know he didn't have a gun, but see, he wants to be part of the fucking club. He was looking to kill somebody, and that was his reward. I mean, he's gonna go through and complain about the liberals are making this. Yeah, but he's gonna, for the rest of his life, he's gonna be able to go to any police bar anywhere in the United States and say, I killed me one of them unarmed niggers. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, well, drinks is free for you. Free drinks for you on the house.
All right. And so in terms of how would I say it, I'd best get back to eating my own sandwich before I get shot. But I'm
gonna take a break real fast.
Okay. And so
use the bathroom.
Oh, understood.
Right.
So let's have Derek. Let's have Derek kind of take over for a few minutes here, and while I chew. And
the plane crash, Douglas. Officials are searching for a pilot of an F-16 military plane that crashed in Michigan. So it was it crashed in Michigan, but I believe it was a Minnesota National Guard. But it's from CNN. A military plane assigned to Wisconsin. A military plane assigned to the Wisconsin Air National Guard crashed in Michigan's Upper Peninsula, and officials are searching for the lone pilot on board. The aircraft, an F-16 Fighting Falcon crashed around 8 p.m. Tuesday, according to the 115th Fighter Wing, a unit of the Wisconsin Air National Guard, and it was assigned to the Tri-Field Air National Guard Base in Madison, Wisconsin. That F-16 was on a routine training mission with one pilot on board. The 115th Fighter Wing said the pilot's status and cause of the crash are still unknown, and the incident is under investigation. The U.S. Coast Guard joined local emergency responders in Michigan and government officials in the search for the pilot on Tuesday night, CNN affiliate WLUC reported. We are in a close-knit family, and when an incident like this occurs, every member of our organization feels it, Colonel Bart Van Roo, 115th Fighter Wing Commander, told CNN affiliate WLUC. The safety of our pilot, along with search and rescue efforts, are our top priority, and we will continue to pray for the pilot's safe return. The 115th Fighter Wing had been conducting training flights throughout the week, which were set to run until 10 p.m. nightly. CNN has reached out to the 115th Fighter Wing Michigan State Police for more information and is waiting to hear back. So that's that story.
Thank you. And of course, anything else that you can bring up? We have only a few minutes left towards the top of the hour, but take your time, bring up everything that you can to help us burn bandwidth, and I'll continue, trying to put some calories into myself to sustain myself throughout the night.
All right. I want to give a shout out to my man Miguel Angular. What's happening, bro? He's been sending me some good stuff here, and some stuff that Miguel sent me something that I'm actually going to have to read, because after I posted it on my page, my little brother said he was gonna he had been planning on reading the autobiography of this very post that Miguel sent to me. So I'm gonna make sure he reads that biography. Maybe I can get my little brother on here after he reads that the full biography. But this biography of Buck Colbert, B.C. Franklin, is known as the lawyer who won the court victory for the black residents after the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre. Franklin was born in 1879 and was named after his grandfather, who had been an enslaved African of a Choctaw family in Oklahoma. You know what? I have Choctaw family that was in Oklahoma, so this person may be my relative.
Wow.
Which was probably why my brother, because my brother barely goes on my page and posts stuff, but he made it a point to come tell me that he was going to read the autobiography of this one.
Wow.
So after completing his studies, he opened up his law practice in the predominantly white town of Ardmore, Oklahoma. However, the racial tension at the time was so strong, he decided to relocate to Tulsa and focus his practice on helping the people in the black communities. Now, this is a picture of a lawyer. So I posted it on my Facebook page, and there's a picture that goes with it. And this has got to be the sharpest man I have ever seen. I mean, this dude is so, I'm jealous. This is the first time I'm getting jealous. I mean, this dude is sharp. I mean, he's like coal black. He's like black as coal. He's got like a nice, look like a Dobbs hat. I don't even know if they made Dobbs hat back then or what they were called back then. But he's got on whatever the most expensive suit you could have on in the early 1900s. He had it. This brother is sharp. You know what? I ought to make this my profile picture. That's how sharp. It's just sharp looking dude. I tell you what. Just the picture of him is a work of art. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I look at your work of art. Do you know what? I'm gonna send you a picture of this guy, because that's how sharp he looks. Maybe one day when you're doing some artwork, you can do a artwork of this one right here, because I'd pay for it. Let me see if I can. All right, how do I?
Right. Well, while you're tending to that, Jameson Reese has returned, and he can get back into also burning bandwidth for the next few minutes. Take us to the top
All
of the
right.
hour.
I've got an interesting article from this is called Independent. It's a UK news group, but all right. China turns on nuclear-powered artificial sun for the first time.
Right. Oh, by the way, Derek, put that in the private messages if you want me to get it, because once we're done with the conversation on Skype, it disappears. As far as I'm concerned, it becomes very difficult for me to access it, to remember to access it. So just put that in the Facebook private messages; it'll be fine. And thank you. And so the Chinese are, of course, talking about the artificial sun. Okay, tell us about this.
All right. China has powered up its nuclear fusion reactor for the first time in a step forward for technology, which would ultimately provide a powerful and limitless source of clean, quote-unquote, I'm using the quotey fingers here, clean energy. Yeah, nothing is clean when you're working with nuclear fucking materials.
Well,
anyway,
at least not initially, but theoretically, fusion would be ultimately clean because it would be what powers the sun. But I'm chewing, so I have to shut up now. Let me go back on mute. But go on.
The HL2M tokamak reactor in Chengdu, Sichuan province, is designed to use a powerful magnetic field to fuse hot plasma at temperatures of 150 million Celsius, more than 10 times hotter than the sun's core. Holy shit. God damn, what the fuck they need all that heat for? Well, anyway.
That's beyond impressive, yes.
The reactor, referred to as an artificial sun because of the enormous heat and power it produces, was completed last year. Chinese scientists have been working on smaller version of the technology since 2006 in experiments designed to lay the groundwork for future large-scale power generation. According to state media, oh god, yeah, I'm gonna trust that. The new reactor also provide technical support to the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, the world's largest reactor, which is being constructed in Marseille, France. Okay. Why the no comment.
Marseille, France, I believe, but go on. Yeah, it's
why?
Yeah.
I'm questioning why they need something like that, but China is one of 6 countries, as well as the European Union, participating in the project. Right. Scientists have been working on nuclear fusion, seen by some as the holy grail of energy production, for decades. The reactors are intended to mimic the physics of stars by merging atomic nuclei, releasing massive amounts of energy, which can be controlled and ultimately turned into electricity. Unlike nuclear fission, the process used in nuclear power plants, it creates little radioactive waste and carries less risk of oh my gosh, there's no of environmental disaster. But achieving fusion is extremely difficult and expensive. Estimates of the total cost of constructing and operating the ITER range between 17 billion and 49 billion. I don't know what the fuck they have some kind of symbol. I think it's the Chinese. I don't know. Making one of the world's most expensive scientific projects, and it's likely. Well, basically, to sum it up, they seem to be creating a gigantic nuclear reactor. So
right.
But
they're doing this internationally, apparently in cooperation with France, right?
France is building the biggest nuclear reactor. But this is I guess they're working with they are.
But by the way, are we still on? I just need to confirm this because yeah, I'm working on 2 different computers, and I just accessed Skype on one of the other computers because Daniel Arola just sent me a message, and I need to confirm that we haven't been knocked off. So
Yeah, we're still live.
yeah, the last time I did that, it knocked us off just by accessing the Skype on a different computer, caused it to get knocked off on the other computer. That was the last time when you and yourself and Derek were talking, but nobody could hear either one of you until I got back on, which took some work. So that was so yeah, okay, so you understand we're still live. I just need feedback from everybody else just to make certain, and just a miracle we didn't get knocked off by my responding to that on the other computer. This is why, of course, why I need a single computer and why I need money to purchase a single computer. So everybody there? Just to respond to us. Thank you. Oh,
Yeah, I'm here.
okay, good. And just making certain that everybody else can hear us. Let's see now. Maria Grigorich is there. Bruce Dallas III says, I'm in here, and someone may know him. So shout out to he. Dat Dude 87310 or 873210 says, what's up, Danny? Hello, everyone. So a shout out onto he. And so everyone, just make certain that you enter into the chat room that we can be heard. And Maria Michaela Grigorich says, you're all there. Thank you, honey. Mwah. Love you dearly, beyond expression. We'll be giving her issuing a mass prayer request in her direction later this evening when I go into the solicitation, and thereafter when I do the shout-outs. So we've got a few minutes before we bring Mr. Moon on, provided everything is going smoothly enough with he. And so let's check into him in a few minutes.
I can tell you how my day went. Today was a busy day.
Tell us about it.
Yeah, went to the pool early this morning, but then I had a doctor's appointment, so I had to make it quick. But I've been doing a marathon. I've been doing 2 hours a day of just running in place in the pool, and it's helped out tremendously, And so that, along with changing my diet and everything, is good. Oh, and on Friday, I'm getting ready to go see Erica and her trapeze artist role. So it's going to be my first time seeing her, like up on the ropes and the hoops and whatever they do up there. So I'm looking forward to that. Yeah. Then my son's car had broken down, so I went with him to he has a plug. He has a junkyard buddy that stores cars and has a whole bunch of old cars, and he was able to get him, a running car for now. So my phone was almost dead from running around all day, so I turned my phone off and I plugged it up so that it'll be at 100% by the time Douglas called. But then what got there, I thought we were just going to pick up the car and go, but it turned out it had a flat tire, so we had to take the tire off, and he had a spare tire, but then the lug holes didn't fit, so we had to take the flat tire and take it over to the Shell station. In the meantime, my phone's at home, and I said, I'm going to be late. Douglas is going to call and say, where the hell's Derek? And I got home just in the nick of time. So
thank God. Oh my God! No wonder you were.
When you called me, my phone had been on for 5 minutes.
Oh my God! Oh well, thank God that worked out. I really appreciate your sharing that. That brings us to the top of the hour. Peter Moon is not responsive yet, which is fine. I think we've got it handled. He is showing up. I do see he's received the message, and we'll see how he responds. Give me a second here, and you two gentlemen continue for a moment.
So how was your day, Jameson?
Oh, I was my day was pretty fast. I woke up, took a trip to Manhattan, and while I was on the ferry boat, I was able to channel some entities to I was able to channel the sigils of these Ifrit that I'm working with. I'm currently operating with the Shaitanic current, which is for those who don't know, that's the current of Iblis. or the Peacock Angel, Malik Tauish Malek. So I'm channeling these entities, and it seems to be really, there's something really pleasant about it, you know.
Well, I would
So-
hope, since that's the one of the highest orders of angels that possesses myself to a degree. Now, here's the problem: is I cannot seem to bring Peter Moon on. Cannot seem to bring yourself on. And let's see if Derek can do it. Derek, see if you can bring him on, please.
Okay, here we go. So let me see if I can add Carlin right here. Add people.
I'm letting him.
How do you do
Jumping. He's pressing add caller like I was trying to do, but it's the problem is it's not responding. This is again the problem with two computers. Probably my responding to Skype on the other computer instead of knocking me off Skype, it eliminated my ability to bring anyone on. So there we are, thank God. Derek was able to do that. See, Derek is now acting the role of producer. So, thank God we had Derek. Okay, so, Peter, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So we have...
Hi, Peter.
Thank you.
Hi, Derek.
And that was Jameson, but Derek is also here.
Hello, Peter.
Yeah.
Hi, that's Derek's voice, yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And, but we have so much to talk about tonight. Far too much to talk about tonight. So I do want to cover as much as possible with you. So Peter may be with us for as long as he can stand it. And I want to thank both these gentlemen, Derek Townley and Jameson Reese, for bringing us this far. I had to basically scarf down a sandwich to make certain I had enough calories within myself to last through the rest of the evening, and I managed to get that down. We'll probably at some points be gnawing on this large candy bar to make certain that I stay in calories throughout the night. But aside from that, we now have Peter Moon with us, and we can begin a process of questioning where Peter Moon is going to ask me some questions about this old article that is probably one of the most infamous articles in history. And of course, this is the problem, is that people do not put it in context of history or of other incidents that are relevant to what it references. So what we are speaking of is the Japanese atomic bomb. Now, today was a day that I brought up, Peter. All too many things happened historically. This is the eve day of the Greater British Empire's Pearl Harbor, in which the Japanese sank Force Z, which was the Far Eastern Fleet of the British in World War II, on December 10th, just days after Pearl Harbor, and this eliminated the British threat projection in the East and opened up the East to the Japanese completely. This had ramifications that the British are still bemoaning to this day. I'll do my best to clarify that. It is also the day, of course, that George Patton was assassinated, and it is the day that Chuck Yeager decided he was going to die. So Chuck Yeager died today, and he is, of course, the man who, quote-unquote, broke the sound barrier, which opens up an entire different can of worms that I will do my best to cover tonight. Now, I'll be covering all of that in monologue tonight, so I will beseech yourself to listen to pretty much the entirety of tonight's episode, and that is, you don't need to stay awake to do that tonight, but tomorrow you can start replaying it and, of course, transcribing it, which is what your intent was anyway with your part with myself. But what I mean to say is that it should extend to the entire episode because of everything else I'm covering that may prove relevant or additional to the book, and or bear relevance in future books. So it's altogether, this is going to be one of our most important transmissions if we make it through the night. So hopefully we do. And I definitely want to thank Peter Moon for, along with these other gentlemen, helping to make that possible. So, Peter Moon, I could not even find, if you had sent me a link on the the old Atlanta Constitution article, I could not find it. It doesn't matter. I know of it, so I can answer your questions.
Well, I can send it to you right now. Not that you need it, but I got it sitting right in front of me.
Okay. Thank
tell you
you.
the truth, I kind of lost interest in it because I kind of summed it up. In other words, I don't describe the article in the book. I just was curious. But anyway, for those who were not familiar, the Atlantic. I mean, and I was looking for something. I think anyway, I came up with this. In 1946, the Atlanta Constitution, which is a legitimate, quote unquote, legitimate newspaper, establishment newspaper, it ran a headline. This is October 8th, 1946. Japan developed atom bomb. Russians grabbed scientists. And it's written by David Snell, who was a reporter from this newspaper when he joined the Army in 1945. And when he was serving in Korea, according to the article with the occupation forces, he ran into a bishop who introduced him, I believe, to a Japanese soldier who was escaping, and he got this story of the Conan atomic complex. I will hand it over here to Douglas to talk about the general veracity of the article is true.
Yeah.
General veracity that there was an atomic bomb. But take it over, Douglas.
Oh, well beyond that. And as a matter of fact, what we see here that Peter Moon handed me is a link that is quite valuable, and all of it is true. And all of this is something that is well sought out. How would I say it? The other things it brings up are some other articles which have been converged with this article. So one might be forgiven to mistake this for all as a single article. So there's separate articles in here that also source from. UP would be the, I'm forgetting what UP stands for. It's not the
United Press International?
United Press International, thank you, as opposed to AP or the Associated Press. I don't see
UPI. You don't hear UPI anymore, but you used to.
Yeah.
UPI and AP with the Associated Press, you only hear AP anymore.
That's right. That's right. This is UP. It doesn't say UPI, and there's two UPs here. So they're like United Press, which is like basically a kind of intergovernmental organization, if you will, meaning it's like a non-governmental organization, which would be like press agents speaking to each other, or pressmen speaking to each other. This was, of course, a very different time when the world relied on these men to speak, and their voices on the wind were the only news we had. We did not have the ability to generate our own news, which is what people do now. They generate their own news. And so different time, different period of history. And one of them here says, news to me, Grove says, of Japanese atomic bomb. And so this is Washington, October 2nd, UP. This is not the Atlanta Constitution article, but it's important to bring this up because it is appended to it in the link that Mr. Moon has relayed to myself. And then another one here from UP, New York, October 2nd, UP. It says, Japan sought peace through Russia nearly month before first A-bomb. Now, by the way, Japan was sending peace feelers out throughout the war. And when the Americans bring this stuff up, they're bringing this up like they're just discovering this. So all of this stuff we're talking about was written like 1946. Everything I just mentioned had to be around 1946. And it was mid-year that the Americans had the impression that the war had come to an end, quote unquote. And so this is something they're all just finding out, and then they're starting to bring all this up. Now, the only thing anyone needs to know is that when you take a look at this 1946 Atlanta Constitution atom bomb articles, so all three of these must have been published by the Atlanta Constitution, sourcing as the two appended articles are from the UP, but all of them were probably by David Snell. So David Snell is this individual who was probably one of the few clear-headed and clear-sighted Americans in the fucking planet at that time. And for that reason, nobody condemned him. He was never, persecuted in any way that I know of. But at the same time, nobody ever really paid attention to him or what he had to say. You would think that what he had to say would be considered monumental, but at the same time, most Americans just didn't want to hear it. It is something they will just flat out reject. So, I mean, to give you an example of this, where we're at now, this is probably something from, I have so many detractors that it's literally hard to keep track of them. And before the entire character assassination machine became monopolized by Richard K. Cole, who is, of course, the man who's the Martian Marine, then all of this was different people who tried to, quote-unquote, come in to professionally just provide some quote-unquote kind of scholastic interpretation of what I was saying. And one of these was from the American Chronicle. Now, I have no idea where the American Chronicle is now or who runs the American Chronicle. This was like an anonymous attacker who was the American Chronicle. Whoever runs the American Chronicle, which is probably some one-man peddling organization, or maybe it's a network of shadowy right-wing figures, whether it's a cabal or a single individual, they headline themselves as, quote-unquote, exposing evil, dispelling delusion, trumpeting truth. The American Chronicle covers historical and current topics relevant to the American experience and republic. So, obviously, this is just patriot shit, and though they come across with a scholastic or academic veneer. So on Saturday, March 30th, 2013, now bear in mind how long ago that was, research note, testing claims of Douglas Dietrich. And in researching the culpability of Franklin Roosevelt in the bombing of Pearl Harbor, we came across an interesting character by the name of Douglas Dietrich, who claimed that, and they make 3 points. Now, bear in mind, they're researching the culpability of Franklin Roosevelt. They have an agenda, and their agenda is to attack Franklin Delano Roosevelt, which I always happily do. I eviscerate the son of a bitch, but they're attacking him because he's a Democrat. And basically, they're coming at this from a Republican agenda. Then, of course, this is why they say they explore topics relevant to the American experience and republic, not democracy. And so they point out this interesting character named Douglas Dietrich, and they say, who claims that? And they got 3 points here. Durham White Stevens was an American dictator of Korea after the American Civil War. Yes, as a matter of fact, when he was shot, assassinated, right here in San Francisco by Koreans, the New York Times, the Gray Lady herself, published the headlines, "The American Dictator of Korea has been shot." Yes! And then the other point they make, the Japanese had developed an atomic bomb by the end of World War II. And then, point number 3, the United States sued the Japanese for peace to end World War II. We reject all of these statements as either false or unsupportable from the historical record. Dietrich makes many other unconventional statements of equal controversy, and does so in a convincing, at times erudite fashion. He often challenges his listeners to do the research themselves to prove that he is right. We took up the challenge only to report disappointment for our revisionist historian. Much of Dietrich's authority rests upon his alleged access to massive quantities of American official archival documents he was assigned to destroy while a librarian assistant at the Presidio during the 1980s. He states that these documents stretch back to the Spanish-American War and were backlogged at the military base by incompetent military and civilian staff who refused to do the dirty work of destroying the records. Through various connections as a military brat, he obtained his position at the age of 16. While his stories and analyses are quite entertaining, they often lack any factual basis, or rest upon dubious evidence. Durham Stevens being one such example. More specifically, Dietrich's claims about Stevens are made to demonstrate that Americans have been brainwashed, or its leaders have hidden the truth about their nation's imperial aggrandizement in Asia, specifically Korea. By the way, Stevens, this is not to detract from the atomic bomb itself. That's a whole different subject. And they try to dismiss it, of course. And if I went into that, it would take time away from what we have to turn to. But you can look up Durham White Stevens, and you can look up the New York Times headline. And it says right there, the American dictator of Korea was shot. I mean, what more do you need to fucking know? He was shot right here in San Francisco, assassinated by Koreans who killed his ass because he was put in place as the dictator of Korea long before World War II. Now, imagine if the Japanese had installed a Japanese dictator in Canada, and you would understand how Americans would feel. Think of how the Japanese felt with the Americans installing some white trash piece of shit in charge of the nation which bordered Japan. So close that they were building a railroad to connect the two countries. The only thing...
Let me clarify something, Douglas.
Yeah.
The nature of this criticism and its importance is like, it's comparative to, suppose you're a baseball pitcher and you're striking out the other team and you're doing really good, and you know the reporters are criticizing your socks.
Yes. Yes.
This is, yeah, the sock is a little torn. It's not quite the right color. It looks like it should have been got a little bleached, you know. And it's like, who cares?
Thank you.
Yeah, and these people don't need to be paid. It's like they're not making an intelligent argument. They're creating rhetoric because they can or they want to, and they try and they challenge you, accuse you of sounding erudite. Well, they're trying to sound erudite themselves.
Yes, of course.
They're not erudite. They're just. I remember Dick Cavett once used the word many years ago on talk show. He called it a cretin. He was educated at Yale. He was part of Skull and Bones, and he would use big words. Cretin isn't a big word, but it basically means a knucklehead.
Yes. Yeah. Definitely. Yeah.
And that's what this is. So it doesn't warrant even comment, because when this book comes out, it doesn't have all of the information you loquaciously delivered over the last decade. It has salient points. Like this one was a very interesting, because people can look at the Atlanta Constitution,
yeah,
and see that this story corroborates your story, which is from an independent source.
Yes.
And they have to take your data at face value and not react to it. They're reacting to data.
Yes.
So what? It's Douglas's testimony, and when you put all the data together, it makes a tremendous amount of sense. And I had posted, I started like promoting the book on my Facebook timeline, got a lot of responses by just quoting a statement from the book, which wasn't the best quote to do, but I did. It was about the Telegraph. You know, they were informed. The U.S. was informed of the attack before it happened, and people started responding. Yeah. And then I started posting additional quotes from the book, and the majority, and I'm talking like over 95% of the responses were, yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, I know this. I know that. I know this.
Well, there you have it. And that's because at this point in history, Americans are cynical about the system. They're cynical about the system to the extent where the majority of them know something is wrong. And but Pearl Harbor is something they can easily agree on. These individuals themselves who are attacking me, we're talking back in 2013, before it all became a one-man monopoly, and other people were dedicating their time to it until they realized they didn't need to, and it all just was put into the hands of one lunatic. these individuals basically were trying to appear that they were looking at detachedly when they just went all in for the character assassination and just realized that, well, they've got a terrorism campaign going on, they could just leave it to the lunatic because then they don't have to do anything. Because at this point now it's death threats and rape threats and everything day after day after day.
I want to explain something which you will greatly appreciate. Because you're always interested in the L. Ron Hubbard modus operandi.
Yes.
Okay, he had many filters of the communication that got to him. And because I was like on his public letter line, and I did not open mail. That was one person who had the sole task of opening his mail.
Right.
It was a job for one person. It was always a woman. And what she would do is she would basically filter all the letters, and there were just the regular letters, and or if they had complaints about the service, those would go to me. The good roads and fair weather letters would go to me and my colleagues, not just me, and they would. Then there were letters that were referred to as M theta, meaning M theta in Scientology was a word for interbulated theta, theta meaning life force. So they were negative, they were turbulent, they were fucked up, they were, like, fuck you, Mr. Hubbard,
right,
or whatever they said. And those would occur. And those were put into what was called a dead file. They were recorded, they were put into a file with the person, and they were put in a separate filing cabinet. It was called the dead file. They were not responded to. They were incommunicado. Excommunicated, so to speak, without an announcement. Just ignore them. There were other letters that might be of a legal nature, whereby these would be turned over to the guardian's office, or to the person in charge of the unit who would liaise with the guardian's office.
Right, just so people understand, the guardian's office was the Scientology version of their intelligence network, their CIA, so to speak. So go on, yes.
Yes, and they had different branches, one of which was public relations, one of which was intelligence, just pure intelligence, one of which was legal, and I think the intelligence branch did so-called dirty tricks or secret surreptitious operations. Their office was next to ours, and you did not enter their office. It was under lock and key. Our office was under lock and key. Nobody entered the office without permission, either one of our offices. If they wanted to come and see us, they would come and see us, or vice versa. But theirs was a little more, I guess, what you call isolated, because you didn't go into their office. They came out the door and took you into a corner and talked to you. But nevertheless, is that these were legal cases. If Hubbard's son wrote to him, these would go into that. And sometimes these letters would not be filtered properly, and they would leak through to me, or whoever. And but the purpose of this was that, now there's also Hubbard is somewhere in the equation, but I was, in other words, it was not my job to deal with all this turbulence and horseshit, because if I did, I would get pulled into it. There were people who did that, like it was like surgical. They would deal with this negativity and, just deal with it. In the case of Hubbard, none of this stuff that was negative would get to him. It was meant to be kept away from him so he could do his job. And of course, if there were certain harrowing situations, they would find their way to him, whereby he was being threatened legally or whatnot. But I'm just saying, as a modus operandi, you don't have to have, negative shit being, what do you call it, hurled at you.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you walk out, you've had, you don't have enough of a buffer. But I just want to say the buffer needs to be there, and it's just, it will be better. And when this book comes out, it will create a lot of controversy, but ultimately people will read it and you'll see Nick Pope coming out with a book, and other people of his ilk that will be capitalizing on what you've offered and what I've helped you put together. They will
Understood.
say, by the way, did you know that the Japanese really want war? And that's okay. That's okay. Because they will read it, it will make sense, and they will do their own little investigations to make it look like, they're original.
No, right. But by the way, I remember now who the man was. I really appreciate your input on that, of course, and yes, this is hopefully what will happen. We are going to accomplish this. In terms of the American Chronicle, the man who published this in 2013 was Tony Bonn. His surname is Bonn. He is, as far as I understand it, still a fugitive. He is on the run for the crime of polygamy. He has multiple wives that he married illegally in different states, and he basically has spent the majority of his time online arguing why he has the biblical right to have multiple wives. And so regardless of the biblical right that he feels that he has, regardless of the fact that many of our laws are derivative of the Bible, it is illegal at this point in history to be married to multiple women at once. And he's ripped them all off. It does not pay child support for any of them, and it spends his time on the run, basically writing articles like he was writing in 2013, attacking myself. So that's Tony Bonn, and that's the white trash piece of shit who's basically the source of this attack. This is the point.
Oh, he's attacking you?
Yes, that's the guy who wrote everything that I've just been reading. Yes.
Back to 2013.
Yeah, back in 2013. Yes. Yeah, it was this Tony Bonn son of a bitch. And so he was the guy who did the American Republic. And so it takes a while, just because I have so much to keep track of, to go back in my records and find out who did what. Now, so he goes on with basically saying this is what he had to say. And of course he impressed some other white trash pieces of shit, whatever few were reading his rationalizations for being married to a dozen different women at once. But he wrote, turning to the subject of Japan in World War II, Dietrich cites an article in the October 3rd, 1946 Atlanta Constitution, reporting that Japan had developed an atomic bomb, which it had tested in Konan, Korea at the close of World War II. The author, David Snell, cites a pseudonymous Japanese captain Wakabayashi, who related details about the Japanese atomic program, which had been moved to Korea to avoid the American B-29 air raids. Now, by the way, this is a total bullshit, and that's not what David Snell was saying. If any of that was implied, that was speculation on David Snell's part, and I don't believe he went even in that direction. The Japanese had established this in the 1920s, the Konan Industrial Complex, because they had colonized Korea. You can look this up. After the Koreans assassinated the white trash piece of shit the Americans had installed over their nation. Then the Japanese moved in. And at that point, the Japanese began to heavily industrialize the area because there was a lot of uranium in North Korea. At that point, Einstein had already produced E equals mc squared, which was, at that point, every physicist in the world knew was the equation that would ultimately lead to the release of an enormous amount of energy through any physically mechanized process that would take advantage of fissile materials. So the Japanese were working on this well before the Americans. They were way ahead of the Americans. And so this had nothing to do with B-29 air raids. Needless to say, none of them ever reached Korea because they couldn't get past Japan. All of this was fortuitous. All of this was strategically planned. But none of this was done ad hoc. Like, oh, the Americans are bombing. Let's move this now. That was what the Russians were doing when the Germans invaded Russia, and then they began to move all their industries behind the Urals Mountains. Totally different situation, based on ad hocery, based on expediency. This was much different. Anyhow, 5 days, this is back to Tony Bond speaking, the polygamist, the fugitive. He says, 5 days after the bombing of Hiroshima, the Japanese detonated their bomb at sea to avoid capture by the Soviets, according to the report filed by Schnell, who was working with the Army's 24th Criminal Investigation Detachment. Now, all of this is absolute bullshit. The Japanese, at that point, invited the Americans to observe while they blew that specific, particular ordnance piece. Nothing particularly special about it, but it had a specific task, specifically for the Americans to observe. Whereas the Japanese had already used it to stop the Soviet advance. And anybody who doubts this, just let me get into it. Anyhow, so Tony Bond goes on, 5 days after the bombing of Hiroshima, the Japanese detonated their bomb at sea to avoid capture by the Soviets, according to the report filed by Snell, who was working with the Army's 24th Criminal Investigation Detachment. Snell reported his findings to the U.S. Army intelligence team in Korea, which censored details of the information which were contained in the article. Now, that alone is their defeating themselves. Tony Bond is defeating himself by saying, well, we can't trust the article, but then he admits, well, it's all fucking censored anyway. Now, a book, this is Tony Bond speaking, a book entitled Hongnam and the Japanese Bomb, subtitled Recent Historiography of a Post-War Myth by Walter Grundin, reviews the claims of the article in detail, along with a review of the Japanese nuclear program to demonstrate that the story is false. If Dietrich wishes to credibly contradict the findings of this book and other researchers who failed to substantiate Wakabayashi's story, he needs to produce evidence of greater weight than this 1946 newspaper article. Dietrich's larger point is that the Japanese detonated the bomb to intimidate the Soviets, fails because they occupied the northern part of the Korean peninsula, in spite of the alleged detonation. Notice the complete perversion of reality. Where I said...
Well, it's also like, it's like going into somebody's kitchen cabinets to see if there's any imperfections in the woodwork or the shelves. You know, stuff you never see.
It's way beyond that. It's way beyond that. It's basically what the guy is saying is something I didn't even say, and basically is creating a myth of his own to make it sound so stupid that everybody dismisses it so they don't listen to myself or ask this myself.
But the other thing is there's a great miscalculation in what he's doing. It's very obvious that he has nothing better to do. You can say that this individual is being paid to discredit you, but there's another possibility here, is that the data that is presented to him is so disturbing to his
yes
worldview
yes
that he has to obsessively justify it.
Well, yeah, beyond that,
tear it apart.
Yes, that's how threatened he is. That's what it comes down to. No, you're absolutely right. And this is what you've said all along, is that I'm an incredible threat to these people for them to do what they're doing, to throw their lot in with each other when they're in a den of vipers. None of this will do them any good in terms of how they rub off on each other. You've got polygamists and crazies and child predators and committers to incest, etc. And they're all in the same pool. These are the kinds of people who are constantly condemning myself. Honestly, this is one reason why, just as an aside, because one of the things I did while I was relaxing, of course, and in communion with my mother, was my son took me to various places where I could do that. We took a few photographs. We published the photographs tonight, one of them, and a few of them. What people have a hard time understanding is why do I keep doing that, dressing in women's clothing, for instance, in the promotional banner for tonight. Of course, it was in communion with my mother, but what people don't understand is when I was coming out straight, when I was coming across as straight, when I first came out on just as a public informant years and years ago, everybody was saying, oh, we can't trust what this guy is saying because he looks so weird. This is what they were saying when I was just dressed normally. They were saying, oh, his nails are too long. Everything is like, it was everything like Peter Moon was saying, because they have to grip on anything, so you may as well go all the way. There's no fucking point in trying to look normal because I can't look white. This is the problem. I can look white, but you know what? I refuse to do it. When I do dye my hair blonde, when I do, of course, in the right light, because of the Alexandria's Genesis, reflect full blue or at least violet, then what happens is the irises or the pupils of the eyes are less threatening. Then, of course, there's always that much more positive response to myself the whiter or the more Caucasoid I look. But that cannot be maintained permanently. I can't maintain that permanently. And in the end, it defeats the purpose of what I'm trying to defeat anyway, which is the fact that people accept information only from those that they perceive as white. And that's what's behind Julian Assange, really, when, as I brought up before, without going deep into that or, getting distracted by that, as I brought up before, when we took footage of Julian Assange, and through Rose, who's this woman who owns the salon that V was working at, the salon that we closed, and she's closed a number of them, actually, on kind of like a trail she's left of closed salons. Rose's daughter, Shar, works with the Communist Chinese television, and we provided them this scene of Julian Assange's interview in the United States. And when they played this real interview, genuine footage, everybody in Communist China thought it was a joke. They couldn't believe that this guy was taken seriously because all they could hear, because they didn't speak English, all they heard was he kept saying, ah, 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 ah. And so when they thought he was Swedish, anybody who's interviewed about Julian Assange who never heard of him in foreign places like China assumed he was Swedish and that he was pretending to speak English or trying to speak English but couldn't speak English because it was a second language. None of them knew he was Australian because he had dyed his hair bleach white. His skin has been bleached white, Michael Jackson style. But because of this, everybody listened to him like he was God. Now remember, I knew the man who produced Julian Assange, Michael Aquino, who said, yeah, we got everybody in Australia in the cult of the Brotherhood of Light, bleach themselves white, literally bleach their melanin to the point where they will get skin cancer in their later years, bleach their hair, and this makes everybody listen to them like they're God because they're pure white, not even colored, they're albinoid white. And that was the power behind Julian Assange, was he was just super white. And everybody in America took what he said as the voice of God. The spell wore off, and if you look at him now, it's because he's no longer looking white. That's what it comes down to. Now, what this guy is saying regarding the... by the way, when he says Dietrich's larger point that the Japanese detonated the bomb to intimidate the Soviets, they didn't intimidate the fucking Soviets, they disintegrated their advance. And then he says that fails, his point, Dietrich's point, because the Soviets occupied the northern part of the Korean peninsula in spite of the alleged detonation. They were disintegrated, and that's why they didn't advance any further. If a bomb was set off to intimidate them that failed to intimidate them, they would have rolled all the way down Korea, down the peninsula.
This is stupid.
Yes, it's part of the insanity.
It's just a stupid comment. He doesn't even understand the logistics of what went on. It's not even intelligent. It just takes up one's time.
But it gets worse. It gets, in terms of fuck him, let's forget him. We've got, of course, the people who wrote Japan's Secret War. Now, Japan's Secret War argued way back in the 1980s that Japan had an atomic bomb program. And the Japan's Secret War, of course, started off with the article by Snell. And, of course, that is the only place Americans generally have to start. And, again, that was October 3rd of 1946. People can look this article up. And so, basically, they made that as part of their introduction to kind of introduce the subject. And then what happened for years was I was saying, look, North Korea's entire atomic bomb program is based off what the Japanese had built. Now, to give people an example about this, you've got Dr. Noguchi, who I've brought up before. And there are several Noguchis. And the Noguchi that I would reference now is the one that my mother knew personally, who was Shitagu Jun Noguchi. He was the creator of the World War II industrial complex in Korea, centered at Konan, Hungnam. And Shitagu, or Shitagao, depending on the romanization of the Japanese dialect, Noguchi, he was the individual who was not so much a physicist like Hideo Noguchi. He was more an industrialist. And he basically built this Konan complex. It was atop a plateau overlooking Konan, Korea, where he resided, that my mother would meet him when she was stationed in Manchuria, which, of course, Korea was but an extension of, right across the border. And with Shitagao Noguchi, he had overseen or inherited the site where 3 enormous rivers, we're talking about rivers like the Colorado or the Mississippi in scope. These rivers in Asia were dammed. That means they were all just dammed up with these massive, like the Hoover Dam, not dammed in the spiritual sense. And the largest of these was the Yalu. And then, of course, it was the tributaries, the Fusen and the Chosin rivers. They were all dammed under the leadership, the sponsorship of Noguchi at their highest points in the mountains. And in this enormous intervention that dwarfs anything like the Hoover Dam, the flow of the natural waters were redirected with giant man-made reservoirs, tunnels, and reverse engineering, so that the tributaries' flows from their natural westward course towards China went back eastwards, sloping towards the Sea of Japan. And together, those 3 rivers, with their dams, their steep cascades, delivered more than 1 million kilowatts of power to the numerous hydroelectric stations feeding the sprawling coastal complex. I mean, this was an unheard of concentration of power at that time. All of Japan produced only a little more than 3 million kilowatts in the entire archipelago of 7,000 islands. And nowhere did the Japanese on their own home islands have 1 million kilowatts concentrated in one area. All of this was concentrated by Jun Noguchi, as my mother knew him by his personal name, his pet name, Shitagao Noguchi. She, I believe, had slept with him, and that's how she knew his pet name, Jun. J-U-N would be the romanization. But Shitagao was his formal name. Noguchi Shitagao would be how he would be known in Japan, with the family name first. And basically, he had done all of this so they would have the power to convert uranium, which was mined in North Korea, into the atomic bomb. So what you have is, if you want to look this up, the National Archives. You've got a World War II article that I declassified, and it was declassified as number NN D750140. That's NN D750140. It's in the National Archives of the United States as RG226. That was his OSS for forerunner to the Central Intelligence Agency. They classified it as RG-226 and 21872. So that gives some keys for finding it if anyone can access the National Archives. That was September 22nd of 1942, in which Karpel L. Breger, surname spelled Breger, wrote a piece called Japanese War Effort, Plants and Installations in Korea, Part 1, The Noguchi Conan Enterprises. And Conan Enterprises was in quotes. So there's one aspect that can be found, and another one found in the National Archives of the United States, which would be RG-266 in the OSS records, would be numbered 70913S, as in Sam, and it has copy number 56, partially written at the top, and 70913 stamped in the top right corner. And what that is it got the special treatment because it was a formerly secret British Ministry of Economic Warfare report on Korea. And it was parts 1 and 2, dated August 12th, 1943, with June 15th, 1944, as part 2 or the update. So we've got this situation where you've got documents on this. It's a carefully guarded secret. And yet, when you've got these fuckers who originally wrote Japan's Secret War, and then for decades after that, how long has it been since they fucking published that book, Japan's Secret War? If you look it up, we're talking about 1985, when I was like out of John O'Connell and into City College of San Francisco. And so when I was majoring in criminology and psychology, a double major in criminal psychology, these guys put out a book that Japan had a nuclear bomb program. They got all kinds of shit for it. But then over the next several years, I proved everything they said was true and told everybody this is where the North Koreans are producing their atomic bombs from all their own native uranium that they've got a limitless amount of, and all the technology left by the Japanese in World War II. So then the motherfuckers released a book this year, 3rd edition, revised and updated, Japan's Secret War. Basically saying how Japan's race to build its own atomic bomb provided the groundwork for North Korea's nuclear program. Or something they never said in the original book, which you can look up. And so everything was changed according to Dietrich, who's never fucking credited, was never fucking interviewed, and right on the back says how Japan's World War II race to build an atomic bomb fathered North Korea's nuclear threat. Now here's where all the shit really starts hitting the fan, because these motherfuckers, aside from not giving me an ounce of credit, these idiots basically get new prefaces written by these other jingoistic white trash pieces of shit, and what they write is, yeah, you've got to remember, the Japs had all this, and the North Koreans picked up on it. But remember, the Japs lost. Japs lost. The whole book is this litany. It borders, well, it is pathological. They keep saying how desperate the Japanese were. That Japan was at the end of its rope. That Japan was, oh God, they were so desperate. So at the end of their rope. They keep emphasizing it. None of it makes any fucking sense. If the Japanese had all this good shit, how were they so desperate? How did this make any sense? It's the Americans, and you can look this up. The Americans in World War II were building emergency fighters made out of wood. You can look this up, to defend the homeland, because the Americans said, it's the end, we're at our last, we've got to train female pilots, look the program up, we got to train female pilots to fly wooden fighters, because the Japs have won. Now we've got to switch to home defense on the home front. This is where the desperation was. All of what was going on in Japan was going on at pace. Now, when you take a look at uranium itself, of course, like I said, that was as common as rice in Korea. So if the Japanese had so little uranium that the Americans claimed, why was so much of it, from basic oxide to crucial bomb fuel metal, either reported to be in Japan or actually found in Japan after the war, so to speak? For instance, you got this top secret 1946 OSS Ramona report that states that 1 ton of uranium oxide was bought by the Japanese Navy in Shanghai and shipped to Japan in 1945. And, of course, that's the Ramona document. National Archives, RG 226. I remember it as being in Stack Area 250, row 64. And that was entry number 211. It's listed in what are called withdrawn records.
Well, we're not really, see, you're dealing with this on a level where you're saying, look at the information. This is no different than what's going on right now with the politics. They're going, here's the information. No, we don't want to look at your information.
It's like that, yes.
It becomes it's not valid information. So it becomes a war of rhetoric, but it's not worth even arguing because it's not about the data. It's not about the specifics of the data. It's about the minds of the people who are reacting to the data. And I would tell you that I like when I wrote the book with Preston, this was like, I like what Duncan Cameron said. He was the resident psychic at Montauk. When he read the book, he was one of the first people to read the book, and he read it and he said, the Akashic records have been stripped. In other words, all this information in the book you're not only not going to find it in documents, you're not going to find it in the Akashic records. It's been stripped. We're dealing with that level of, information. And the reaction of people, in other words, there was a steady supply of fans and enthusiasts who made the Montauk Project what it became, a popular book and a story and a legend. But there were a lot of people who reacted very poorly and were willing to go to certain lengths of argument to react. But one of the biggest, and you can feel these people. You know what's going on, even if you don't have specific reports. Is that what it was? Is a lot of people I could feel, particularly your conventional type people, were doing the equivalent of running to mama. And I'll give you an example from my own life. When I was going to the dentist for the first time, the kids started telling me, oh, they're going to open your mouth and they're going to drill into your mouth and it's going to hurt like hell and they're going to shoot needles into your mouth. And I thought they were lying. So I went home to mama, which is something I never like to do. And I said, well, and she says, well, yeah, they're scaring you, but yeah, it's true. And, but, this idea of you say something about somebody and people don't want to say it's true. They'll run home to mom, hey, he's telling me, it's like families will do that.
Yeah.
They'll say stupid things, and one of the kids will go run to mom. Hey, my brother says it's this way. No.
Well, we definitely appreciate it, and we're going to have a lot of that. And
infantile shit.
Yes.
It's infantile. It's stupid, and then come 5-10 years, they'll be, quoting you, whether they give you credit or not. And it's a compliment when they don't give you credit. It's a backhand compliment, but it's a compliment. because it means you're influencing them, and they're not influencing you.
Understood, of course, and that, of course, is the genuine horror of the situation in one sense. But I understand you're saying to take it positively.
Over
of course,
time,
yeah.
you will get credit and compensation.
Understood.
But it takes a while, and I mean, I'm far undercompensated for what I do.
Understood.
But I'm just thankful that I've been able to do what I've done and continue to do it, and then help with your work, because it's a process. And it's really fantastic. It's a fantastic opportunity, but you're dealing with minds, you're dealing with people, and you're dealing with their psychology. Yes. And that's why it's so important. But I mean, you don't need to answer them, because they'll eventually they ultimately they won't even care. They'll just get the drift, and they'll go with the flow without even needing to inspect it. They'll inspect it, because they'll look on Google and find something that corroborates it.
Well, definitely what needs to be put into some context so people understand this. One of the people who had to deal with putting on a face to the American public, and by the American public in this case, I don't mean the tax-paying electorate or the voting masses. I mean to the thinkers, quote-unquote, or academia, the scientific community of the United States. All of this is something that they are the most guilty of. If you take a look at American industry, of course, this is something I don't need to go into in any great depth. People can look at documentaries from the 80s and the 90s on the Asian century, particularly the 80s, when they were talking about America and televisions manufactured in America, and how they would offer you programs or services where if you bought it, there would be warranties where they would repair your television, because of course it was inevitable it was going to break. And they were talking about the Japanese instead simply made televisions that didn't break. And so Americans just started buying Japanese televisions to the point where Americans effectively stopped producing them. And this is, of course, now you can't find anything made in America that would be like a television or that sort of thing. Everything is made in Asia. And so when it comes to that, Americans think that somehow this happened because the Asian apes just somehow copied them. That somehow the Americans went over there and trained the Japanese, like DeMeo, in various kinds of industrial quality techniques that the Japanese took upon themselves, took wholeheartedly, and then somehow managed to excel to perfection in putting into practice. But the Americans who taught them were never able to teach white people to do this somehow. That somehow the Americans just felt they didn't need to. The Asians doing it all for them. I mean, this is the pathology, the absolute insanity, the psychosis of the American mind. So there's no comprehending how they even understand or rationalize what they say. But in
that's the same thing, Douglas, that went on with the story of Marco Polo.
Yes. Yes.
In other words, it's not just American. It's egocentric, xenophobia, but it's not so much about race. It's about xenophobic about knowledge. There must be a word for it. Outside knowledge. In other words, they don't want to hear about China.
It's something of that nature, of course, and it's important to remember Marco Polo did go to jail. He was put in jail. I don't know if anybody is aware of this. Who's
yeah.
Yes, when he came back to Europe and said what he said about China, they imprisoned him and tried to get him to confess that he was lying, and said, "Come on, confess. This can't be true. What you're saying." But let's just put it this way. Here's what you have going down is that the Japanese had already built the bomb, and then the Americans, of course, it was leaking to the Americans that the Japanese had. Of course, if it became aware, if the American academic community became aware to the point where it leaked, where professors had to reevaluate history, then problems were going to happen. And so in order to just try and make it look like he had some control over the situation, Douglas MacArthur, on November 22nd in 1945, without any notification, ordered American troops to roll up in trucks to the various physics labs throughout Japan, and they began destroying no less than 5 cyclotrons. Now think about what I'm saying. This is 1945. And MacArthur orders the special detachments of American Special Forces to show up at different Japanese physics laboratories in November of 1945 and just start destroying cyclotrons. And there's half a dozen of them throughout Japan. And so he just they basically dismantled the machines using shit like axes. I mean, like literally taking axes to them. And some parts were dumped into Tokyo Bay. The rest they destroyed, the core, they destroyed with dynamite. I mean, they literally just started blowing this shit up. By the way, the move was a complete surprise to Japanese scientists because just the month before, in accordance with what the atomic bomb mission and the Scientific Intelligence Survey had requested, the doctors, Nishina, Adakatsu, Kikuchi, Sagani, and others that I've mentioned in the past at length, all of them known to have participated in the Japanese atomic bomb effort, had been given permission to continue using their cyclotrons, as long as the American military was not frightened by them, per their deciding to deploy them for any military or atomic energy purpose. Now, you might ask, what would they be using them for? Just scientific purpose. Just scientific purpose. So when MacArthur did this, then Nishina wrote about it the next year, June of 1947. He published an article in the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, which is an international journal circulated in English, among many other languages. And he published an article complaining about it, saying, even today, we absolutely fail to understand the reason for ordering the destruction going on, basically, crying a river. And he was explaining to the international community that he had been planning to use his cyclotron to manufacture radioactive isotopes, which would help Japan get back on its feet. And in terms of the economy, and because of their minute size and traceability, the isotopes would have helped medical researchers follow the never-before-seen human metabolic process, and agriculturalists to better understand crop growth in order to increase production, and industrial scientists mapping precisely what happens to metal during friction and wear. These were just some of the various beneficial uses he was outlining, and now there would be no such aids in Japan. So it was just seemingly wanton destruction. Obviously, the Japanese got off quite well and succeeded beyond anything the Americans could circumvent or sabotage, but this really had nothing to do with any American attempt to sabotage Japanese industry. It was just seemingly capricious. And of course, it caused an immediate international outcry. As a matter of fact, the American military magazine, Stars and Stripes, you can look up Stars and Stripes, it's an American military magazine, and they called it stupid. They said stupid to the point of constituting a crime against mankind. That's what Stars and Stripes said about MacArthur. And Time magazine likened it to burning Japanese libraries or smashing the printing presses. Now, so even though the cyclotrons could produce fissionable material, everyone was noting that the Japanese scientists had proven that it would take months of continuous operation to make enough to see, while it would require pounds of such material to make a single bomb. So what had prompted the attack is what nobody could understand, and it was, of course, the orders had come from Washington, D.C. itself. Everyone involved, including General MacArthur, who carried the orders out, agreed that, but beyond that, nothing was ever conclusively determined. Now, this is where General Groves comes in, and this is where David's, the article by Snell that was linked to the other article that was provided by Mr. Moon was citing General Groves. So General Groves, who fathered the American atomic bomb, quote unquote, he wrote a book called Now It Can Be Told. And he said the order came from one of his subordinates who made a mistake. And he said, oh, he was fairly new to the project. He didn't know the ropes. He never named this subordinate. And in public, the Secretary of War, Robert Patterson, took the formal responsibility. But he said that he himself had never seen or approved any actual order. And so what the fuck was going on was basically the Americans had to show they were doing something. The Americans, now bear in mind, this was still while there was still a Department of War, which the Japanese were saying the Americans had to dismantle. And the Americans did just that. They had to get rid of their Department of War and establish a Department of Defense. Because America, the Japanese insisted, could never declare war again. And America has never declared war again. America cannot declare war again because they lost the war to the Empire of Japan. So when you take a look at this situation where the Americans were desperate to do something, so they just said, okay, we could do this and show the American public we're doing something. And this way, the Japanese are taken out of the science field for maybe a short while. Now, you notice what a tremendous failure that was. That didn't even do nothing. Japan, big science in Japan, of course, far supersedes anything in America. So it was like this, they just had to make a show of face. They had to do something to show the Americans they were in charge. Show the Americans they were occupying Japan, that this was something that they had some power over, and the only thing Americans could think of was atomic power. So, okay, let's destroy all the Japanese cyclotrons.
It's kind of embarrassing because it shows that the Japanese were very advanced.
Thank you. Well, it proves they had nuclear capability. This was the whole. This is part.
Yeah, and it's like, and you know, and it would be something that the Americans wouldn't even want to admit that they had.
But they wound up.
They didn't. I don't know. I guess they must have publicized it, but I never really heard about it. But there's another point here is, you know, I had never heard of any of this stuff you're talking about, and most people haven't. And why would they? I mean, even though it's in that paper, and the History Channel has done an entire show on the secret advanced weaponry of Japan, but they still say they lost the war.
Yeah,
it's like, and it's like the technology is so over the top advanced, jet fighters, and it's right on the History Channel.
Yeah,
it's like, what is wrong with this picture? It doesn't make sense.
Thank you. And they end on an upbeat note. They end the documentary on an upbeat note saying how these Japanese all became part of the Japanese space program, putting satellites in orbit. And, you know, and they just say, they make this transition just like that, like, oh, you know, and then, of course, and then they'll say things, here's something, let me open up this revised, expanded Japan's Secret War, 3rd edition, revised and updated by Robert K. Wilcox, based on whatever I could rip off from Douglas Dietrich. He says here that Noguchi had been dead 6 years. And then he goes on to how he never got over the war. You know, he says, oh yeah, he was so scarred by the war that he kept insisting. Actually, he's talking about Yoshio Nishina, a Japanese physicist I brought up before. I'm thinking about Noguchi because my mom, she would talk about him a lot. But Yoshio Nishina, here's this. The book says, Yoshio Nishina never fully recovered from World War II and its aftermath. He became an outspoken critic of war and his country's attempt to use nuclear power for war. And in a letter to the editor of a leading Japanese newspaper in 1947, he wrote, Japan must use our atomic energy for only peaceful purposes. And he wanted atomic research to continue, but only under controlled conditions. Japan must first revive her industry. And here you've got this guy who's talking all about, we've got to use our atomic power for peaceful purposes. Well, that means they've got atomic power. This is like, see the insanity of what I'm saying. But these same motherfuckers who write this book keep insisting, well, you know, the Japanese were close. So close. They had it all. But, you know, it just never got put together. This is the insanity of everything we're dealing with. They keep saying, the Japanese lost the war. Japanese lost the war. And it's just like, the insanity is, well, they had all this good shit, but somehow they lost the war. It just goes on, and they have to keep repeating this like a mantra against reality.
Yes, repetition works, and everybody knows that the Japanese lost the war. Also, the Japanese are no longer a threat, and that's why they would talk about the space program. They're good little, whatever they are.
Yes, somehow friends, our friends across the Pacific who somehow aped us and overtook us, and
they are our friend.
Yes, the friendly people, the friendly yellow people, as opposed to China now, which is all threatening. But in terms of the how would I say it? This is the problem that we're dealing with. Much of my information is now getting out there. All of it, of course, is contextualized, or rather miscontextualized, in a fabrication. And the fabrication is the lie, the false narrative, the construct that America won the war. So when you take a look at that, then that's where everything begins to go wrong. The important thing to emphasize is that Japan, of course, was never prevented from using nuclear weapons. Let me put it this way so that people understand this. The Empire of Japan has fielded a nuclear deterrent in place for 70 years by now. Now, the delivery accuracy is high enough to hold hardened oppositional nuclear targets. That means deep nuclear command bunkers, nuclear missiles in silos, on the Chinese side in abeyance. The Japanese had not one, but 3 nuclear weapons programs throughout World War II. Now, if you take a look at this book, Japan's Secret War, they'll go a bit into that fact, and they'll say, oh yeah, they had all 3 of these nuclear programs, yet some of them all somehow missed the mark. Just somehow they all missed the mark and produced one blow, in the Sea of Japan that, was, recorded by this guy named Snell, and, and all that article was censored. So we don't really know, but, it's all, blah, 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 and nothing ever happened. The interesting thing is, you've got to remember that I dealt with documents destruction. And because I dealt with documents destruction, then I saw things that nobody was allowed to see. I saw things that nobody was ever supposed to see. Now, my mother, of course, was on site in many of these areas. Because she was a member of nobility, she had carte blanche. She could go anywhere she wished. And because she was a bit of a celebrity, everybody wanted her there. She was kind of like what Sora Aoi is in Japan today, which is basically kind of like this sex symbol who was a morale booster. And because of that, she was allowed in areas just to boost morale. And, of course, because she was royalty, she was looked at in awe. Now, this is not related to the Yamato dynasty per se. This was the Kyushu dynasty, which was established by a Chinese alchemist in Japan and then relocated to China during Japan's ancient civil wars between the North and the South, Japan's ancient version of the War of the Roses. Now, because of that, she would basically say that when the Americans were fighting in Korea, and at the time, the Americans, of course, fought all the way up to the northern line, right on the border with China. She made me aware of what to look for when I was destroying Korean War era film. And there was footage in North Korea that the Americans had taken. In 1950, there was Hungnam, Korea was photographed by Marines. And it literally had a headline, this photograph that was taken by Marines, that said, Coastal Conan, Japan's Los Alamos. I mean, this was like their headline. And so with that, you know that the Americans were aware that the Japanese had a nuclear program. They are at this point in history trying to revise history so it sticks with that. And they're trying to say, oh, well, it's like the Nazis. They had this failed nuclear program that, never really went anywhere. And so this is how they try and spin it now until, when we reveal everything in context is the only way anything makes sense. But, you're going to be hearing this kind of shit now coming out to try and cushion the blow. This is basically what is happening now. You're not going to find that in any place like Wikipedia. If you look up Wikipedia, the bathroom wall of information intercourse, you're going to find, if I look it up right now, they'll say, the Japanese program to develop nuclear weapons was ultimately unable to progress beyond the laboratory stage before Japanese surrender in August 1945. Now, this is like how everybody in America thinks of the Japanese atomic bomb project. Weak, embryonic, still in the laboratory phase. In other words, according to Wikipedia, the Japanese accomplished next to nothing. Now, of course, such a portrayal is completely untrue, and it's demeaning to the Japanese, but that's the intent. And it's like, it pervades all popular and scholarly history. You can try and balance Wikipedia with contrary evidence gathered in Japan or elsewhere, including material from the United States National Archives. And I did. And I did this from a separate IP address, not as Douglas Dietrich. My friends helped me out, and I went in as just an anonymous individual, and Wikipedia rejected my entry, stating that their Department of Energy employee and several historical and security journals disagreed with my assessment. Sorry,
yeah,
Wikipedia.
Forget trying to put anything on Wikipedia. If you're Peter Moon or Douglas Dietrich, they will reject it.
Well, like I said, I was disguised as someone else, and I was using a different IP address, and my friends were helping me out. And it doesn't matter who
well, if it's not necessarily the names, it's the information that Douglas Dietrich or Peter Moon are going to bring up. It's the same thing. It's whether it's your name or the information you're putting up, because even if you're not using your name, it's the information. I've put up information to correct them on the Romanian Sphinx. They reject it. It's just dead ass wrong what they put, and I don't even remember what it was, but I was correcting them.
Yeah.
They have their own imperiousness. But a very important point, and I've already figured out how to end the book, and basically saying in so many words, there's many occult factors behind all of this, but this book is not about the occult factors, and those occult factors lead into the next book. This is a satanic spell. In other words, this rejection of the truth and this hiding of the truth is all amounts to a satanic spell or a satanic impetus that has pervaded America. For all of its positives, it's writing on an incredible negative, and that is, so much of it is embedded into the U.S. Army and the antecedents of the U.S. Army. It's so why they don't like. So when you have these people acting so lame with their ability to act, it's no different than Maury Terry's description of the prosecution of Satanists when they have committed crimes. And in fact, in his book, he talks about one of the greatest resistors of this case being brought against the police or pedophilia. I forget what the case was, but it turned out the prosecutor was a pedophile and he was exposed. But he was going to great lengths to stop the investigation.
Yes.
And this is the problem with these people. They are enablers of a satanic agenda. They are not necessarily Satanists, but this applies to the man on the street who believes what he's told. He's a victim of propaganda. but this stuff runs on deeper, subtle levels than just propaganda. And so the way this book is opening the door to a deeper story where we go into the Presidio, a story that's probably much easier to tell now that Aquino has passed, and will get much more traction than it would have when he was alive. But when people are not ready to face this stuff even now, when I bring this up in any sort of Scientology forum or ex-Scientology forum, these people go blank. They don't respond. They, on some level, dismiss it. On some level, they might accept it, but they don't go anywhere with it. It's just like they stop. They don't say, hey, that's interesting. Can I get some more information? That's interesting. What else do you have to say about it? They don't say anything. And this has been a habit just on the very name, the correct name of Jesus, Yod-Heh Shin Vav-Heh, the Pentagrammaton. Nobody talks about that. Nobody responds. It's like that breaks apart the spell people are under the name of the anglicized name of Jesus and all of the associated stupidity that goes with that name.
Yes, and yeah, go on.
Well, it's like, so that book that I wrote about that, The Synchronicity in the Seventh Seal, was a personal exorcism for me. Okay. To exercise all of the crap that I had accrued in researching what I'd researched. And it released so much. It was very positive. But it's like, what do people do? I saw one person insulting either his audience or his potential audience because he was very frustrated with their stupidity.
Well, I can't blame him for that.
You don't want to be insulting your audience.
No, but
it doesn't work. It's not good, and you want to educate them and help them and teach them, and people like that. But there are so many people that they don't respond. Then what has to happen? You have to become either more clever or adept at reaching them. For example, and this applies on just the normal human relations.
Yes.
If I want to tell my wife something, it's good to take, and well, she did. This is not the best case for her, because I said, you need to take vitamin C, D3, and COVID and zinc for COVID. So she takes it. She didn't need me, but it's better if you approach even your wife with an article on it, rather than you telling them. It's even better than saying, Dr. So-and-so said this. Yeah. People they don't want to be told. They want to be pointed. They're more comfortable if they read it on the school bulletin board. The game's at 12 o'clock. If they see it on the bulletin board, it's more convincing than if you tell them.
Well, there you have that. That's what will bring us back to some more news.
The book. That's the magic of the book.
Yes, thank you. And that's why I'll bring up some more newspaper articles that people should be able to find aside from Snell's. Now, it's important to know this. As I said, the Japanese had no less than 3 nuclear weapons programs during World War II. And so the Imperial Japanese Army's nuclear weapons effort was inadvertently bombed out of existence when Kyoto-shi, the capital city, ancient Kyoto, the ancient capital of Japan, was hit. But the Imperial Japanese Navy triggered the uranium-based Trinity-style nuclear detonation off Konan Complex for the Americans to observe, so that the Americans would realize they were dealing with a nuclear power and they had best step back and stand down. And that was, of course, on the Chosan, off the tributary of the Chosan River, and it's integral to the North Korean site of its continuing atomic programs today. And 3 days after Nagasaki was bombed, that was specifically for American observation since the nuclear landmines of the third project, which was directly controlled by Emperor Hirohito's Unit 713. Not Unit 731, but Unit 713. Unit 731 was directly commanded by the Emperor for biocidal researches. Unit 713 was directly commanded by the Emperor for nuclear researches. That's when all of his atomic ordnance was set off to literally disintegrate the Soviet advance on the 39th parallel of the Korean Peninsula. Too far inland for the Americans to observe, but that was to basically bring them deep into Asia, atomize them, and then force them and the Americans to go at each other so that Emperor Hirohito could sell the Americans weapons to rebuild the empire and the economy. Emperor Hirohito had to get the Soviets into Manchuria, into North Korea. There, he could drag the Americans in to combat them, make money, rebuild the empire. He was the master strategist, which is why, out of 3,000 years of Japanese emperors, he's the only one the Japanese give a public holiday to. Now, when the United States propagandizes this profoundly anti-nuclear Japan, the empire has not only long possessed everything both necessary to and on standby to construct nuclear weapons, they've had an arsenal of ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, operational since the Korean War, since 1953. Originally based on German V-2 rocket technology, now far beyond that, always acting decisively and drawing down proactive hostilities as contemporaneously pursued by the Sino-Soviet Communist bloc on the Korean Peninsula, now the Sino-Slavic Synaxis in the post-Soviet era. Now, again, the Imperial Japanese Army's nuclear efforts were bombed out in Kyoto. The Emperor directly controlled the most decisive program. It goes without saying because it had the most resources. And that was the so-called Third Project, the nuclear ordnance that was simply deployed as landmines, that was disintegrating the Soviet advance on the 39th parallel. The other Japanese naval-based program off of Hungnam complex itself, that was the one where they triggered the bomb for American observation, because the other bombs blown off by Hirohito's Unit 713, Unit 713, were not observable by the Americans. They were too far inland. So they blew one up just for the Americans to see. Now, everything that the Americans say about the Snell article, simply because it's the most famous or infamous. You had the New York Times producing so-called retractions and various other statements they had produced. Probably the most important thing to know is that there's many articles, but I think the easiest one to find would be a World Press article attesting to atomic works at Konan/Hungnam, Korea, during the Korean War. It ran on page 1. It was a headline article on November 28th, 1950, of the Canberra Times. Canberra is the capital of Australia. And the Canberra Times had an article that said, vast atomic plant wiped out in Korea. And it's headlined from out of Tokyo. It says, Tokyo, Monday, atom bomb materials were being made at the CIAN, they call it, which is some fucking Western bastardization of the Hungnam or Konan complex. Giant explosives and chemicals works at Hungnam. Oh, it says giant, but they they like missed off a T word on it. You know, they misspelled it with a capital G and they left out a T. Fucking Aussies. Anyhow, it says atom bomb materials were being made at the giant explosives and chemicals works at Hungnam on the northeast Korean coast until it was totally destroyed by superfort bombing, meaning the B-29 superfortresses. This is it during the Korean War. An Air Force investigation team sent to Hungnam after its occupation reported yesterday that the works covered several square miles and were the biggest of their kind in Asia. The works were built by the Japanese in 1931. I mean, what the fuck else do you need? This is like on the headlines of an Australian newspaper.
Since the Russian occupation of North Korea in 1945, it had been supplying all its products to Russia.
There you go. You found
it.
You found it. You found it. Thank you.
I looked it up. I looked up Canberra Times, Tuesday, November 28th, 1950.
Oh, thank you. Now I don't have to scan this old clipping from my dad.
It's not and it's not a headline. It's the headline of this particular paper is, there's two headlines. It says, UN forces reel back under stunning blows from Reds, most recent gains lost. It says, and then the other side, it says, death roll in U.S. storm exceeds 200. So it's down below. It's a, there must be about 20 to 30 articles on the front page. It's just one of many. It's about 6 inches long.
And it should be on the headlines, but it's a fucking column. Yeah, thank you. And
it's kind of a bullet point article. It's not really an article. It's just a like a little snippet.
I mean, this is at this point we're entering surrealism. This is like a Fellini film. I mean, basically they're saying, the Japanese have been building atomic bombs since, before World War II. We just wiped out a big plant, or, they claim to have wiped it out. Of course, the North Koreans are still building atomic bombs out of that site, so obviously whatever damage they did was repaired. But they're reporting out of Tokyo. And it's just kind of like, off the cuff, big accident on the highway. It was hazardous materials. Just keep going right along. Don't inhale too much of it. Maybe you won't die. But other such stories, they were appearing in newspapers elsewhere. Airstrikes may have hit red atom plants. That was August 23rd of 1950. The Independent News Service, the INS, or capture of atomic plant in Korea. That was October 26, 1950. A UP. That's UP. Atomic material from Korea seen. It just goes on. I mean, basically, North Korean censorship following the war ended any further reporting, of course, because the North Koreans regained control of the territory. And obviously, for all the damage the Americans were trying to do, this is the point I was making. How do you damage a site so large that it encompasses Hoover Dam size constructions that are redirecting the course of 3 major rivers in Asia? You can't just damage it with a few bombs and a few strikes, no matter what the Americans did. This complex was so vast. My mother had been there, and June had taken her on a tour after I suspect she had slept with him. And this was like, we're talking a city. This is like larger than a city and its environs. It would be like the entire San Francisco Greater Bay Area regional metroplex, including Berkeley and Oakland. It's like that. We're talking that size. So, obviously, but by the articles like Peter Moon just found, what you've got is the fact that the Allies had known about atomic plants existing in Hungnam for some time, long before Snell. In other words, Snell's 1946 report was in line with what United States investigators knew up to the Korean War, which began on June 25th.
What gets interesting to me about all of this is it's like we're changing the way people think. It's all about the way people think. And there's a lot of people that will say, make up your mind for yourself, study it yourself. It's a healthy attitude. But it's like you have on the the what is it on Facebook? If you say anything about the election, they'll say, "Look at the election results." And I have a Facebook friend who absolutely despises Trump. Despises Trump. She says something about the election that's not anything Google would or Facebook would be upset with, and they give that same damn thing. You know, it's like it's out of control, even to their own standards. In other words, look to the election results. She's making a joke, and it's like anything you say, they keep trying to redirect your thought, no matter what it is, and it's stupid. But the whole thing is, Google wants to control your thinking, very much so. Facebook wants to control your thinking, and of course, beyond the election, the media wants to control your thinking, and everything that you have to offer is in the face of that, and it influences the way people think, and this is a great positive. So, but we're dealing with, and this is where the art-elect comes in too. But we're thinking about thinking. I mean, the words are, you know, the words, the documents. It's very good that they're there, but what in the hell are people thinking?
Well, they're not thinking at all. So to try and put this in historical context, so people understand this, obviously the Allies knew about the atomic plants in North Korea because they kept trying to bomb them during the war, the Korean War. The Korean War was simply an extension of World War II. It was an extension of the Northeast Asian theater of operations. Everybody hears of the Pacific theater of war. Only truly professional historians or actual old military men who are now all dead for the most part, and a few relics on life support in palliative care or hospices, know about CBI, or China, Burma, India, that other Asian theater of war that was covered to a large extent by the British, and the British know of it, but the Americans don't. But the Americans know of the Pacific theater of war. Then there was the NEATO, NEATO, Northeast Asian theater of war, which the Americans and the British now credit to the Russians, and they try to say, oh, this is what ended World War II, was actually the Russian intervention in the NEATO, the Northeast Asian Theater of Operations, and they brought in Japanese surrender that the atomic bombs could not, which is, of course, a lie on the face of it, if anyone is aware of the fact that Russia and Japan are still at war. So all of this has to be put into context of the fact as to the Americans and their bombing raids on Hungnam and Chongjin, further north of the coast of the Korean Peninsula, targeting atomic works in both former Japanese strongholds for months. They were doing in the Korean War what they could never do in World War II because they could never get past Japan and its air defenses. For instance, in August, the International News Service reported, and this was 1950. As a matter of fact, it's in the Cairns Post, Cairns. I'm looking up through my dad's old scrapbook here. That was on his birthday. That's why he saved the article. October 23rd, 1950. Trap on North Koreans sealed tighter. Now, and you had a New York Times story on October 22nd, his birthday Eve Day, 1950, that was headlined, Atomic Energy Plants Hunted in North Korea. And what these are saying is that, of course, that, let me see, it says, U.S. Navy headquarters in Tokyo today announced its participation in a campaign to destroy North Korean industrial facilities with possible links to the Russian atomic program. The Konan, and in parentheses, Hungnam fertilizer and explosive plants, the first target hit by B-29 superforts, have long been the object of intense Allied intelligence interest. Belief now exists that these plants may have been linked with the Russian atomic program. Now, of course, all of this is the context in which you have to see the fact that the communist Chinese, whom the Japanese counterbalance, have long known that the Japanese have their own nuclear deterrent force that exists, and it's fairly common knowledge even in the United States military and intelligence circles. Japan's ICBM, its Intercontinental Ballistic Missile Force, amounting to a dozen or so pinpoint targeted supermassive missiles of mega destruction, high accuracy missile systems carrying 10 nuclear warheads each, with nuclear yields assessed at 750 kilotons, or a single megaton, is deployed around the iconic Mount Fujiyama-sama, Mount Fuji, the calendar mountain, mostly on the reverse slope away from China, to complicate nuclear strikes by missiles that the communist Chinese deploy, which are confined to ballistic trajectories. Now, the Japanese have that. So what the Japanese were telling the Americans was to destroy their World War II facilities that my mother had seen personally, so that the North Koreans wouldn't someday use them to manufacture nuclear weapons to threaten Japan. So the Japanese were telling the Americans, under direct orders of Emperor Hirohito, through MacArthur, at that time, who was in charge of the war effort, destroy the Conan complex, hinder its capabilities, and at least retard the production for decades, which is what happened. That much was accomplished. And because the Russians as well had opportunistically invaded the peninsula and basically did their best to probably sack the site as well as they could, it was probably stripped on the surface. But aside from that, the Koreans were able to rebuild everything that they did. This, of course, is one reason why the North Koreans kidnap Japanese. And aside from the fact that they're kidnapping young Japanese girls and raising them as Koreans to reinsert in Japan as recognizably ethnic Japanese, but North Korean indoctrinated assets or agents, the North Koreans have done their best to try and purchase Japanese scientists. They've tried to abduct a few. But the real process was never really accomplished in developing a Japanese science community in North Korea, so they basically relied on their own domestic scientists and ultimately have succeeded in producing World War II era atomic missiles. Recently warped up, tweaked out, and improved. But until very recently, they were just blowing up World War II era nuclear weapons. All of this was exactly what the Japanese intended, was to keep them retarded in their development for many decades, and they succeeded in this by deploying the American military as their mercenary force to do just that. Now, the Japanese self-defense forces, as the Americans know them, and the United States military maintain separate command systems per Japanese law. So get that through your heads, people. It's not that the Americans occupied Japan at all, and never did. But what the Americans consider occupation and what the Japanese consider reconstruction, the Americans will act as if they still occupy Japan when, if you look up occupation ending in Japan, you'll find out it ended like 1950-something. Before the decade in which I was born, before the 1960s, by the Americans' own reckoning. About the time of the Japanese Peace Treaty, of course, 1952, 1953, the Americans declared, an end to occupation. And then by Japanese law, the American and Japanese forces maintain separate command systems. Now, just to put this in perspective, forget everything I said about the nukes. The Japanese army is now as strong as it was in the Second World War. It's been that way for quite some time. Japan's military navy has 20 submarines for attack. No less than a score of attack submarines. They got 39 for destruction. That means these are literally submarines that exist solely to deliver missiles of mass destruction. 8 of these are equipped with the Aegis combat system, and they've got 3 helicopter carriers. That's aircraft carriers, people. Each one of those so-called helicopter carriers is as large in size as Japanese World War II aircraft carriers. They're actually larger. So you've got this genuine military force in Japan that is actually far more effective than what the Americans have. But you might ask, okay, so if the Japanese were asking the Americans to destroy their nuclear-capable plants in North Korea, how did the Japanese get this nuclear deterrence? Well, it's quite simple. They won the war, so they forced the Americans to surrender nuclear fissile materials to them. The United States circumvented laws to help Japan accumulate tons of plutonium. You can look this up. It's been exposed in news articles. And there was a news article on April 9th of 2012 that addressed just this scandal. It turned out that the United States deliberately allowed Japan to access the United States' most secret nuclear weapons facilities, while it transferred tens of billions of United States dollars worth of American tax-paid research that has allowed Japan to amass no less than 70 tons of weapons-grade plutonium since the 1980s that they knew of by 2012. That was a national security scandal that should have made the headlines, but you never heard of it. The United States deliberately allowed the Japanese Empire access to the United States' most secret nuclear weapons facilities, while it transferred tens of billions of dollars worth of American tax-paid research that has allowed Japan to amass, by 2012, 70 tons of weapons-grade plutonium since the 1980s. That was revealed by a National Security News Service investigation. Now, those activities violated all American laws regarding controls of sensitive nuclear materials that could be diverted to weapons programs in Japan. Specifically. Don't let the Japs get this, but they got it. So the NSNS investigation, National Security News Service, found that the United States has known about a secret nuclear weapons program in Japan since the decade Douglas Dietrich was born. The 1960s. That's according to CIA reports. You can look this up at www.dcbureau.org. That's a government website. District of Columbia, dcbureau.org. So, because the Japanese won the war, it was your laws be damned, just hand it over. We're modernizing. Now, we're talking about, this is shortly after the peace treaty, 1953, the 1960s, the Americans began to have to do this. And at this point, you have to face up to the fact that America surrendered. You cannot look at that and say, America won the war. You cannot look at what I've just said and even maintain the delusion that America can pretend that it won the fucking war. So, this is one among many facts that we're exposing tonight that makes Peter Moon's appearance here tonight so important. He came here specifically to ask these questions about these specific subjects, and this is what we're going to round out certain elements of the book with.
And yes, and it's all about denial.
Yes.
You can tell somebody something, but it's like an addict who is in denial. He's going to deny it. And these people are addicted to false information.
Well, they're addicted to this concept that America is on top of the world because it won World War II. This is the lie that has allowed the American military to grow like a cancer based on, we won World War II. This is why you've got to give us all the money. Yeah, you've got to, yeah, because otherwise it's like the man in the high castle. The Japs and the Nazis would be all over America now, and this is something they never wanted. They just wanted the market. They just wanted the Americans to open the goddamn market, and of course that's what the Americans did. This is so honestly, I want to thank you so much, Peter, for forcing us to confront this, and I'm hoping people understand the enormity of what we're saying, and that the book will be dealing with this in detail. Now, it's not going to be, say, for instance, full of footnotes, which is what makes all these other books look like they're quote-unquote academic. But that's not the point. We're making it so it can be...
You know, Douglas, when I start writing about this, you know, your information, and I'm putting it into as user-friendly as I can, and I come across this article, The Atlantic Constitution, and then what you just showed with the Canberra Times, it's like, and this is like a continual barrage of information that when you read the book, it's kind of like, it can start out a little wobbly, but by the time you keep lining up all the facts from, you know, the biocidal weapons, here I'm now off on the atomic bit. We forgot all about the biocidals, and those are the real dangerous things.
Yes.
And so it's like, and all of a sudden we get to this stupid ass story about aliens at Roswell, which is completely captivated. I think if I was gonna make a satirical movie, I'd mix Roswell with the you know, the crucifixion of Christ or something. Have them superimposed. But nevertheless, this is a very powerful bunch of data that I put together. And when people look at this stuff, it's like, how much do you need to hear? Now, we have the same thing going on in the election. Right now, we have a wide body of data that is challenging the election, and you have people saying, well, no, it's false. It's just false claims. And obviously, there hasn't been time to do a comprehensive investigation of the data, you know, and look at all the claims. There's not time for it. So you have people saying you can do a cursory data, and, you know, the cursory data as presented by Republicans will say, yes, it's fraudulent. But of course, nobody's had time to investigate this and ferret out each one. The Justice Department isn't interrogating any of these people. At least we don't hear about it. Mm-hmm. But in any case, it's the same here. It's like people will like the data or not like it. And this puts us in the realm of choice. You know, it's like, I like this data, I like that data, without any objectivity or respect to due diligence of the data. But what you say in the book, what I help you say, what we say together,
yes,
it's you know, it's irrefutable, because you can back these things up, and the only parts that are refutable are the points. They're not even refutable. The ones when you're saying, this is what I saw.
Yes.
You can't refute that. You can just say, that's what you saw.
Yes.
You know? Yes. And that's the data that's presented, and it lines up with everything. And the whole damn thesis is not really anything other than Roswell's a bunch of crap.
Yes. Yes.
That's the real purpose of the book.
In one sense, I'd like to think it was more to...
It's more than that.
Yeah. Yes.
But it's more than that. It shows the whole stream of lies.
Yes.
The lying ass. And then it leads us back to the doorway to Satan.
Yes, pretty much. There we are.
And it's contextually that way. And then you say, okay, look at this. And I realize we're not going to put the Messiah in this book, the murdered Messiah. But he'll be mentioned in the second book.
Yes. Yes. And that's, yes, the murdered Messiah in this book, for those of you who are listening, we were actually personally attacked in terms of verbal attack by, I forget the name of Henry Wallace's grandson. What was it again?
Wallace. I don't know his name.
Yeah, I can't remember. Neither one of us can remember his first name, but he was the grandson of Henry Wallace. Personally attacked us, calling myself a sex doll.
But Wallace appears in this article by Snell. Listen, it says the story. He's talking about the Korean complex. He says, the story may throw light on Stalin's recent statement that America will not long have a monopoly on atomic weapons. Possibly also helps explains the stand taken by Henry A. Wallace. I don't know what that was, but he mentions Wallace in the article.
Holy shit! Now that's incredibly interesting. It goes to show Henry Wallace, of course, was a card-carrying communist. He was in direct communication with the enemy. So it's not surprising to me that they would be turning towards Wallace. They probably had expected him at that point to become president. It was just before he was running, I believe. So they were probably already trying to promote him. And the important thing about what we exposed tonight was that obviously the Americans knew of the atomic bomb project on the Korean Peninsula. They were given all the information they needed in terms of coordinates by the Japanese on behalf of the Japanese. More than anything else, the Americans were attempting to destroy those facilities. Bear in mind, this is 1950. These are in the opening stages of the war on the peninsula when it was extremely mobile. It was a mobile war. It was very fluid. The Americans made it all the way up to the north on the border of China. The Koreans themselves, along with the Communist Chinese, later made it all the way down south, and the Americans were holding on by a mere toehold, the Pusan perimeter. The entire peninsula had been overwhelmed by both sides at one point or another in this extremely fluid phase of the war. And during that period of time, when MacArthur was under direct pay of the Japanese emperor and being told where to bomb, the entire point was to retard the development or the Soviet access to these materials or specialists of the North Koreans, because there were plenty of North Korean engineers and scientists who had been trained by the Japanese. There wasn't just the Japanese scientific community, which was no longer in that area. So the idea was simply to bomb the facilities to the point where they would retard the process. But know that this, again, 1950, was after the Soviets had exploded an atomic bomb. There was no question the Soviets had an atomic bomb. The reason they were doing this was to prevent the North Koreans or the Communist Chinese from bombing Japan with atomic weapons. So that's why they were maintaining these sites under bombardment, so that they would not be mobilizing against the Japanese at that point. And so
why did the Russians want to protect Japan?
Not the Russians, but the Japanese were having the Americans bomb these facilities so that the Russians or the Communist Chinese or the North Koreans, but specifically Communist China and North Korea, couldn't bomb Japan. The Russians did not want to protect Japan at all, but they did.
Yeah, I didn't get the pronoun.
But it's interesting you say that.
Russians.
It's interesting you say that, because there's actually that brings up a point, because the Soviets shot down American planes getting too close to Hungnam, and they later claimed it was a mistake. That's according to Ambassador Edwin W. Pauley, who was charged by President Truman to fact find in Korea and was denied entrance. You can look that up. That's a matter of historical fact. And Edwin Pauley, his surname spelled Pauley, he was charged by President Truman to fact find in Korea. He was denied entrance, and that was at that time that American planes getting too close to Hungnam. This was before the Korean War. They were getting too close to Hungnam, then Soviets kept shooting them down and saying, oh, it was a mistake. They were obviously protecting the site, and that was, you get that in context, I'm sure. You understand.
Yes, did the Russians get any of their, I mean, did they get the nuclear bomb from Conan?
There were so many sources for the Russian atomic bomb, and it took so long to develop. They were their own worst saboteurs. They put, as you might have seen what I said in the vampire book, if I know that you didn't necessarily read it in depth, but in the book about vampirology, I actually outline the head of the KGB, at the time it was the NKVD, and that was under Beria, and how he was put in charge of the atomic bomb project by Joseph Stalin. And Pyotr was the name of the scientist who was literally kidnapped by Joseph Stalin, a former Russian emigre who escaped to England at the time the communists took over. And then the communists, with a lot of British help, the British actually helped to abduct him out of London and have him shipped back to the Soviet Union. He was a Kapitsky, I believe his name was. I'd have to look it up. It's in the book, Vampirology. And he brought up the fact that Beria, when Stalin put him in charge of the atomic bomb project, he said that the choice couldn't have been more idiotic. And he said that to Stalin's face. And Stalin just respected him enough where he didn't kill him. And even though Beria desperately wanted him dead.
Wait, the choice of picking Beria was stupid, or
picking Beria for it. Beria was, of course.
Because he's not a scientist.
Yes, that's right. Yes, and Pyotr, of course, was. And the point that I make is that the Russians did everything to sabotage themselves, but they were getting all the help from the rest of the world. The British were trying to help them. The American communists were trying to help them, including Oppenheimer. And Oppenheimer was another card-carrying member of the Communist Party, and he was somebody who was just giving information to the Russians. And then you had, of course, that Jewish couple that they hanged them. If you remember the Rosenbergs. The Rosenbergs, they hanged them, and they were giving. There were so many people that the Russians were getting help from all over the world, and so the fact that they didn't get the bomb sooner was simply because of stupid decisions like putting Beria in charge of the project. But the end result was that I'm certain Conan probably had some effect to that impacted the development of the Soviet atomic bomb, but there were so many factors that went into that, it's almost impossible to trace how much the Conan complex factored into that. I would say simply that the Russians didn't know what they were seeing at Conan. They probably never even pierced the majority of the complex. Now, remember, one of the things that my mother told me, maybe I didn't communicate it well enough, is that much of it was underground. There was no other nation in the world who built their power generation systems as deep underground and bunkered them as the Japanese did. The Japanese were very much prepared for bombardment. This is why the Americans, even when bombing it throughout the Korean War, couldn't do much to it. Too much of it was just too bunkered and deep underground. And so when you take a look at some footage I was ordered to destroy, which I'm sure is probably, many of these things get declassified. So a lot of this kind of footage then becomes loose on YouTube or the internet. You've got other historians who have been listening to me for years, and they just rip me off left and right, and they probably have looked this footage up and found it declassified and put it up on YouTube. You can probably see footage that I was ordered to destroy, and if it survives, it might be on YouTube today, like one about the Marines, and it was from a 1951 film titled With the Marines, Chosen to Hongnam, and that was subtitle was Chosin, the river Chosin, to Hongnam. These were the two dammed rivers aside from the Yalu that provided all this energy in that complex. And this was made in 1951 during the Korean War. And there's images that when I destroyed this footage, I had to review it first to make certain that it was collated, then I could destroy it. My mother had prepared me enough with what she had told me growing up that I knew what to look for. And I saw a snow-covered mountain top in the remote Chosin Reservoir area of interior North Korea, up from the coastal Konan area, the Hungnam region. And that area coincided with what my mother described as a hidden cave-like workplace where, even according to a former DOD investigator, a Department of Defense investigator, Dwight Ryder, David Snell wrote that Japanese technicians had assembled their atomic bomb on August 10th of 1945. And you could see a fence, and it was out in the middle of nowhere. Now, the first thing you learn in imagery interpretation, which I learned from reconnaissance experts, was that there are no straight lines in nature. And I could clearly make out what was a vent, basically, an air vent. And so, you know, my mother told me when I described it, she says, oh, if you kept looking, you would have seen a door, water pipes, other indications of, you know, the workplaces. So this is just another example of where people can go to look. The fact is that Snell, of course, was derided and attacked only in terms of his article, and a bunch of people trying to disprove it, saying, oh, there's only this article. Now, we've just proved that's utter bullshit. There's not only the Snell article. You've had other articles in other papers at the time that gave us a steady stream of information. And so we know at this point, not only indisputably did the Japanese have an atomic bomb program there, but that everybody was reporting on the need for the Americans to bomb the site so that there wouldn't be more bombs manufactured that this time would be used to attack Japan by the communist North Koreans. So you might say, why would the Americans care? Well, because MacArthur worked for the Emperor at that point, to the point where Truman considered him a traitor and said he had to fire him. And that's when MacArthur said, fuck it, I'll go home and take over the United States. He was so maniacal because the Emperor had him so buttered up and psyched out. MacArthur thought he could cross the Pacific like Caesar crossed the Rubicon. He came home, and this was reinforced when he was greeted in San Francisco by what 500,000 people at least, maybe more. And then by the time he went to the government in District of Columbia, he made that old soldiers fade away speech, and people were responding, we have heard the voice of God. And it took the Senate to launch an investigation to prevent MacArthur from holding a coup d'etat. And that's when you had Truman. And I spoke of this in that episode which Peter Moon listened to. I'm sure he remembers it. Truman basically wrote in his diary, and it was never released till years and years later, though I saw original copies of it and was ordered to destroy them. He wrote that MacArthur's trying to bring home the imperial system to the United States, and I am not going to run again for president. It's too much for me. The MacArthur incident almost destroyed Truman. Matter of fact, it did. And he said, I'm not going to run for president, even though legitimately he could have. He said, I'm not going to run for president again. It's too much for me. And that he said MacArthur's trying to bring home the same imperial system of the emperor he works for, our enemy. And that was when MacArthur came home and tried to make himself an American Caesar. They actually wrote a book by that name, and they never explain why. It's like you read this book, American Caesar. Well, what does that mean? It's never explained in the book. What the fuck does it mean? It meant that you had a general who thought he was going to take over the United States and the Republic and declare himself dictator because he had been working for Emperor Hirohito and figured this is how it's done. And to the point where he argued with his own executive commander-in-chief and was fired. So he was defending Japan. That's why he was known as the Emperor's General. And there's a book by that title. And so here you've got MacArthur working for the Emperor, but where do the Japanese then get their uranium since it was all in North Korea? Well, they've got denied access to that now. We're trying to get the Americans to retard development there. It was in the hands of their enemy. At that point, well, fuck, get it from the Americans. That's why starting in the decade in which I was born, when I first laid eyes on this Vale of Tears, the Japanese started telling the Americans, okay, start shipping us plutonium. And the Americans are shipping them plutonium. Yeah, these are the same Japs that they always tell you, yeah, they made that Godzilla monster because he represents their fear of the atomic bomb. Yeah, they had such a horrible experience with the atomic bomb. That's why that Jap scientist kept saying we got to use it for peaceful purposes, all this nuclear power. Because, we want nuclear power plants everywhere because, we're so scared of this shit. Yeah, that's why they had Fukushima, because they got so many fucking nuclear power plants around that you get a big enough tsunami and the security systems don't kick in time to shut the fucking thing down and you get a meltdown. Well, that's because of Stuxnet, but, that's another aside. That being said, the point's well made. They got nuclear power everywhere because the Japanese aren't afraid of nuclear power. They're the guys who built the fucking bomb. And Godzilla is a national fucking mascot because obviously the Japanese aren't scared of Godzilla. They've embraced him. So, I mean, there you have all that. I mean, stuff like this should be painfully obvious. The fact that I even have to explain it.
Yeah, but you see, it's like it took me so long of processing this data before I could really see it. You know, not that I was rejecting it, but to really see it. It takes a lot of, you know, and that's hopefully what I'm doing for the people, so they can just read it and not have to do all the churning and processing of information. Because one of the challenges when you talk, it like stirs up so much that you've got to start, oh, what about this? What about that? It makes people start asking questions, not necessarily questioning your information, but it makes them ask other questions, and it kind of can set your head reeling, because the stuff you're talking about is just, it's like you're hearing stuff, you know, it's like finding out your uncle was a Nazi or something, and you never even, you know, it's like, what the hell is this? You know, it's like, and it makes you start looking at everything different. So that's one of the challenges with this, and I think the book will do a very good job. And as you say, people are very conditioned not to believe the government. That also, I want to say something before I go, because I'm going to have to go.
Understood.
But right now, we're going through a big, what is it? Pluto and Saturn are about to leave Capricorn, and we're due for a major restructuring of the government, regardless of how all this presidential election stuff turns out. And it's for the positive. It's a restructuring of the government. What I learned today through private channels, it doesn't just apply to the government as we know it. It applies to the secret government, the secret societies that influence the government. Many of these are becoming destabilized and beginning to flail. Part of it is generational. The people that ran the Bohemian Grove 20 years ago are dying away. The people who attended it 20 years ago as prominent attendees, when Alex Jones supposedly crashed the party, they're dying away. and as they die, the institution loses some of its zing. And not just that institution, but all of the secret places that control the secret places. So this is, and it's also a time of secrets being released. And the government losing, well, the government has always had credibility problems, but now it's getting even greater credibility problems from both sides, from the left and the right, because it's not doing the right thing.
This is an institutional crisis that I will speak of when I'm monologuing tonight. And just to kind of finalize what we're saying, and we'll let Peter Moon go to bed because it's very late. It's after 11 p.m. where he's at, and we do want you to give our love to Paula, and so appreciated that she was on the other night. Hopefully she can come on again soon. I'll ask her those questions about petroleum that I had meant to ask about Romania, the black blood of Romania itself.
She knows nothing about that, she said.
Understood, but still.
Absolutely nothing about it. Absolutely.
By the way, you can tell her that I'm convinced she's maintaining that for national security purposes. She's maintaining the secrets close to her vest. But
she would laugh very hard.
Yeah.
And most of that oil is not in her, where she comes from anyway. It's to the south of the Carpathians.
Understood. But, definitely she could speak to the mystical aspects of it. I think that there's something very mystical about the oil in Romania. The black blood of Romania, as Adolf Hitler, my biological father, referenced it. The black blood of the Reich, he called it, as a matter of fact, that she might have some hints about, and probably doesn't remember consciously. But just so people understand, the Japanese so-called helicopter carriers, they can carry airplanes. As a matter of fact, this is why they are buying the airplanes from the United States, just so they don't have to go through the problem of manufacturing their own domestically right now to get an instant solution for the needs of immediate warfare. Japan's negotiations with the United States demonstrate that Japan is replacing its 107 old planes, the F-4 and the F-15, with the new generation VA F-35A. And Japan also wants about 40 of the F-35B. That's far more important. That's the version of the F-35 with VTOL, vertical takeoff and landing, destined for the military navy. So that each one of those smaller carriers, as large as they are, being as big as World War II Japanese aircraft carriers, they're considered helicopter carriers by today's standards because these modern fighter jet aircraft need so much space to take off that the only way they can effectively become aircraft carriers is with VTOL or vertical takeoff and landing craft similar to the old British Harriers, which the British don't even make anymore. So Japan already has 2 new destroyers, and the helicopter carriers of the Izumo class. Each weighs 27,000 tons and is 248 meters long. The ships are equipped with an anti-submarine system and an anti-ship system, and each ship has the capacity to carry on board 400 Japanese naval infantry, what Americans would call Marines. And furthermore, in place of the helicopters, those so-called helicopter carrier ships can carry on board up to 18 of these F-35B fighter planes. So if you want to think about what a Japanese ship of the class Izumo can be transformed into in a heartbeat, it's like the Wasp or America carrier class of England or the United States. With the English, I believe it would be the Wasp class carrier. With the Americans, it would be like the America class carrier. So they've got all the capabilities for an expeditionary unit ready to intervene anywhere in the world, similar to that of the United States, far superior in professionalism. And their Navy, of course, is based with the establishment of their military brigade, their ARDB, their expeditionary force for deployment instantaneously on the mainland of Asia or anywhere in the world, with their base at Sasebo, near Nagasaki. So this is one of the reasons that when you hear about Nagasaki or Hiroshima bombardment, of course, not only was Hiroshima the place where most Japanese Americans who were stuck in Japan and therefore spoke both perfect English and Japanese were being used to translate American intercepted communications was in Hiroshima, but also the Japanese had a nuclear program there. It was one of their active cyclotrons. And remember, the Japanese had so many cyclotrons that after the war, they destroyed nigh half a dozen of them. Think about what they had going throughout the war. This is one of the reasons the Americans justified the civilian bombing, was the Japanese have a cyclotron there. They've got Japanese-American scientists who were trained in America working on the cyclotron there. This is one of the reasons they bombed Hiroshima. By the way, it's still a terrorist attack on a civilian community and did nothing strategically to alter the war, as can be vindicated by the fact that so many cyclotrons still existed, and of course the Japanese were still detonating atomic bombs. So the American effort was one of total failure. Japan's military is one of the strongest in the world. They've got a nuclear power all their own. Most of the fissile materials for it came from America itself. And so at this point, if you're living in some fantasy world where the Japanese are occupied by the United States, after the end of just this 2 hours we spent with Peter Moon, that should be dispelled. And with that, Peter Moon, we love you dearly, and you have a blessed night.
Okay, talk to you soon.
Look forward to it. Good night. Thank you so much. And that was Peter Moon, SkyBooksUSA.com. make certain to order his books. And my book, Vampirology, can be found, of course, on Amazon.com. And so look up there for the Vampirology book, and hopefully we've provided everyone much food for thought tonight. And I want to say thank you to Maria Michaela Grigorich, who has brought to my attention the fact that we have this wonderful lady who I've got to give a shout out to, and that is the conspiracy kitty, who's Shauna Bandow. And so I need to add her. So she's let me see if she was banned by Facebook for the 4th time, and she's added a new timeline. So God bless her. I'm going to try and find that. She needs to send me a friend request. And let me see. I've got one from J.C. Brontorius, sent about an hour ago. I'll be happy to confirm him later when things have after transmission. And then maybe sometime tomorrow, just after I wake up again. The Shauna Bando, she says, is that her timeline, honey? Conspiracy Kitty? I have to look that up, or it says, yeah, thank you. Do you have a link to her timeline, honey? If she could friend you, and then you could send me a link, or if she could send me a friend request, that would make my work so much easier in finding her. So I'm going to search for Conspiracy Kitty and see what I find on Facebook. Okay, so that's Shauna Bandow. So Shauna Bandow, I found her. Let me add her right now, plus add friend. Okay, I've sent her a friend request, and I owe her an e-card anyway. It's taking me forever to get to so many things. And so let me do the solicitation and then get into tonight's monologue. I'm going to, of course, just make certain everyone is around, probably after I'm done with solicitation, then ask if everyone's around, because I'm going to do the shout-outs, and then I'll bring up some points that I think should be interesting to everyone, of some interest to everyone. Particularly, I'll pull one on Maria Michaela Grigorich and see if she has any suggestions about something I'm going to bring up per her native Canada. Well, now her native Canada. I believe she was born there, actually. I don't believe she's an immigrant. So it'll be interesting to confirm that. Anyhow, so it's been a struggle, as you could hear, with Peter Moon. My struggle is not with Peter Moon. My struggle is with the world that we're in. And by the way, I hope people do notice Peter Moon and I have some fairly different politics. And bear in mind, Peter Moon is of a different generation. And, it just is... How do I say this? It's just... They have an identification with Donald Trump, and he's a source of comfort to them. It's one of these things where he to them is an anti-establishment figure, and certainly, as I said, I stand. Even a stuck clock is right 2 times a day. There's things I do stand shoulder to shoulder with when it comes to Donald Trump. Most of it centering on his foreign policy. Bizarrely enough, since I'm not one for American isolationism, it's still worked out well for Taiwan and Japan and Germany. Or the Germans don't appreciate what he's doing, but by God, pull the fucking American troops out of Germany. They're not occupying Germany. Again, I have to clarify this. They're leasing territory. And but the Germans like them there because they add to the economy. They bring in lots of money. Get them out of Germany. Let the Germans stand up for themselves, by all means, honestly. Maria Michaela Grigorich says, yes, I was born here, but still seen as an immigrant by many Quebecois, or, being an Anglophone of European descent. Yes, an Anglophone, they use the term Anglophonic, meaning English speaker. So thank you, honey. Thank you for clarifying that. So let me get to you in a few minutes where I do the prayer request and then talk a little bit about your native Canada. And in the meantime, I'm just going to ask both the gentlemen who were with me, they don't need to suffer my going through the solicitation, of course, but I'm going to ask them if they are around. So Derek Talley, Jameson Reese, both of you gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, good. Both you gentlemen are here. Love you both. Thank you so much for helping. Maria Gregorich says, "Oh, yes, this ought to be funny," because I look forward to the response from both Jameson Reese and Maria Gregorich because I brought this up to Brendan Zogit, and he was really excited about it. So I'll bring it up in a few minutes. But I do want both of these gentlemen just here in case I need them to occupy bandwidth for me for a few moments while I freshen up or something. I don't need to do it right now, but I do definitely want them around just in case. And let me look up something here about definitely both you gentlemen. I want to thank you for what you were saying earlier about rappers. I missed it, actually. If you could tell me what I missed, I'm just curious, just a little bit before I go into solicitation.
Well, there's this dude who is pretty much, you know, he interviews rappers, this white dude named Vlad.
Uh-huh.
And everyone he interviews, they wind up getting arrested on charges because the rappers wind up spilling beans on some dumbass shit that they do. And I was just saying that, you know, well, one of the guys some guy who calls himself Casanova, I was saying that motherfucker deserves to be behind bars. Supposedly, when I did some research on him, supposedly there was a case that he had where the defendant dropped the charges where he had broken a woman's jaw.
Holy shit.
And so I'm thinking, a piece of shit who does that, really, more or less, why the hell did they let him out the prison? Where the hell did they let him out the system to begin with?
Was this a story that was on Derek Talley's timeline?
Yeah.
But I've been telling people about Vlad though.
Uh-huh.
You know, but the Vlad, it doesn't matter whether he's an actual agent or not. He just comes flat out and acts like the questions that a normal person wouldn't be able to get away with asking, and people answer it. They just sit up there and answer it. It's like they're reliving a Scarface movie. You know what I'm saying? Like they're you know. But the FBI listens in, and the FBI acts. What else you gonna do? You're gonna sit there and you beat a case, and then you sit down with Vlad and tell him how you got away with killing somebody, and the FBI says, "Oh," I mean, have you ever seen the Boondocks? They used to make fun of. They made fun of this dude before this even happened. You know what I'm saying? Did
the man who writes the Boondocks, the illustrator, I believe he's both the illustrator and the writer, does he know this guy? Like,
No. He did this skit that had this exact same scenario on it, like 7 years ago or something. You know what I'm saying? A rapper gets away with murder, then goes on TV and raps about how he got away with murder, and then they use they use it in court. Like, damn,
right,
you actually got away with murder. And then your dumbass went up and made a rap about
and they railroaded him with what This is like the kind of conflicting objectives that my detractors have, or the people who are like trying to exploit the history I expose, and they produce books like Expansions on Japan's Secret War, where they have the conflicting objective where they've got to try and prove against all reality that America won the war. And then they are trying to take advantage of, so they can make a buck, history that I've exposed. And so they present themselves as these academics. So they say, okay, so Japan had this nuclear program, but they lost the war. So it's like the rapper is stuck in this conflicting objective mechanism where he's got to look like a badass, and he's got to look like a bad boy. So he's got to look gangster. So he's got to beat up on hoes and kill people. And so he's got to be open about it, so he gets street cred, and then he, of course, has to deal with the jail time. I mean, that's the conflicting. Yeah, it's like he's stuck, right? I mean, it's a catch-22. He can't win.
You know what's good about it is that this is one less piece of shit on the street to fuck with women.
Yeah. Yes.
Because I honestly, and a lot of guys will get pissed at me for it. and fuck them with me on the streets. Or if they try, they will regret it. But what I will say is simply this: these motherfuckers are a bunch of. For too long, the black community has taken trash and put them on the pedestal.
Yeah. Yes.
Why don't we put people on the pedestal who are good people, who deserve to be put on the fucking pedestal, instead of these assholes who are fucking losers who just talk shit, beat up on women, and...
Well, black people aren't putting them on pedestals. I mean, those are the ones who are making it to the top. I mean, we black people, we have a...
you say we have black? Well, I know I'm black too, Derek. Please remember.
Right. And what I'm saying there, we have something called ARC, Artists Respecting the Community. Okay, that's in Houston. So the ones in Houston are putting together something saying, hey, if you're an artist, we need to be more responsible for. And then in Chicago and Gary, Indiana, we have Respect the Airways. You know what I'm saying? So when you say black people are putting these people on pedestals, we don't own Clear Channel.
Right,
we don't own Crawford Broadcasting. Clear Channel, Crawford Broadcasting, those people are owned by somebody else. We don't put these people on pedestals. Crawford, that's who Crawford Broadcasting wants to put on the pedestal, so they can sell you McDonald's. So they can sell you. Right. So the only thing we can do is tell McDonald's, if you keep sponsoring these radio stations that are putting this garbage out there on the air, we're not going to buy your fucking hamburgers because your hamburgers are shit anyway. You know what I'm saying? So no, we black people aren't putting these people up on pedestals because we don't own Clear Channel, we don't own Crawford Broadcasting.
Understood.
Bullshit. Because our young men are walking around buying their fucking merchandise, rapping their fucking lyrics, and we're not putting them on the pedestal. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, yes, without it.
Tell me to get the fuck out of here. I'm not getting I'm telling you what we have. We have responsible artists in the neighborhood, and I'm going to get the word out, and it would be nice to get people who are behind these movements on here to tell us about the music. I mean, that's the whole reason I'm out there, so that I can get some of the underground music that's out there, and organizations like ARC, Artists Respecting the Community, which actually started in Chicago, and that movement's grown real big down there in Texas, and and I'm a part of that movement myself, and also the airwaves movement, to where we're trying to get this garbage off of the air, but the people that are putting it on, what are you saying right for?
Well, what I'm saying is that would be deeply appreciated. I would certainly appreciate your bringing some of those people on at some point every once in a while, so that this kind of alternative can be brought forward. The tragedy is, however, yes, there was a deep attraction within media that was preceded before the black community became rather identified with Death Row Records and various other kinds of rap music that glorified the prison lifestyle, to the point where when I worked in the projects, there were many just young black African American males who just felt that was like a graduation, like getting strong was like it was going to prison, that somehow it was an identification of oneself as somehow making it, like becoming like a manhood ritual.
And I grew up there. If you weren't knocking niggas out, and you weren't fucking women and dropping kids every other fucking day, you weren't shit.
Right. There was this kind of.
That's from New York. That's some weird ass New York fucking shit.
Well, it was. I saw it in the.
It's not just New York.
Well, I mean, just to put it into some context, I saw it on the West Coast as well. It was like, but remember, there was this West Coast, East Coast kind of rivalry that you had people trying to outdo each other with the extreme behavior. But remember, just to put this into perspective for people so that they understand this, this really started off in the white community in the 1920s and 30s with a cinematic glamorization of gangsterism. So the whites went through this phase, and the whites went through this phase before anybody around today remembers, and they've totally forgotten it. But when people look back at James Cagney and the old white stars, the icons of their day that we grew up thinking, by that I mean people like me who are half 100 years old, grew up thinking would be memes in and of themselves for eternity. People that we thought the world would never forget. That's why they called them stars. They were going to shine in the heavens forever. People like that, they oftentimes portrayed at some point in their careers a gangster. So when you had people who were white and they were going out and leading lives of delinquency and wound up in the electric chair, when I was studying criminology at City College, many of them attributed their influence to cinema. That it's all the rage in the movies, the gangsters are going out, they're doing what they do, and it was just like monkey see, monkey do. A bunch of white kids were doing just that. You see this kind of example of that in the Boys Town, which is just this tragic farce in its own right, because it's trying to show this very sensitive and sentimental retelling of the Boys Town experience, which is this orphanage for kids that are, these days we would call them at-risk, at-risk youth. And one of them was the kid who never grew up. I can't remember his name now. This poor bastard who was short and always played in very odd roles. Mickey Rooney. And Mickey Rooney plays someone whose big brother is a gangster. And he's trying to grow up to be a gangster, like his big brother, which we later on saw reflected in the black community to a great degree. So the whites went through this, and this glamorization of violence and gangsterism. Nobody remembers it, but if people look back on it, they will.
It still exists in white
it still
culture,
exists,
apparently.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right. So that their gangbanging has just graduated to politics. Like they're doing the same thing.
I was drinking tea when you said that. It all went up my nose.
You got the red politic team that wears the red tie, and then they put their American flag lapel pin on their right side, and then you got the blue team that wears the blue tie and puts their flag on the left side.
Yes.
And they're just out here gangbanging for these. So these politics are nothing but gangs too.
What makes it a farce now is that you have someone like Mr. Biden. I almost forgot his name there. Telling the corn pop story that was trying to make himself sound like I too had the gang experience, the gangbang experience. And it's just so fucking sad. It doesn't wash. It's not the same. But yes, it's kind of graduated in the sense that but I get what you're saying. At any rate, what I'll have to do now is go into solicitation. I certainly didn't want this to get too high-spirited in terms of discourse, but honestly, I appreciate it from both perspectives. There is an attempt in the black community to basically take rap and take it away from this identification with the encouragement of murder and
the
spousal
artists
abuse.
There. We have some good artists like K Reno. K Reno, one of the artists that I've grown up with. He got some wonderful music. It's great. You know, they're never going to play it on the radio because it doesn't promote what
violence.
They want
Right.
what they want promoted out there.
Well,
you know
what you're saying is that there's essentially a conspiracy to continue the glamorization of criminality in the black community, that there is a conspiracy to actually do that within the music industry. And I have no argument with that. I find that believable. But the problem as...
I just want to make sure they know that there is an underground out there that's pushing against all this.
Yes.
My son doesn't even listen to this. You know what I'm saying? My son is like one of the first ones to actually start making trap beats and those types of beats, and he just completely shied away from it because of what it's been used for, and he doesn't want to have nothing to do with it. I mean, he knows how to make he knows how to make beats better than a lot of the people that's out there that's making them for the $1 million artists on the radio.
Yes.
And he just kind of walked away from it because. And I had a talk with him when he was young because one thing that I told him that we discussed was Barry White album, Barry White and Isaac Hayes. I said, when these albums came out, Barry White album, do you know that there was a population increase because these albums were out, and this was like called baby making music, but they was talking about what they love, who they love, how they love their woman. And the man, when he buys his woman some roses or something, or give her some chocolate, he's gonna want to have that Barry White playing because that's a sign of respect of what he's saying in the song. And while those songs were created, there was actual population increase. When this other music started, there started to be a population decrease, but it started at the exact same time as the prison industrial complex and the crack epidemic. Right. So yes, they're all tied in, and it's just a straight up.
That's awful. Yeah, that was awful. The one thing I want to say about this is, and I'm not taking this back into the direction that the conversation was going at all, but I am, just to put it in context, what Jameson is frustrated about is the fact that well, let me try and contextualize this. What Jameson, I believe, is frustrated about is the fact that so many black people responded to the conspiracy so readily. That's the problem. That so many bought into it so readily and just so easily. Just like whites back in the days of gangsters in Hollywood brought into the black rapper phenomenon as this bad boy cock trip where go out and beat bitches and go out and and knock each other off and do it to the beat. It's just sadly was taken on too readily. And so in terms of the question that I have towards Derek Talley, just to take it in a different direction shortly before I begin solicitation, I noticed that whenever Paco Morales and Jameson Reese and I myself and Brendan Zoget get deep into drug conversation, Derek Talley drops out. Now, I can tell people why he does this. He does this because he has to maintain a clean record as a truck driver. And he's a truck driver of hazardous materials, so he's got to take a piss test, I assume fairly regularly. So he's not going to be on bandwidth, on record, talking about any drug experiences or any desire to experiment with them in any way. But nevertheless, away from the hazardous materials licensing, and I'm certain this is changing, and they're probably trying to revise and revitalize and just rehabilitate the entire trucking industry. But for decades, forever, truckers were associated with just extreme drug abuse to stay awake throughout night shifts. They had what they called pocket rockets. I remember back in the day, where they were like, popping the meth, the crack, the speed, just all night long. I mean, just this, you wouldn't need sleep for days. That and the energy drinks, and there you go. Now, was this anything you ever personally saw or can describe? I'm just curious before I go into solicitation what you can.
Yes, so I came in kind of like at when they first started regulating truck drivers, but you still had some small companies, and where you would meet these people is at the truck stops, and for some reason they would brag. You know what I'm saying? They would brag about running from Chicago to Omaha back to Chicago in one day, which is damn near impossible. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah, not enough drugs.
They took the right stuff. They took the right stuff, and they got a way to fudge in their log books, and they who knows? Even back in the day, that maybe some of the state troopers took a bribe when something didn't seem right. Who knows? But now that everything's computerized, for one, that's nothing to brag about, because let's say you did that. For one, you'll have no life, but if that is your life, taking speed and just keeping that truck on the road, the day that you hit a construction worker, or police pulled somebody over on the side of the road, or an innocent bystander, or you crash into traffic's coming to a stop, and all of a sudden you blink out and all of a sudden crash into all the cars. That's prison for life. That's heavy prison time right there. I mean, the last time it happened, where I was very close to it, was the Bourbonnais, Illinois train crash, where the driver who just fell asleep and just went across the track and crashed into the train, and it killed a lot of people on the train because the train derailed. This was by Kankakee, Illinois, in a town called Bourbonnais, Illinois, and it was a town and it was a railroad track that I commonly came across. Right. With deliveries of one of the steel mills that I had to go to. And again, it was just one of those people who you see him at the truck stop bragging like, I did such and such and such in 17 hours and I was able to log it like this, and, bragging that he was able to pretty much stay on the road 24 hours, you know what I'm saying, because he's got a system worked out, you know what I'm saying? Right. You don't see those guys anymore. So when they came up with the computerized things, that the first people who started complaining was some of those the older operators, the ones that were like in the 60s, 70s, the ones that should have been retired anyway. The ones, but those are the ones who you find, bragging back in the day about how they can get in the truck and drive for 17 hours without taking a break, and able to fool law enforcement at the scale. So those days are over, and those drivers are gone. And times are changing, and hopefully it continues to get more safe. No.
There's something else I wanted to just kind of probe here, because I remember I gave you a link to a video on that accident in Catalonia, Spain, and the accident that ultimately killed about 217 people, and you said you were going to review it. I'm just curious, because then Jameson brought it up the next transmission. I was wondering, did you put that link on your timeline, or where Jameson might have seen it? I'm just probing. I'm just trying to find that out.
Right. Yeah, I put it on my timeline. Unfortunately, I'm on Facebook jail because for groups, for some reason, I can put stuff on my own timeline, but I can't put anything in any groups or pages. I can't like any groups or pages, and I can't even post on my own groups or pages. People want to join my group, and I can approve them to join my group, but then I can't even go around and welcome them to the group.
Wait a second. How is it that I can get dressed like a girl and Jameson can get on Facebook and say, gee, I really hate all men in the human species, and you keep getting put in Facebook jail? What? How does this work?
I don't know. This is a weird kind of jail too. It's like they didn't send me upstate. I'm just in the county. You know what I'm saying? I'm able to. Yeah, but they said I'm suspended to the 29th.
Did they say why?
I'm suspended. I'm posting in any groups or any pages until the 29th. So so pretty much they kicked me out for the rest of the year. They said, you know what, fuck this guy for Thanksgiving, Christmas.
But why? What did they say? Why?
I don't know. I even went. I private messaged a guy who's a moderator of a group that I commonly go to, just to let him know why I'm not, posting shit up in there. And he's telling me, he told me how to go to the help, and he told me how to go to the support inbox, and he explained to me how to get an explanation. And I did everything he said, and nothing. It's just like, you know what? I'm asking, why can I post in groups? And they're like, because fuck you. That's why. Have a nice day.
I'm sorry. That's as bad as the sandwich. This is like the sandwich shooting. It's just I'm sorry. It's oh god. By the way, for people who don't follow Jameson Reese on Facebook timeline, he spends a lot of time during darker moments talking about how he hates everybody. I don't see him get put in Facebook jail half as often as as Derek Dowling. And I myself could be considered some kind of subversive just by the fact that half the people think I'm something I'm not. Anyhow, there you go. It's all right. Thank you. I will. I will start solicitation now, and I want to thank yourself for outlining that. Jameson Reese went for snacks. I was trying to get both of these gentlemen to kind of cover me until I was kind of ready to go into.
Well, I'll cover you. So go ahead and get. You need some more snacks? Go ahead.
Yeah. If you could do that for just a second. It's 8:50. We're going to take it to the top of the hour to 9 p.m. here in the left coast, where Mr. Talley is at. Well, anyhow, just take us to the top of the hour in Central Daylight Time, and I'll go mute for a few minutes while I just finish up this candy bar here, and then I'll start solicitation. Thank you, sir.
Well, I got this article that says 14 Fort Hood soldiers fired, suspended over violence at base. So, soldiers fired right there brings up, what does it mean, soldier fired? Did they get discharged? Well, let's read the article and find out. This is from the Washington AP. The Army on Tuesday said it has fired or suspended 14 officers and enlisted soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, and ordered policy changes to address chronic failures of leadership that contributed to a widespread pattern of violence, including murder, sexual assault, and harassment. In a sweeping condemnation of Fort Hood's command hierarchy, Army Secretary Ryan McCarthy fired top 3 commanders and suspended 2 other pending a further investigation. He also ordered a separate probe into staffing and procedures at the base's Criminal Investigation Command Unit, which is responsible for investigating crimes on Fort Hood. So, it looks like that's it of that article. But so I guess, you know, the only thing you can do, you get all the missing soldiers, you got all the rapes, the murders, the sexual assaults. You just got to come in and say, there's going to be some changes around here, and just start knocking some people down, you know, busting them down, rank, taking them off of their posts and putting somebody else who's going to be stronger and less weak-willed, and hopefully they get this under wraps, because this is way out of control. Oh, and by the way, I found the NBC Dateline Voices for Vanessa, but it's in the form of a podcast. So if you have Audibles, then you want to hear the NBC Dateline report on this, on what's going on at Fort Hood. There was a documentary that they did on the NBC Dateline called Voices for Vanessa, and the way I ran into this this documentary, or this particular episode of Dateline NBC Voices for Vanessa, I was actually recording Law and Order on my DVR. So when I was recording Law and Order on my DVR, I don't want to miss the end. So sometimes I'll make it to where I get a minute before the show starts, so I see it from the very beginning and it doesn't cut off, you know, and then I'll let it go for 2 or 3 minutes after it's supposed to end, in case the episode goes into the next time, at which point the DVR will shut off, and I'll miss the end. So I make it to where if I'm recording Law and Order, a brand new one comes on, it'll go for an additional 3 minutes, just so I can see the end. So I got to the end, and then they started playing the Voices for Vanessa, Dateline NBC, and I only got to see the first 3 minutes, really the first 2 minutes of it, because of the commercials and everything. So I said, okay, well, I'm going to go to the DVR thing. I got the cable, and I'm going to look for this, and I'm going to watch this episode so that I can review it. And they pulled it, and it was so obvious that the Army said, take that off of your channel in NBC complied. So I was looking all over for this, couldn't find it on the internet, couldn't find it on YouTube, couldn't find, in YouTube they put so much false information up there and so much farce that if you are looking for it, if there's anything concerning it, you're gonna have to go through a bunch of mess. But I finally found it, and where I found it at was on my Audibles. So if you have Audibles and you go to Dateline NBC Audibles, everything that they have on the television, they actually have on a podcast. And you can find the Voices for Vanessa episode on the Audibles podcast. It's free. So just to let you guys know. So I made it a point to download that episode. So I have it downloaded. On top of that, I haven't listened to it yet. I'm just glad that I know that I have it, so that when this subject does come up again of what's happening, everything that's happening at Fort Hood, I'll have that subject reviewed, and I can contribute something constructive to the conversation about what's going on at Fort Hood, because I don't have the answers. And I grew up on a military base. My first job was on the base, bagging groceries at the commissary. I was 14 years old. And something like that happening on the base, that was unheard of. And I was in California, but then with me growing up, in the years that I grew up, there wasn't really, the Crips and Blood had died down when I was in California. They weren't really a big thing back there, but you had your crews, you had your breakdancing crews, you had, it was still cliquish and still gangish. You even had whole baseball teams. Well, when this Crips and Bloods thing started to come back, everybody who was a crew, who was just a crew, and some of those crews were baseball teams, some of those crews were breakdancing teams, dance teams, just neighborhood guys who hung around together. They just got absorbed into the gang culture. You know what I'm saying? And all the territories started to establish themselves. Really, because there was so few gang members back in like 85, 86. There were so few gang members, if you went to a neighborhood, you couldn't say, well, this is a Crip neighborhood or this is a Blood neighborhood. They were just neighborhoods, you know what I'm saying? And you had a couple of hooligans in each one. And as this thing started to grow, these gang territories just started to develop themselves almost as its own, in a military fashion. You know what I'm saying? So I can see the allure in it, you know what I'm saying, and listening to the music and everything. I can see the allure, that how it's like the Pied Piper, and it's up to us. It's up to us generation, our generation, my generation, those that that are born in the 70s, to do what we can to turn this around. The horses are out of the stables, so to speak, but we just have to just continue to look down on this garbage. So I get where Jameson is coming from, and I apologize if I seem to come in an incorrect manner, but I just wanted to get the point out there that no, we're not all, we don't all put this on a pedestal anymore. There's moves being made to get rid of this, and just like the Bible says, we have to fight these principalities, the powers, the princes of darkness of this world, and the spiritual wickedness in high places. That's what we're fighting. We're fighting spiritual wickedness in high places. So.
Thank you. That was beautiful. Thank you so much. God bless you. So, very much appreciate that. And, of course, both of you gentlemen have so much to give. I certainly appreciate the fact that when both of you are able to communicate without the something being mistaken, or then it's always best. And thank you again, Conspiracy Kitty, who is Shauna Bando in the chat room, says, "Hey Douglas, hope you are well. Heart, I was banned by Facebook for the 4th time, so I added a new one. Add me when you have time. Shauna Bando, hugs." So I got that. Olivia Salgado says, "There are so many layers people can handle, little by little. That book is going to be awesome." Speaking of Peter Moon's collaboration with myself, the Roswell Deception, which is the working title for now at least, and probably will be the published title. And she says, "List of countries that are not interested in American tourism. People know what Americans are. In denial of their economic power of the American people is no longer." Okay, not quite sure what she's saying there, but that dude, 873210, brought up something that Derek Talley made a note of, that Vlad from Vlad TV is a Russian Jew, or a Russian of Jewish descent, who went to Berkeley and also is an atheist, of course, never show his face when conducting his interview. So that's interesting. And
If he's an atheist, technically he's not a Jew, then.
Technically, yes, that's right. But this is part of the conundrum of Judaism, is of course that. By the way, I hope what I need to emphasize, by the way, is when I spoke of the that Jewish individual who produced, and there was 2 of them who were involved with that movie, Inglorious Bastards, about, of course, their this pathological Jewish.
That movie sucked.
Yeah, well, it's this pathological, pathological Jewish empowerment fantasy where they feel that they can empower themselves through this psychotic fantasy that they killed the Nazi high command. And the people involved with that film, 2 of them later went on to produce Green Inferno, in which they portray the indigenous Native Americans of the Amazon rainforest as satanic cannibals who take white people and black people and eat them alive, literally eat them alive, ripping out their testicles or cutting off their breasts and eating them while they're still alive so they can watch. This is how they portray them, trying to represent them as the Palestinians of the New World Hemisphere that are deserving of genocide. So these are the same kind of people who produced Inglorious Bastards, and their true agenda manifests itself in Green Inferno. If you don't believe me, you can look up the people responsible for producing that atrocity, review what you can stomach yourself, and then see if you can ever come away feeling the same again about those people who produced Inglorious Bastards. So there we are. At any rate, Daniel Arola says, hey, I'm out of Facebook jail since the 28th of last month so far. And Maria Grigorich laughs, saying that's almost 2 weeks, that he's managed to stay out. So I'd best start diving into solicitation. I want to thank both of you gentlemen. Of course, it's always a struggle to get to this point because I really try to avoid it because it's no fun. Aside from that, there's a struggle I was discussing with Peter Moon about trying to get people to understand reality, but people are just out of their fucking minds and in no way really want reality to be imposed upon them, much preferring their psychotic fantasies, which we've just discussed with the people who produced Inglorious Bastards, which is beyond unreality. That is, talk about historical revisionism. It's just, how can I say it? Just wretched. Anyhow, Mein Kampf, in confronting all of this on a daily basis, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at DouglasDietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we ask it of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook Incorporated timeline at facebook.com/John.War, and subscribe to his YouTube Mega channel at youtube.com/C/Megateur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR, he being the property manager thereof, who also serves as Team Thrax, Dietrich's Our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For were it no Faheen, all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address at, well, as john_war@hotmail.com. And you can PayPal him at paypal.me/Magateur, itself spelled Maggotauр. Because he took it on his own initiative to download into his own personal hard files most of what I produced and published on YouTube. And because it was available in his hard drives, we were able to reconstruct my electronic legacy onto the internet, rendering him, after a fashion, the bridge between the Akashic Records and the, which, as Peter Moon was saying, apparently can also be scrubbed, which I had always thought impossible, but then the Akashic Records is a vague, nebulous New Age concept, which I guess we can write the rules for as we go along. But, John Warrington kind of served as the bridge thereunto. Between that and the cyberspatial data matrix of our material world on the Malkuthian plane from a Kabbalistic perspective, and thereby enables myself to interact with you as a virtual persona in context of a legacy at all, which has been scrubbed from the internet no less than thrice. That's 3 times, people. And now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether of my existence from cyberspatial data matricial reality or from the annihilation of all life from the surface of the world, which be the objective of the cult of the Kings of Edom and all their subsidiary networks. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there. A footnote on my bio, sire, which explains the meaning of my biological father's name, the name what made the man. Once you've educated yourself thusly, make certain to spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, is alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and encourage all those others that you enlighten, if at all possible, to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. For people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma Masa Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go as to douglasdietrich.com and click the red donate button by which to do that. The red donate button will take you to the homepage of showsdd.com, where you can use either a credit or debit card and provide your contributions without needing to claim myself as a friend or as family, and avoid all cuts taken out by a middleman. Otherwise, if you work through PayPal for the convenience, do not neglect to identify myself as a friend. Certainly we can count ourselves as such if you're sponsoring myself with money, and most certainly you can always say I'm family by dint of our extended electronic family. So we are all family in this regard. If you indicate friends or family, they're on the same fucking button. Then you eliminate PayPal from taking out a good chunk of change, which is always bullshit, and takes a $25 donation and turns it into $22 and some cents. If you want to donate money in the first place, I see no reason why you would want that to happen. So just indicate friends or family. The option is there. I don't see why people keep missing it. And thereby you eliminate PayPal taking its cut. Now all sponsors will, by the way, again, PayPal is the yellow button. The red button is your credit or debit card, which makes things infinitely easier, so you don't need to claim that. And now, friend or relation, should you find that for some reason awkward. Now, all sponsors, in either case, will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives. Through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sated matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin Sujin, Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath San Juichi Sensemi. The 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site the 7,000 islands of the greater Japanese Empire. When 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which is spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group, Cali Combatives Incorporated, and of course, optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Now, foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manageress, Selena Khan, and his former web mistress, Lena Shea, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's Our Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend and follow at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7. He being the manager of youtube.com/user/bizarre-hd, which you can subscribe to, it being spelled youtube.com/user/bizarehd. He being my known personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whom I will try to contact either Friday or Saturday, whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich, both be factually substantiated per my own expositions, and whose new video in production is trailered on site, the Bizarre HD channel, self-entitled The Thousand-Year Reich in Exile, I believe, subtitled The Failed Reich's Flugelrad and Hanabu Technology. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulvius, son of Dietrich's or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Meliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency at bearing no end of emphasis, that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all my loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your Taxation cannot support myself as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter my remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and tune in to, well, the Douglas Dietrich channel thereafter every Wednesday and Sunday night at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. And click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, most importantly, above and beyond all else, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com and donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. All sponsors will grant themselves exclusive access to the online archives by pushing the red donate button on showsdd.com, well, at douglasdietrich.com. And that will take you to showsdd.com, where you will find the button that you need to log in, register, and thereafter log in to all my video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. In other words, sponsors, whichever button you use, the red button to use credit or debit card without worrying about some fucking middleman, or the yellow donate button to go through PayPal, in which case you remember to indicate myself as friend or relation, so PayPal doesn't take their bloody cut, their pound of flesh. Either way, when you're done, you go to the red button, either yet again, or for the first time after the yellow, to get to showsdd.com, where you log in and register to grant yourself access to the online archives. Now, all of that being said, shout-outs to Michaela Nastasia, whom produced this wonderful article for us. Well, she found it, and it was a gamer's analysis of the QAnon phenomenon. And within that article, you learn a new vocabulary word about pattern finding, not pattern recognition, mind you, but almost pattern production. This is a phenomenon that is often analyzed by cryptographers. Any cryptographer, that's a person who works with ciphers or secret codes, someone who's encrypting or producing codes or secret languages for the intelligence or military communities in general, most usually. These are people who will tell you that you can take any 3 random items and find a pattern. That you can take anything like ice cream, some kind of banana split dish, and something like a set of house keys, and the Great Pyramids of Egypt. And you will find a pattern if you look hard enough or long enough, because this is what cryptographers do anyway. They locate patterns. That's how they break codes. So if you were to take these 3 items, you might find that the house keys, Jameson Reese brings up the vocabulary word I'm looking for, apophenia. Thank you, sir. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. And if you take these 3 items, you'll probably find the house keys don't match with anything, but then you find that the number of calories inside the banana split dish match up with the number of building blocks that were used to construct the Great Pyramid of Egypt that we can count. then you could say, how do they know? That's the idea of apophenia. That's the pathology of apophenia. This is finding patterns where none exist. So, in terms of this game designer's analysis of QAnon and the playing with reality that is done thereby, the ultimate legacy of Michael Aquino, and thence the very name, Q, because he was always obsessed with being called Aquino, which was an empowerment name to him. Then what you get is a constant apophenia to psychotic proportions. So since Michaela Anastasia shared this with us on November 22nd, Lena Shea was kind enough to put that on my website. And she wanted to thank Michaela Anastasia for that. I relay that thank you to Michaela Anastasia. And I thank Lena Shea for putting that on our website. I'm hoping it's still up there. And if you can't find it up there, let me know. It should be on DouglasDietrich.com. So let me know if it still is. If not, I'd like to know. And at any rate, that being said, that was one shout out I wanted to provide. The other is a masked prayer request. Well, let me give a shout out to Shauna Bando first. Conspiracy Kitty was in the chat room. That's Shauna Bando. Shauna Bando, of course, has been someone who has been following my posts for a long time and has been a friend on Facebook. And she says things that are risky. She's put up links to Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, on her timeline before and paid a price for that. And probably some other things that have that she's paid a price for on Facebook. I'm glad that she's able to get herself back on. A shout out onto her, to Michaela Anastasia, to Shauna Bando, another, and as well to Maria Michaela Grigorich, who are going to ask for a mass prayer request. So, mass prayer request for Maria Michaela Grigorich, and she is in Montreal, Quebec. And she is just going through a lot. So I definitely want to thank everyone for praying for her in the past. And we need to continue that. She needs to be kept in our thoughts and prayers because she is just going through a lot that is not necessarily uplifting. And so hopefully let's uplift her and bring her back into the light in terms of a mood, in terms of a space. And that will help immensely. This is where I wanted to bring up something about her native Canada, which, of course, sadly, she's in Quebec, which is a very notoriously, infamously xenophobic area of Canada. So she was born in Canada, but she's still seen as an immigrant by many Quebecois, being an Anglophone of European descent. And specifically in her case, heavy Italian or Slovenian descent. So a combination of the twain. Slovenia being the same country, in case you didn't know it, where Mikala, what's her name? Melania Trump sources from. And our First Lady still in this phase of the presidency. So the interesting thing about Canada is that, as I've said in the past, when I was on Revolution Radio 200 years ago, well, 6, 7 years ago, 8 years ago, about a decade ago by now, 10 years, I think, yeah. Feels like, let me see, my mother died 2011, and it's 2020, yeah, so, around 10 years, 9 years ago, I started on Revolution Radio, and what a experience that was, and what a ride it's been. At any rate, when it comes to that experience, one of the things that I said way back then, I'm talking about like when I first started on Revolution Radio, was that just as at that time, so long ago, the border between the United States and Mexico was this porous border that many Mexicans were still crossing at the time, seeking a better life. At that period in time, long before the concept of the wall, when we already had a goddamn wall, only not near the monumental obscenity that Trump wanted to create. We had a situation in which the United States was essentially where many Latin Americans, and at that time it really wasn't Mexicans anymore, it was people from El Salvador, Nicaragua, various Central American nations were trying to move up north to better their lives, and they were going through Mexico, and they were being exploited by ruthless Mexican predators, the coyotes, who were just carrying them across the border, and many of them never made it that far. That was when the United States was this beacon of hope. And I said back then that the United States was already so bad off and spiraling so quickly that in the very near future, Canada would be the border to the promised land that everyone in North America would be trying to cross in the hopes of attaining a better life. Canada is like heaven in so many fucking ways you wouldn't believe, but mostly in terms of socialized medicine. If you ever meet someone from Canada and they relate an accident, it'll simply be like, oh yeah, I had a broken arm. I broke my arm. I went to the hospital, then I, got it set, and then I went back home. And it's just like that. Just like that. Now that may not sound like much, but compare that to an American. If an American breaks their arm, it's like, my life ended. I lost my automobile. It had to get repossessed. I lost my job. My wife divorced me. And my kids ran away. I broke my arm and my life was destroyed. Because America has no socialized medicine. It is the only developed nation on earth that has no socialized medicine. So, in that alone, where once you're in Canada and once you're in the system, you're in. The Americans will propagandize against that, and they will say, oh, yeah, but their system is slow and it's Soviet-like, and people have to wait to get approved for certain operations and everything. It's all bullshit. Yeah, there's some fuck-ups, there's some clusterfucks, there's some certain bureaucratic finaglements, but really, other than that, overwhelmingly, until COVID-19, most people didn't have anything to complain about. And COVID-19 is mostly, again, a problem of the people and a lot of propaganda than it is any faults with the socialized medical system. It's the fact that the government did not act quickly, did not act responsibly, and was catering to a bunch of ignorant bigots that led to COVID-19 doing what damage it has to Canada, which is nothing compared to what's happened down here in the United States. So, in terms of Canada being such a great place to be, they are the nation right now that when you take a look at, their weather, their climate, their wonderful expanses of nature, they have a lot of undeveloped land and territory that will never be developed because they have a large and very active First Nations community of indigenous peoples that advocate very strongly towards a sense of autonomy and semi-independent status. All of this is well and good. And of course they have a history of conflict with the white government and wars and conflicts, attempts at genocide in the past, but nothing like the United States. So as bad as the Native American experience has been up north, it is the picture of coexistence compared to this shithole south of the Canadian border. So in terms of their racial tolerance, probably the most xenophobic area is where Maria Michaela Grigorich lives, Quebec, where she's even looked at somewhat askance. And they treat their Muslims with a lot of hostility. She could probably come on and speak to this. And if she wants me to, she can indicate such, and I'll bring her on to talk a little bit about it. But aside from that, here's what you need to know. Canada has taken very seriously the fact that population studies have been conducted. And the United Nations and several other organizations concur on one thing. They conclude that the world's population is going to start declining. The world population is headed towards a very steep decline, as a matter of fact. And yet, Canada's population is still growing based on migratory increase. And to the Canadians, this is a good thing. So the Canadians are seeking a population of 100 million people by 2100. Let me repeat that. Canada wants more immigrants. They are the anti-Trump. Canada wants 100 million people by 2100. By the end of the century, Canada wants to double its annual intake of immigrants to raise its population to 100 million people. Canada was once predicted to reach 100 million citizens by the 1970s. Now they've really missed that milestone. And for that reason, what they're concerned with now is depopulation. Their population is aging. They have no one to maintain the economy. In order to maintain it at all, 1 in every 5 Canadians today was born abroad, a percentage which is double that of the United States or the United Kingdom. And the truth be told, they can't get enough because it's these migrants that are maintaining Canadian growth at all. Now, of course, there are the reactionaries in America who say, oh, the justification for this policy is entirely ideological. No, you dumb, reactionary, motherfucking racist, xenophobic bigots. It is economic. Canada wanted to bring in 1.2 million immigrants over a 3-year period. As a matter of fact, it was on October 30th of this year, the end of the month before last, that Canada announced it wants to bring in more than 1.2 million new immigrants over the next 3 years. And that was announced by the federal immigration minister as Canada is trying to fill the gaps in its labor market and boost their economy, which are both hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic. By the way, Maria responds, one day, yes, I would love to talk about it, meaning Quebecois xenophobia, especially with what the language police is doing. The latest issue is the use of the term takeout in restaurants. They want it banned in Quebec. Yes, in the middle of a pandemic and restaurants struggling, they have to change their menus and signs. Oh, God, that is so awful. Let me put a teary eye for that. Oh, God. Now, that's political. That's based on some kind of ideology. Canada's always been very militant about maintaining a allophonic bilingualism with French and English because of Quebec. This is why many Canadians have always wanted to get Quebec to finally secede and get the hell out of Canada, because they're tired of catering to that. But in the meantime, they're going to have to adjust to a lot more languages because Canada was already a country that was virtually leading the world in the rates of international immigration relative to their population size. But they want to increase immigration over the next 3 years monumentally. So the immigration is intended to drive Canada's population growth as the global trends are declining. And basically, all studies conclude that global population will peak mid-century and decline by 2100. And Canada will need to keep immigration as a priority to remain competitive in the global economy at the end of the century. Now, in particular, The Lancet conducted a monumental study forecasting global population decline starting in the late 21st century, which we are in the early 21st century. So, the world population will peak in the year 2064. Almost 100 years after I was born, about 99 years after my sister was born, late sister, and the population will peak when I'm about 98 years old at 9.73 billion peoples, and will decline to 8.79 billion by the year 2100. The study's researchers expect Canada's population to peak at 45.2 million in 2078 and fall to 44.1 million in 2100. That's much more conservative than the Conference Board of Canada's forecast from 2018, the year before yesteryear, which suggested that Canada's population would reach 45 million by 2040 should immigration levels reach 1% of the country's population per year. That study also suggested that Canada's population growth will depend entirely on immigration by 2030. Most of Canada's population growth is already driven by immigration. But yesteryear, about 82% of the population growth came from the arrival of immigrants, and about 18% came from new births, a number which is decreasing every goddamn year, according to Statistics Canada itself, the feds. Now, for high-income countries with fertility rates lower than the replacement level, the only solution in any immediate sense is liberal immigration policies. And Canada saw the highest net immigration rates in the Lancet study, along with Turkey and Sweden. Should Canada's openness to immigration continue, research proves that sustained population growth and workforce expansion will accompany economic growth. By 2030, Canada, this is 2030, just 10 years from now, 9 years from now, in a matter of days. By 2030, Canada will replace Russia as the 10th largest economy in the world, and maintain that ranking through the rest of the century. Since Canada is expected to maintain a strong gross domestic product over the next century, it's also expected to hold on to geopolitical power by sustaining its working age population through supermassive immigration, through a lot of new people from all over the world. The study concludes that the optimal strategy for economic growth, fiscal stability, and geopolitical security is liberal immigration with effective assimilation into these societies. And researchers have emphasized that once population decline begins, it will not stop by the end of the century. But in spite of this, Canada is one of the countries expected to sustain its population through liberal immigration policies and social policies that are more supportive of women working and having control over their reproductive rights, so they won't be overwhelmed with children. This is also likely to cause Canada to have a larger overall gross domestic product, with all the various social, economic, and geopolitical, that means power benefits, power outreach benefits. They will be the superpower of the North. That comes with having a stable working age population. In this case, fresh faces from outside the Great White North. The Great White North is not going to be white anymore. Canada wants to welcome up to 390,000 immigrants next year alone. Well, the year after next, in 2022. And so, because of all of this, the place to go is Canada. It was last year, Canada said they wanted to welcome 1 million more immigrants by 2021 to combat the troubles of an aging population and birth rate decline. So, the end result is, when I was talking to Brendan Zoget about it, look at the life he's leading here in the United States. He was saying, man, I ought to go up there and move in with Maria Michaela Grigorich. Now, I do want to warn everybody, Maria Michaela Grigorich does not have the room to take in anybody. She barely has room for herself where she lives now. But it would be interesting if somebody might move up to Canada and help her relocate to someplace where 2 or 3 of you could live and thereby share the rent, be in an area with a backyard garden, which she would like. If somebody could move up there and arrange with her where the 2 of you or 3 of you could arrange to move in. Now, I don't know if Maria Michaela Grigorich living with Brendan Zoget and Jameson Reese would be an ideal threes company, but that's certainly somebody might be able to help Maria Michaela Grigorich relocate to a bit more of an open community than where she's at now. I really ought to bring her on just to bitch about the people that she lives with. She finds really the Muslims in the community to be the most friendly people and the whites in the community to be the most obnoxious. She would probably do well in a kind of, I don't know, she needs a backyard, really, which I don't believe she has, which I think is rather depressing for her. But I throw this out there, aside from maintaining her prayers. She says, as long as they give me my space, I'm an introvert. There we are. So somebody do contact her on Facebook. Start talking about any potential for yourself relocating up into Canada, where life would be a lot different. Now, they've got a social welfare system that just can't be beat in many senses, but I'm not quite sure exactly. Well, let's just say this. Once you're up there, I'm sure you would adapt. And the only thing that alarmed me, the one thing that I found bizarre, was even though when I've looked on some sites to look up this drive for more migrants to come in and saw a lot of colored faces, when I was on YouTube and I saw the ad from Canada, consider your future in Canada, it was this 1950s all-white family. I was saying, holy shit. Anyway, that looked really anachronistic. But by the way, Maria Michaela Grigorich does share the fact that she's a great cook. After all, Italo-Slovenian, how could it be otherwise? And so, definitely, you wouldn't have to worry about starving to death. Of course, you might have to earn the food by going to work someplace and bringing home the bread, so to speak, but hey, you got to do that anyway, right? So, that, and she has a cat, but then so does Brendan Zoget, but then so does Jameson Reese. I've never been a cat person myself, but my dad loved cats. I mean, really loved cats, yes. And so Maria says, it's not very white where she's at, and she loves it for that fact. It's not very white around here, and I love it. Yes, that's right. As a matter of fact, it was mostly the whites around her that were mostly obnoxious, talking about the Muslims around them as if they were some kind of threat or something. But there you have that. And I thought I would share that, and I think it's very important. And to counter that, or to kind of add balance to that, what's going on down here south of the border, minority rule cannot last in America. It never has. Minority rule is fast becoming the defining feature of the American Republic. In the year 2000 and 2016, presidential candidates who received fewer votes than their opponents were nevertheless sent to the White House. Joe Biden's 2020 victory came not because he won nearly 7 million more votes nationally than President Donald Trump. And though Republican senators make up the majority in the chamber, they represent more than 20 million fewer Americans than Democratic senators do. And such lopsided electoral calculus flies in the face of both parties' principles, or at least those that they espouse. It cannot last. By the way, I'm told that the OBS Studio, our online broadcasting software, has reconnected successfully, which means we disconnected for a while. I need people to tell me if they lost me for a while there. So let me know if you've heard me throughout this, and I would appreciate that confirmation. Now, though this period of minority rule is new since World War II, it is far from unprecedented. Unequal legislative apportionment has been a recurring quality of American government since its establishment. It was founded to be that way by a bunch of white slave owners. Parties who have founded themselves, or who have found themselves in power by institutional oddities rather than overall weight of vote, have refused to reach across the aisle, instead abusing their institutional advantage to further consolidate their hold on power. That's the nature of raw, naked power politics. Maria Grigorich says, "We never lost me, thank God." Love you, Maria. Let's see if we can get you some roommates who can help you relocate to a place with a nice backyard where you can all have your cats and basically live a better life. And here we are. And Maria Grigorich is saying, "Thank you, Douglas. Love her dearly." All right. And Jameson Reese and Brendan Zogit should both seriously consider this. I hope they both review it. And yeah, I know that Jameson has actually kind of brought it up before as an idea of moving to Canada. And really, the grass is greener in many ways. It's something to at least be seriously considered. I mean, it's got to be better than some of the situations that Brendan Zogit, Jameson Reese, and so many Americans have right now. I think there should be a lot of people reaching out for potential roommate status with Maria. They could start a commune. She could be the grandma dame. So, in terms of our own historical situation, basically, when it comes to this kind of abuse and consolidation of minority power, although such tactics have been successful in the short term, they have ultimately been only temporary expedients. When the minority parties were finally removed from power, the backlash against them was swift and strong. Begin at the nation's founding. At the time when American colonists started actively considering independence from the greater British Empire, Pennsylvania's legislature no longer proportionally even represented its population. The Pennsylvania Assembly had proved efficient and professional throughout the 18th century, defending the interests of the colonial population against British imperial officials. But as the colony's population expanded westward, Eastern elites refused to extend representation to the predominantly Scotch, Irish, and German immigrants living in the new settlements. Additionally, while Philadelphia had grown to become the most populous city in North America at that time, political leaders from the surrounding counties refused to increase the city's number of representatives. By the early 1770s, the state's most radical voices in favor of revolution, Philadelphians and Westerners, were systematically underrepresented in the legislature. In the short term, the denial of proportional representation worked. Pennsylvania's government, designed to amplify moderate and conservative voices, was notoriously slow to endorse resistance to Britannia, and in 1776 refused to allow its delegates in the Continental Congress to vote for independence. By this point, however, Pennsylvania's radicals had taken matters into their own hands, and drawing on protest movements that had gathered pace in 1774 and 1775, they organized a series of conventions giving greater voice to the marginalized. When, in May of 1776, the Continental Congress called on states to reform their own governments, Pennsylvanians bypassed the colonial assembly entirely and used the convention and committee movements to send pro-independence delegates to Congress and to write their own state constitution. In September of 1776, Pennsylvania's radicals took their revenge. Each county was given more or less equal representation in the first legislature. This measure was about as biased towards the western counties as the previous arrangements had been toward eastern ones. But having been shut out of power for so long, the radicals were keen to ensure they held the reins. Pennsylvania's first constitution, by a long shot the most radically democratic of all the original 13 states, was bitterly contested for the next decade to follow. Conservative opponents tried and failed to revise the state constitution no less than 4 times from 1776 until 1783. Though they finally succeeded in writing a new constitution circa 1790, it came at the cost of 14 years of unstable and rancorous government. Just decades later, in the antebellum period, similar dynamics played out once again. Slaveholding states sought to exploit constitutional arrangements to maintain minority power. The Missouri Compromise of 1820, which admitted slaveholding Missouri to the Union at the same time as free Maine, maintained balance in the Senate between free and slave states. Southern politicians considered this balance vital, as it gave a de facto veto to slaveholding states. But demographic change over the ensuing decades quickly meant that Northerners outnumbered Southerners. Yet only in the aftermath of the notorious Compromise of 1850 and the admission of mine own Golden California as a free state did the balance between free and slave states snap. At a time when the population of free states was 13.4 million, well exceeding the 9.7 million inhabitants of slave states, of whom 3.2 million were enslaved and could not vote. In the decade that followed, the South attempted to recreate its minority veto with disastrous results. And we know the history that happened thereafter. We know that the politics of the 1850s became consumed with the question of slavery. Southern slave owners insisted on a new Fugitive Slave Act in 1850, which compelled Northern authorities and other residents to actively participate in arresting and returning fugitive slaves to their enslavers. Northerners responded furiously, adopting anti-slavery politics in greater numbers. Southerners, fearful of the growing strength of the abolitionist movement and the specter of a permanent electoral minority, demanded more slaveholding territory as the nation expanded westward. Many called for slavery to be legal in all federal territories and advocated foreign war to annex a new slaveholding territory, such as Cuba. In 1854, Senator Stephen Douglas of Illinois attempted to broker a compromise between North and South with his Kansas-Nebraska Act, allowing residents of the Kansas and Nebraska territories to vote on whether to allow slavery within their borders. The act was seen in the North as a naked attempt to extend slavery beyond the Missouri Compromise line and give greater weight to slaveholders in the Senate. Voters in the North turned out in force, leading to the creation of the Republican Party, and ultimately the election of Abraham Lincoln as president. The South's attempts to continually impose minority rule on the North failed, leading to secession, the American Civil War between the states, and the greatest number of military casualties and fatalities for a single war in all American history. Population shifts contributed to a third episode of minority rule in the early 20th century, the century into which I myself was born. Rapid industrialization in the years after the Civil War saw the growth of megacities that fundamentally transformed the demographics of several states. In Illinois, Chicago's population grew from 112,000 in 1860 through 1866. Around that time, that was 6% of total state residents, to 2.7 million in 1920 in Chicago alone. That would be 40% of total state residents. And according to the state of Illinois' own constitution, the state legislature should have reapportioned following each decennial census from 1900 onwards, but the downstate leaders refused to do so, leaving Chicago heavily underrepresented and overtaxed. Taxation without representation, the very cause, in ideological terms, we are told through propaganda, of the American War for Independence. In the 1920s, the repeated refusal of the downstate minority to reapportion the legislature was met with increasing frustration from Chicago representatives, and throughout the decade, the city council passed angry resolutions condemning the malapportionment. In 1925, with more and more time at council meetings devoted to the topic, the council passed a resolution calling for the city to secede from Illinois and to form the state of Chicago. Downstate defenders of the status quo continued to dig their heels, even forming organizations such as the League for the Defense of Downstate Voters. Only in 1955 did the Illinois legislature finally bow to the inevitable, redistricting for the first time since 1901. Even then, downstate leaders struck a deal to maintain control in the state Senate until Supreme Court rulings in Baker versus Carr, the case that went to court in 1962, and Reynolds versus Sim, the case that went to court in 1964, both around my late sister's birth year of 1963, decreed that state legislative district populations be of roughly equal size. Ever since, Chicago and Cook County politicians have dominated all Illinois elections. What then of the prospects of minority rule at the federal level in the coming years? The coming years seem likely to see Republicans attempt to strengthen their grip on power despite their weakness at the ballot box. With the appointment of Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court, conservatives have a 6-3 majority on the bench, and important rulings loom on issues such as health care, abortion rights, and gay marriage that will push thousands, ultimately tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of American refugees north to Canada. Policies supported by a majority of Americans in opinion polls will be ruled unconstitutional, all because a president who lost the popular vote nominated 3 justices, and senators representing a minority of the American population confirmed them. With President-elect Biden likely facing a divided Congress, Democrats have no institutional means of turning electoral support into legislative action, to say nothing of fixing underlying representation issues at all. But Republicans may not be able to sustain their power for long, at least not peacefully. As all the cases I've aforecited prove, when parties commit themselves to minority rule, the backlash be severe. While the letter of the law allows Republicans to control the Senate and the judiciary, the spirit of Republican government demands otherwise. The twain cannot long exist in tension with each other. Though the 2020 election did not result in a blue tidal wave, it did suggest emerging Democratic majorities in formerly red states such as Arizona and Georgia. If eventually demographic change adds North Carolina and Texas to the mix, national elections would more accurately reflect the national popular vote. History suggests that Republicans would then pay dearly for their years of minority misrule. If Republicans hope for greater success than their historical counterparts, they would do well to heed the message that a party cannot maintain power forever and embark on a more genuinely collaborative and bipartisan approach to government. Short of that, they risk much more than their political careers. They risk their very fucking lives. And yes, that is a threat. Now, in terms of my manageress, Selena Khan, in her kindness, she has writ a wonderful speech for myself that she's wanted me to rewrite, to prepare for the public consumption, that would very much emphasize why I need help with the GoFundMe. All of that, of course, should be proven by the fact that my equipment is obsolete and unforgiving. And we're going to need to improve this equipment with replacement, or I'm not going to be able to continue producing this program. So I do want to bring everyone's attention to the GoFundMe that is out there, that's entitled, oh God, what is it entitled? Something like Urgent Contribution. It's subtitled Professional Studio Supplies, organized by Douglas Dietrich. Now, basically, without going into that wonderful speech that was written by Our Lady Selena Khan, understand that I myself am impacted by both mechanical and psychological injuries, chronically post-traumatically stress disorder, which, by the way, just to put this into some context for you, when we bring up Jameson Reese's diagnosis of schizoaffective disorder, because we're trying to destigmatize mental illness, understand that one of the reasons why people fear mental illness is because of a lot of cinematic myth for the sake of drama, that conveys mentally ill people as violent. While this is always possible, depending on the type of mental illness, the truth is, statistically, mentally ill people have far more to worry about from so-called sane people than sane people have to worry about anything from mentally ill people. Mentally ill people are far more often targeted for violence by the so-called sane ones than otherwise, or the other way around. The truth is that it is the most disempowered people in the world who harbor apocalyptic fantasies of mass destruction. I myself have disambiguated post-traumatic stress disorder from mental illness as a psychological injury. But the reality is, statistically speaking, someone like myself with combat-related complex post-traumatic stress disorder that literally has changed the shape of my very brain am statistically far more dangerous than Jameson Reese. It's usually complexly post-traumatically stress disordered combat veterans that are far more prone to violence than someone diagnosed with a mental illness who expresses a lot of apocalyptic fantasies. This is what's a reality on the personal level that forces myself to seek counseling on a monthly basis at the very least. This is how I maintain myself in check, and of course, therapeutically, my dealings with yourselves. All of this maintains myself in a balance that I would otherwise not have opportunity for cultivating. So, with that psychological injury and the mechanical injuries of the multiple spontaneous pneumothoraces, the lung collapses, that originally allowed myself to access Social Security until I took the job of caring for my parents and lost that privilege because I was considered employable. That's what led to the years of caring for my parents, and then with their deaths, all the money I had paid into the insurance system that enabled me to support myself after the deaths of my parents, because I was taxed so heavily for money I was never paid. As I said, share of cost went back to the state of California for all the money I was paid to care for my parents, both of them requiring 24-hour-a-day care. I was working 48 hours a day, but all the pay was going back to the state. That plus my union dues, my pay into all of the insurance programs, SDI, FICA, etc. That's what led me to be able to take advantage of SSDI based on all the money I had placed into the system. All the money that I get is my own money that I put into my insurance. That SSDI, of course, is supplemented. I get into Medicare and Medi-Cal by having enrolled in the 250% Working Disabled program. That's because I need to do so to be fully insured. That way, of course, I can receive such things as my non-anabolic steroidal nasal spray, Mometazone Furoate, brand name Nasonex, which sells for hundreds and hundreds of dollars a bottle. That way I get it for $1.30. And that's what enables me to actually eat so I can maintain my physical existence. As someone who inherited not a condition, but the genetic reality, the subspeciation of vampirism from my latent sainted Cyrus, my mother Diana Zujin Lynn Dietrich, who was half vampire, a dampfire, as we are known, and I being a quarter so. I am fairly hematophagic, which means I subsist at my most healthy when living off blood to extent. And conversely, unfortunately, I have a physical reaction to solid food, wherein I produce supermassive amounts of mucus like a hagfish whenever I try to masticate or chew. Masticate means to chew. And for that reason, I was undernourished for the majority of my life, and I now weigh the most that I've ever weighed in my entire life, 160 pounds, thanks to a non-anabolic steroidal nasal spray that enables me to eat, because it eliminates the symptoms of gastric rhinitis that otherwise render my life unlivable, literally unlivable. So for that reason, as a disabled individual required by law to work, so long as my income is maintained at less than 250% above the federal poverty level, I am eligible for Medi-Cal by paying my monthly premiums based on net countable income, and I have to do this until I'm 65 years of age, which is, I don't know, 10, 15 years from now, 11, 12 years from now. At any rate, this enables me to receive the constant medical care that I need, pharmaceutically, psychologically, or psychiatrically if necessary, that I require to functionally survive and maintain myself in equilibrium with the society around me, or those around me. And I meet my 250% working disability program requirements in turn by hosting my bandwidth transmission program, which you are listening to now, Critical Emissions. To continue my work, by which to literally maintain my very life, I must establish a professional grade in-home studio with the latest equipment to meet technological quality standards that will be adaptable to emergent systems technologies as they come online. For that reason, I turn towards you, the general public, to help with myself. One of the original donors was Lena Shea, God bless her, with $250. And with that, of course, I turn towards all of you to go beyond that amount. With that, of course, we also turn towards the subjects of the day, as I said. Today, Chuck Yeager died. And there was a young European-American male, a Caucasian young man named Tristan Miller, who once asked myself, "Great show, Douglas. Thanks for sharing. I totally missed this one, and I wanted to hear more about the Russian space program." And here he's referencing Clyde Lewis, of all people, and yourself had mentioned on your June 6th interview on Ground Zero. Question for you. Is there any information out there about the Japanese being the first to break the sound barrier? Everything I searched only brings up Chuck Yeager. I wanted to delve into this subject a little further. Thanks again. By the way, he eventually vanished off of Facebook timeline. Ultimately, many people are simply revolted by myself in the terms of they can't take the influx of information. It's just overwhelming for them. And, such being the case, what can you do? The way I responded to him, and this probably led him ultimately to just cut off all communications, which is fine. The majority of people may actually react to the book that way. Not the way that Peter Moon hopes. They might just react by total rejection and calls for my death or murder or something. Maybe even Peter's. But, that's the life you lead when you break the barrier of a paradigm, the big lie. So I responded by saying, this is probably one of the ugliest cans of worms you could ever choose to open. And let me start to educate you all. National pride is at stake. It's compounded by decades of mass indoctrination. In social practice, the United States mirrors the very Soviet Union which it fought and defeated in what will ultimately be recognized as the Third World War, the so-called Cold War. And our nation is run by its military, science, industrial complex as per that situation. It's run into the dirt and 6 feet under by propagation of collective delusions so continuous as to come to be believed by the very heirs to the corrupt system that spawned the lies that sustained the system to begin with. And by way of aeronautical history, when Charles Augustus Lindbergh attempted to redeem himself in the eyes of the American public that viewed him as a modern Benedict Arnold due to his ideological National Socialism, he eventually used his established connections, American in this case, as disambiguated from German, to have himself deployed at the rank of colonel to the Pacific Theater of War as combat aviation liaison. Lindbergh was a combat veteran himself of World War I, the Great War in Europe. And he found himself deployed with Satan's Angels, which was considered the crack 475th Fighter Group, which included amongst its ranks the highest scoring American pilots. The legendary Dick Bong. That's America's ace of aces. Major Richard Bong amassed 40 kills, making him the top scoring American ace of World War II. And Tom McGuire, the second highest scoring American ace, who died while attempting to best the record of Major Bong. Now, the Satan's Angels are considered by the Americans to be the deadliest fighter group of the Second World War, scoring over 1,000 kills, 500 plus, as a unit. Now, the phrase "as a unit" cannot be overemphasized. Charles Lindbergh came to view them as nothing more than aerial butchers, often preying on slow-moving bombers and transport craft when they weren't strafing enemy ground crews, or schoolyards, or churches. Indeed, the 475th was to become as proficient at bombing as they were at aerial ambush. When Colonel Lindbergh scored a kill against a Japanese fighter by going at the enemy head-to-head in what he considered to be an honorable aerial duel, he was disdained as a World War I anachronism, reliving fantasies of chivalry when everybody else was picking up their bombing skills so they could wipe out orphanages. Nothing made Charles Lindbergh happier than to be recalled from the company of the 475th Satan's Angels when President Harry S. Truman desperately needed him on the spot in Europe to help establish rapport, quid pro quo, unregenerate Nazi elements who recognized the original transatlantic aviation pioneer and Nazi sympathizer as an ambassador at large. He helped the Americans recover an actual atomic bomb. The one, as a matter of fact, that was then deployed at Hiroshima. And anyhow, good night to Maria Michaela Grigorich. She says, good night, I'm getting tired. It's after 1 a.m. here. Thank you so much for everything. You're the most beautiful soul. Love you. Love you too, honey. Good night. And in terms of any other messages, let me check if there's any incoming notifications. Oh, good to see Sammy Romero out there. I haven't seen him in a while. And Shauna Bando has accepted my friend request. There we are. And so at least that's balanced out. Now, in terms of Japan's ace of aces, the Imperial Japanese Navy warrant officer Hiroyoshi Nishizawa, who was a sickly and emaciated Buddhist, so stricken by tropical malaria that he died very shortly after ceasefire. He personally scored 103 confirmed aerial kills as an individual. Compare that to the butchers who were bombing orphanages for the Satan's Angels. The Satan's Angels killed over 1,000 planes down, slow-moving bombers, transports, flying air tankers carrying fuel that went up in spectacular fireballs. And they did this as a unit with the most storied man above them, Dick Bong, their ace of aces, having killed 40 people in his career. Whereas as a single individual, the Japanese navigator, the naval aviator, Hiroyoshi Nishizawa, killed over 100 in combat in terms of planes shot down in individual head-to-head engagement. You will never read of him in any American text, ever, nor hear of him on the History Channel. The Third Reich's ace of aces, Luftwaffe Gruppenkommandeur, the Air Force Group Commander Erich Hartmann, who was raised in China as a child, scored 352 confirmed aerial kills. And the confirmations were a lot more thorough in Germany than they ever were by Allied standards. You had to have multiple witnesses sign on to each kill to confirm it. And had he counted the unconfirmed kills, it was over 400. There were 345 victories against the Soviets' Red Air Force, with Erich Hartmann sometimes quite literally making ace in a day. That means 5 kills per sortie, which most pilots never accomplish in a career. And the remaining 7 kills on his tally that were cited by multiple witnesses included American Mustangs. 5 Mustangs downed over Romania in a single day. And the other 2 American fighters downed over the Reichsprotektorat of Bohemia-Moravia in one mission accomplished shortly before general European ceasefire. There were more taken down by him that weren't counted on his kill list when he actually got the Americans and the Russians both in pursuit of him to shoot at each other. That's when Gruppenkommandeur Hartmann added the Soviet and American kills to his scoreboard simultaneous to ceasefire by buzzing and diving among the US and Soviet overflights, prompting the erstwhile Allies to proceed shooting each other down over Germany in heavily censored incidents. Now, Die-Kameradenwerk, or the Work of Comrades, was a network founded by Der Führer Adolf Hitler's most decorated airman and greatest sky warrior of all human history, the Stuka, or dive bomber pilot, Oberst, or Colonel Hans Ulrich Rudel. Ulrich Rudel was awarded the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross with gold oak leaves, swords, and diamonds, and Oberst Rudel flew 2,530 combat missions, resulted his single-handedly destroying a total of 2,000 targets. This included his destroying 800 vehicles, 519 tanks, each with a crew of at least 5, meaning he killed men by the thousands. He destroyed 150 artillery pieces, 70 amphibious landing craft bearing Russian invading enemy forces before they could land. He destroyed 9 aircraft. Remember, he's flying a Stuka, which is a dive bomber not equipped for aerial combat. And he destroyed 4 armored trains. That's hundreds of men at a time, and their equipment. He blasted several bridges bearing crossing enemy infantry, killing hundreds of men at a time. He sank 2 cruisers, 1 destroyer, and he sank the Soviet battleship Marat. Much of this accomplished after losing one of his legs in battle. Oberst Hans Ulrich Rudel obtained post-ceasefire funds by pressuring West German companies and industrialists who were identified as former NSDAP, or National Sozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterparty, or National Socialist German Workers' Party, Nazi Party affiliates, are members on Allied watch lists. Yet again, odds are that you have never heard of the greatest fighter pilot in the history of the world, and never will via any American-dominated information sources, with that level of almost inconceivable censorship of reality, warping American historical perspectives. Now you can understand what you don't know about the breaking of the sound barrier. Now, the first human invention to break the sound barrier was the rawhide bullwhip. When cracked, the tip of the whip moves quickly enough that it actually creates that snap we hear. That's a small sonic boom. The main issue point of pilot survivability in sound barrier breakage is shock stall, which is what happens when the control surface of an airframe approaches the speed of sound. A shock wave forms around the control surface, rendering it useless, and the pilot has no way to control the aircraft. Now, theoretically, a World War II era propeller-driven aeroplane is supposed to be already well above its terminal velocity when approaching the sound barrier, the speed at which drag matches the acceleration imparted by gravity. Propellers are shock stalled, and there is neither thrust or gravity available to accelerate a diving aeroplane past a certain point. As any aircraft approaches the speed of sound, airflow over some parts of the plane will exceed Mach 1 and generate shock waves. These shock waves cause intense buffeting, and many propeller-driven World War II fighter planes, including the Supermarine Spitfire, the Lockheed P-38 Lightning, and the North American P-51 Mustang, if I remember. They experienced these effects at Mach 0.85. The Spitfire certainly exceeded Mach 0.9 and may have gone supersonic in a dive. Even jet engines of the day were not intentionally designed to work with supersonic airflow entering through the compressor vanes. Such engines would flame out. Therefore, theoretically, propeller aircraft can never reach the sound barrier since the tips of propeller blades hit the sound barrier before the rest of the airframe does. The propeller blades go into shock stall and the aeroframe can no longer accelerate. But if an aeroframe under power cannot exceed the speed of sound, then it shouldn't do so after being shot out of the sky and is heading earthward. Planes that have been shot down often entered the transonic realm as they plummeted and were torn apart by the resulting shock waves. So there are certainly many World War II pilots, countless aviators, who at the very least broke the sound barrier, but never lived to tell about it. In fact, could not live to tell about it. And more than one World War II propeller pilot broke the sound barrier and lived, especially those Americans in P-38s and P-47s. Now, I have personally incinerated a document describing an unnamed American P-51D pilot assigned to the 1st Air Commando in the Western Pacific, who was ordered to go up and ring it out by his commanding officer, and he did so, committing into dive where he met compressibility, backed off on the throttle until he resumed control, straightened the dive out, advanced the throttle again, and passed over the airstrip at just a little over 730 miles per hour. Now, evidence also proves that the advanced P-51DE models broke the sound barrier in power dives over Europe in the later stages of proactive European conflict. In fact, dive bombers the world over had to have special air brakes developed to prevent them from breaking up, which sometimes happened anyway. There are many reports of propeller-driven dive bombers breaking the sound barrier during World War II. And one survivable fighter plane of World War II was not driven by either propellers or jets. The German rocket-powered Messerschmitt 163 Comet, spelled with a K, K-O-M-E-T. The Comet was designed by the great Alexander Lippisch, the pioneer of ramjet technology. And by the end of proactive World War II era European hostilities, Lippisch had a test glider of a supersonic ramjet-powered aircraft actually undergoing flight tests. He understood the requirements of supersonic flight. The Comet was designed to fly as fast as possible while staying under the critical limits at which trouble happens. And the Messerschmitt Me-163 Comet test pilot, Heini Dittmar, was accurately and officially measured, speed recorded, at 1,000 4.5 kilometers an hour. That's 623.8 miles per hour in level flight on October 2nd of 1941 in the early prototype ME-163 V4. And in his book entitled ME-163, the former Comet pilot Mono Ziegler reports that his friend, test pilot Dittmar, broke the fucking sound barrier when steep diving the rocket plane, and that several people on the ground heard the sonic booms his Comet generated. He reached this speed at less than full throttle, as he was concerned by the transonic buffeting, and the craft's Walter R11203 rocket engine could produce 7.34 it was the pounds of thrust, the kilogram percentage, 1,650 pounds of thrust, using an engine only half as powerful as that which actually went into production. The flight was made after a drop launch from a carrier plane to conserve fuel, a world's record that was kept secret until general European ceasefire. Now, the craft's potential performance in a powered dive is unknown, but the ME-163B test version of the series rocket plane had an even more powerful engine. A Hawk, or HWK-109, 509A2, and the greater wing sweep than the ME-163A. And on the 6th of July in 1944, Heini Dittmar, flying a test ME-163B V-18VA plus SP, was measured traveling at a speed of Mach 1.06, 1,130 kilometers an hour, breaking the sound barrier twice. So, this man is the real hero, and Chuck Yeager's just another white trash piece of shit. World War II soon saw widespread deployment of the German V-2s, which were intentionally supersonic, so all nations knew that such flight was possible. But the V-2 was ballistic. It didn't require a controllable airframe, and designing a supersonic controllable airframe was the problem for aeronautical engineers concerned with pilot survivability. The Japanese were exempt from contending with the obstacle of pilot survivability at all, through their spirit of self-sacrifice in the Kamikaze Corps. The German A4, which was later confused with the V2, was a single-stage Rakatan, a rocket fueled by alcohol and liquid oxygen. It stood at 46.1 feet high and had a thrust of 56,000 pounds. The A4 had a payload capacity of 2,200 pounds and could reach a velocity of 3,500 miles per hour. On October 3rd, 1942, the A4 was first launched from Peenemünde, breaking the sound barrier. It reached an altitude of 60 miles. It was the world's first launch of a ballistic missile and the first Rakatan ever to pierce the fringes of space. Now, Japan's Oka, literally cherry blossom, as in the falling cherry blossoms, which are sterile blossoms. These were piloted rocket bombs. And these piloted rockets, the world's first intelligent cruise missiles, with a human brain, their guidance by human intelligence, made them the world's first intelligent cruise missiles. Smart warheads, which routinely broke the sound barrier to devastating impact in proximity of targets where the shattering of the sound barrier itself ripped up infrastructure, the superstructure and hulls of ships. American servicemen were forbidden, in their letters. No one called home in World War II, rendering the tasks of squadron sensors an easy job. And Americans were forbidden to mention or even suggest the fact that Japanese airmen were, at many times, deploying so-called crash tactics or suicide attacks. And the general standing order of what they called SAR, silence against reality, was a regulation that was strictly enforced up and down the line on pain of death. Now, once again, The independent American investigator is almost certainly condemned to find nothing in his researches regards any discussion of military censorship in relation to Japanese aerial suicide attacks, let alone their breaking of the sound barrier. This is because the damage to American ships and the loss of men was so severe that the results of the kamikaze strategy was suppressed as brutally as possible. Brutally, I mean like people died who talked. In fact, the very existence of the Imperial Japanese Kamikaze Corps was a United States military secret. This American suppression of reality itself was rationalized as being primarily motivated to, as much was deemed possible, keep the enemy in the dark about just how successful and how serious the destruction was as wrought by Japan's literally death-defying pilots. Simply stated, to report the facts of these successes to the world at large was considered an invitation to an even more accelerated Japanese kamikaze effort, and the United States war machine simply could not afford such. From the Japan of the Second World War era, or from any rival power today, it's obviously a war-winning paradigm, even when entirely separated from its occult elements, which I covered in depth in Satan's Crusaders, which is available on YouTube in this channel that you're listening to now. There are, however, several other incidents where the sound barrier was broken during World War II. Hans Guido Mütke, flying the most devastating fighter of the war, the Messerschmitt Me-262, which boasted a 5-to-1 kill ratio against all Allied fighters, broke the sound barrier on the 9th of April in 1945. The 262 was the first true operational jet-powered fighter plane in the world, sporting twin BMW 003 turbojet engines mounted below its swept wings, and Mütke reported not just transonic buffeting, but the resumption of normal control once a certain speed was exceeded, then a resumption of severe buffeting once the Me-262 slowed again. He also reported engine flameout. And this achievement was, of course, disputed by American aviation experts, claiming that the Me-262 structure could not support high transonic, let alone supersonic flight, ignoring the fact that lack of area-ruled fuselage and 10% thick wings did not prevent other aircraft from exceeding Mach 1 in dives. Chuck Yeager's own Bell X-1. Yeager's X-1 was the American designed after a .50 caliber bullet, known to be stable at supersonic speeds, so they designed it after the round, and the North American F-86 Sabre with a M262 profile, no less, and the Convair Sea Dart seaplane all exceeded Mach 1 without area rule fuselages. The designer of the Me-262, Willy Messerschmitt himself, always stated emphatically that the 262 was incapable of supersonic flight. In flight tests, he found that at Mach 0.86, the 262 experienced Mach tuck. It lost control and assumed a nose-down altitude that could not be corrected by the pilot, and throttling down was the only way to resume control. The 262 only had conventional elevators on the trailing edge of its tailplane, like all aircraft of the day, so these would have shock stalled and not been able to correct the Mach tuck. But the 262 also had an additional feature. The tailplane was actually all moving for trim purposes. This was a separate, electrically operated control, and it was normally used to keep the plane level as its fuel supply was consumed. Mütke reported that he actually employed this all-moving trim control in order to get out of the nose-down state, an improvised technique inspired of necessity, which was not considered in Messerschmitt's own design tests. And computational tests carried out by Professor Otto Wagner of Munich Technical University in 1999 confirmed that the Me-262 was capable of attaining and surpassing Mach 1 supersonic flight during steep dives. Computer modeling, recovering from the dive and the resumption of severe buffeting once subsonic flight was resumed, would, of course, damage the craft terminally, which is exactly what happened. Mütke was cruising at 36,000 feet when he committed to steep dive under full power, with his airspeed indicator pegged at its limit of 1,100 kilometers per hour, just over the speed of sound. Mukay reported severe buffeting and loss of control. Suddenly, the buffeting stopped and he regained control with the airspeed indicator still pegged, indicative of the fact that he had broken the sound barrier. Unfortunately, his engines had flamed out, not being designed for supersonic speeds, and he slowed, and the severe buffeting resumed. Finally, his speed dropped enough that he regained control again and was able to restart his engines. He returned to base, and it was found that his aircraft had lost many rivets, and its wings had become so distorted that the plane itself had to be scrapped. The Mukay supersonic flight profile became known throughout the world of aerodynamics. Severe buffeting while approaching Mach 1, then the shaking stops above Mach 1 and then resumes upon deceleration below Mach 1. In fact, on the page 13 of the ME-262A1 Pilot's Handbook, issued by Headquarters Air Materiel Command, Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio, translated into the English from the German as report number FSU 1111ND, on the 10th of January in 1946, well, I'll just read from the goddamn manual. Speeds of 950 kilometers per hour, that's 590 miles per hour in parentheses, are reported to have been attained in a shallow dive 20 degrees to 30 degrees from the horizontal. No vertical dives were made. At speeds of 950 to 1,000 kilometers per hour, in the parentheses it reads 590 to 620 miles per hour, the airflow around the aircraft reaches the speed of sound, and it is reported that the control surfaces no longer affect the direction of flight. The results vary with different aeroplanes. Some wing over and dive, while others dive gradually. It is also reported that once the speed of sound is exceeded, this condition disappears and normal control is restored. The comments about restoration of flight control and cessation of buffeting above Mach 1 are very significant. In a 1946 document, it must never be forgotten that Chuck Yeager strapped into the Bell X-1 his glamorous Glennis attached to its B-50 mothership for his propaganda flight in 1947, a year after what I've just read from was published. The year of the United States Army Air Corps' big lies behind the Roswell incident, and their establishment of the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, to administer Tonopah Army Airfield under CIA designate Area 51 as its initial responsibility, all to facilitate taxpayer acquiescence into financing a United States Air Force, which did not yet exist, that would provide a black budget black hole that would break America's bank. So good riddance, Chuck Yeager. Burn in hell eternal, you phony piece of shit. God damn you for all the lies you've helped to propagate and all the white trash pieces of shit just like you. Now, vaccinations are underway in the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom has started administering the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine, making it the first Western country to start vaccinating its citizens outside of clinical trials. The United Kingdom has ordered enough of the vaccine to inoculate a third of its population, but for right now it's available by invitation only for those age 80 and above, care home staff, and frontline health and social care workers. In these United States, across the Atlantic, President Donald Trump is expected to sign an executive order today, or at least was, prioritizing the shipment of a coronavirus vaccine to Americans before other nations, according to the senior administration officials. The United States just had its deadliest week for the coronavirus since April, with 15,658 reported deaths over the last 7 days. Here's what you need to know. COVID-19 vaccines received a boost. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration gave high marks to the Pfizer-BioNTech shot. A peer review confirmed the safety and efficacy of the AstraZeneca effort, and the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, now great allies of the Israelis and Americans, said a Chinese vaccine also works. But there was also a warning. The UK drug regulator said that people with significant allergies should not take the Pfizer jab after 2 healthcare workers, out of hundreds vaccinated, mind you, suffered adverse reactions. Now, today is the eve day of Britain's own Pearl Harbor. Allow us myself to reconsider Churchill's veiled threat in context of the Japanese ambush that left the Royal Navy's finest ships at the bottom of the sea, and 800 men dead. Now, circa 1941, the war against Japan was just 72 hours old, just 3 days into war, as officially finally recognized by everyone on planet Earth, inescapably, as a condition in which everyone then found themselves in a state of war. And 'twas then that the hulks of the United States ships still burning at Pearl Harbor, still aflame, 3 days later, after the preemptive strategic surgical strike on the 8th of December as dated west of the International Date Line, or the ID line, that had begun hostilities as formally recognized by all the world powers that had taken place, rendering them impossible to salvage at that time. 'Twas then, across half the world, in the Pacific, well, actually in the Indo-Pacific, more into the Indian Ocean, on the other side of the Indonesian archipelago, the largest group of islands on Earth, the battleship HMS Prince of Wales, the newest and most technologically advanced ship in the British fleet, was sunk by Japanese torpedo planes off the coast of Malaya, along with the battle cruiser HMS Repulse. More than 800 British lives were lost in the lukewarm waters of the South China Sea that day, as dated the 10th of December, east of the ID line, or the International Date Line, in just 2 devastating hours. Now, in London, Prime Minister Winston Churchill was woken to be told the news, and he later recalled, "In all the war I never received a more direct shock. As I turned over and twisted in bed, the full horror sank in upon me." That horror was that his hopes of stopping Japan from conquering Malaya were dashed. Singapore would be next, and after that, Australia or even India, the jewel in the crown of the British Empire, would be threatened. The loss of the Prince of Wales and Repulse was a game-changing event, and one Churchill had not thought possible. In fact, in his war memoirs, Churchill wrote, well, just let me read from, let the man himself speak, so to speak, via his text. "I was opening my boxes when the telephone at my bedside rang. It was the First Sea Lord, Admiral Sir Dudley Pound. His voice sounded odd. He gave a sort of cough and gulp, and at first I could not hear quite clearly. 'Prime Minister, I have to report to you that the Prince of Wales and the Repulse have both been sunk by the Japanese. We think by aircraft. Vice Admiral Tom Phillips is drowned.' 'Are you sure it's true?' 'There is no doubt at all.' So I put the telephone down. I was thankful to be alone. In all the war I never received a more direct shock. The reader of these pages will realize how many efforts, hopes, and plans foundered with these 2 ships. As I turned over and twisted in bed, the full horror of the news sank in upon me. There were no British or American capital ships in the Indian Ocean or the Pacific except the American survivors of Pearl Harbor, who were hastening back to California. Over all this vast expanse of waters, Japan was supreme, and we everywhere were weak and naked." Like Churchill was in bed at the time. I like the way he opens the paragraph with, I was reaching into my boxes. I was opening my boxes. Does he mean his boxers? Like his trousers? Like maybe he was about to jack off when the phone rang at his bedside? Then he turned over in bed with that pursuit, apparently. Well, I guess he went flaccid, right? Well, that aside, no tragedy is so poignant in British naval history as the loss of those two capital ships and so many aboard them. They had been, as Churchill wrote, the only weapon in British hands, meaning a weapon of deterrence. The command of every ocean had been lost except the Atlantic. Australia and New Zealand were open to attack. Prince of Wales and Repulse had been sent to Singapore, as Churchill so wrote it, to exercise that kind of vague menace which capital ships of the highest quality, whose whereabouts is unknown, can impose upon all hostile naval calculations. How should we use them now? Obviously, they must go to sea and vanish among the innumerable islands. There was general agreement on that. Churchill had thought that they might sail across the Pacific to join the United States fleet. A proud gesture at this moment. You know, knitting the English-speaking world together. The existence of such a fleet would be the best possible shield for the Pacific dominions. But as the hour was late, we decided to sleep on it, and settled the next morning what to do with the Prince of Wales and Repulse. These were Churchill's undoubted intentions. What is not so sure is the decision-making process that led to the ship's deployment, Admiral Phillips's Force Z. Churchill's part in these matters has been a subject of debate among some of the best historians, including Arthur Marder, Stephen Roskill, Corelli Barnett, Christopher Bell, Martin Middlebrook, Patrick Mahoney. I had to scan through them all to come up with my own analysis. Most recently, a succinct history of these events was provided by Arthur Nicholson in his work, entitled Hostages to Fortune. Now, the triumphant Japanese had scored not just a notable naval victory, but come from nowhere to deal a huge blow to the sense of invincibility with which British warships had patrolled eastern waters. Centuries of traditional superiority were blown apart, the Navy's prestige left foundering. Yet while the sinking of the two ships was tragic, it was considered by the British public after the war, after the fact, to be completely unnecessary and preventable. And it is now considered popularly by the British lay culture, the culture of your average Briton, what culture there may be, that it's a monument now being unveiled as a reminder of folly as much as courage. The threat presented by the emerging might of Japan had been woefully underestimated, dismissed by Admiralty figures convinced of their innate superiority, which was based on racism. Assumptions were made that a show of force would soon see off any threat of invasion, and Force Z, consisting of Prince of Wales, Repulse, and 4 destroyers, was, but without the promised aircraft carrier that might have made the difference, was hurriedly dispatched from Singapore up the Malayan East Coast. And the commander, Admiral Sir Tom Phillips, was confident that his state-of-the-art battleship, Prince of Wales, with its big guns, top-notch armor plating, and modern defense systems, was unsinkable by anything Tokyo could muster. He may well have looked on Japanese fighter planes and bombers as mere irritants. You know, irritants in the sense of flies to be swatted away. You know, like Death Star did the rebels. But what he failed to anticipate was the new danger posed by planes that dropped torpedoes to seek out their target in water. And the way the British public sees it today, this is the popular rendition, this is the popular interpretation. The Brits perceive it as that when a 60-strong force of bombers hunted down the Prince of Wales and Repulse and honed in on them, the Admiral refused to believe he was facing anything more than a conventional bombing raid. He therefore adopted the textbook defensive posture of turning sideways in the face of an aerial attack, reducing the odds of a direct hit from above and allowing more guns to bear on the aircraft. But this simply presented a more substantial target for the torpedoes. They could aim at the broad side of the boat, and the effect was devastating as the underwater missiles dropped into the water and found their mark. The Admiral then compounded this fatal error of judgment by insisting on sticking to the usual procedure of radio silence, instead of responding to the danger he and his ships were in and urgently sending for Allied fighter planes, just an hour's flying time away, to deal with the threat. Anti-aircraft guns on board the warships boomed away incessantly, desperately trying to ward off the attackers, but could not stop the tide of 100 or more planes. And a torpedo slammed into the stern of the 35,000-ton Prince of Wales, disabling her rudder and rendering her virtually helpless. Very well, that's exactly what had happened to the Bismarck. And as she, the Prince of Wales, steamed in circles, listing badly, she was a sitting duck. And inside her, men ran frantically for their lives as the waters of the South China Sea rushed in. And suddenly, the Royal Navy's latest high-technology battleship and pride of the fleet, the ship that just 6 months earlier had tackled the German battleship Bismarck, was a devastating state. Above her, the pack of torpedo bombers circled before moving in for the kill, like Indians round a wagon train, as one officer put it. And 4 miles away, the veteran Repulse, a relic of the First World War, was making a better fist of defending herself as her helmsman twisted and turned to miss the deadly torpedoes coming at her. Then came one wave too many for him to handle. 5 torpedoes hit her side within a few minutes, and from the bridge the captain addressed his crew over the tannoy, "All hands on deck, prepare to abandon ship. God be with you." And she sank in 8 minutes. Everywhere, men scrambled for their lives to make it to the top deck and off into the water. And 45 minutes later, the Prince of Wales had gone too, taking her captain and the hapless force commander, Admiral Phillips, whose popularly perceived errors of judgment had worsened her plight, down with her. Phillips had finally broken radio silence to call for help from Singapore, but it was too late. By the time Allied planes arrived, the Prince of Wales had gone, and so had the Japanese planes that had sunk her. As the first plane circled, hundreds of men in the water shook their fists in anger and shouted with derision that the initials RAF, or Royal Air Force, really stood for Rare as Fairies. It was an unfair inter-service slight, given that Phillips had let the battle rage for an hour before sending his SOS. A handful of fighter planes could well have downed the slow and lumbering Japanese torpedo bombers if they had been summoned in time. The impact of the loss of the Prince of Wales and the Repulse was devastating. Per the historian Colin Smith, never in its 300-year history had the Royal Navy suffered such a one-sided defeat. Never had the loss of 2 ships been so crucial. Now, even if we understand the decision-making process, nagging questions remain. What went wrong? Why did Tom Phillips ignore the aerial threat to his fleet? Why did he leave Singapore and go north at all, given the immense Imperial Japanese Navy strength in ships and aerocraft? Why did he maintain wireless telegraphy silence after Force E had left Singapore? The Force E was created by the Defense Committee of Operations, the Operations Department of Britain, of the British War Cabinet, on my birthday, many years before I was born, the 20th of October, in 1941, and confirmed a month later, as a capital ship force consisting of His Majesty's ship, the HMS Prince of Wales, commissioned that year in action against the Bismarck, and Churchill's stout conveyance to meet Roosevelt at Argentina for the Atlantic Charter meeting, and the thrice refurbished battlecruiser HMS Repulse, screened by 4 destroyers but no aircraft carrier because none was available to be dispatched forthwith to Singapore. Its purpose was to deter the Japanese Empire from entering the war at all, or delay the outbreak of hostilities. The development, or the deployment, as they say in the military, when I stopped thinking outside of diplomatic or State Department terms, the deployment was made for political reasons. And Churchill contended that just as Tirpitz, Bismarck's sister ship, had held down British naval units, so too these capital ships might deter the Japanese. And on the 4th of November, Churchill wrote to Stalin, "With the object of keeping Japan quiet, we are sending our latest battleship, Prince of Wales, which can catch and kill any Japanese ship, into the Indian Ocean, and we are building up a powerful battle squadron there." The Force Z arrived at Singapore on the 2nd of December, but by then the international situation was deteriorating. And on the 8th, Singapore time, while American ships burned in Pearl Harbor, as they would for the next 3 days at least, and weeks actually, Japanese troops swarmed ashore in Thailand and northern Malaya. Hong Kong, reinforced by 2 Canadian regiments, was under siege. Indochina was overrun, and the Imperial Japanese Navy occupied Saigon, with its handsome air bases, so well suited for land-based naval aviation, as constructed by the French, and coastal reconnaissance and operations. The Prince of Wales was one of 5 intended King George IV class of battleships, displacing 35,000 tons, with 10 14-inch guns and making over 30 knots. Now, Jane's fighting ships of 1940 stated that her design will include enhanced defense against air attack, including an improved distribution of deck and side armor, more elaborate subdivision, and an improved system of underwater protection. Unofficial reports give weight of armor as over 14,000 tons and waterline thickness as 16 inches. Now, she carried a complement of 1,500 men. By contrast, Repulse was a super battle cruiser. Displacement at 32,000 tons, best speed 29 knots with 6 15-inch guns and secondary armament. She had a belt that gave additional protection about 9 feet deep. These were among the best ships the Royal Navy had. The Admiralty naturally rued the naval restrictions of the Washington Treaty, which limited tonnage by classes, and the Treasury's parsimony that curbed much intended new construction. Navies always have to manage with what the state affords, but in the case of the Royal Navy in the Second World War, the materials available were never sufficient to deal with the several simultaneous requirements, notably in the Atlantic, Mediterranean, Indian, and Pacific Oceans. It was not imperial overreach that was the problem, but lack of the means to assert influence and to defend British interests in time of war. Indeed, during the Ethiopian crisis of 1935, when Italy had extended its empire into Abyssinia, the British could not assert their influence because, as Lord Chatfield, the first Sea Lord of that day, put it, Britain could not face the possibility of waging war against Italy and Japan in combination. But by the time of December 10th, in late 1941, the possible horrors had become realities. Britain was at war with 3 nations, each with considerable naval assets. The first task was to deal with Germany, keeping merchant shipping flowing to the United Kingdom, or passing securely to North Russia, all the while deploying naval forces to gain command in the Mediterranean, invade North Africa in 1942, keep Egypt secure, and eventually invade Italy. Now, the tragic scenario of Force Z in Singapore was played out against a much larger course of events, A quite complicated one, we need to remember. Force Z was puny, but it was the best available. The CNC, the Commander-in-Chief, was Acting Admiral Sir Tom Phillips. 126 pounds, 5 foot 2 inches, known as Tom Thumb, or Wee Tom, pale and unhealthy in prospect. All brain and no body was the way one acquaintance described him. But Phillips was impressive in other ways. Knowledgeable in naval matters, diligent and thorough, quick and decisive in attack. He had been raised in the Nelsonic tradition, engaged the enemy more closely. And on the 8th of December, Phillips resolved on action. And almost to the last man, his bosses in Whitehall had not expected Japan to precipitate matters. They gave no guidance, except to send a signal on the 7th of December that they expected him, in wake of Pearl Harbor, to do something. And it is December 8th, 1941. Let's say you had to assume the role of British Admiral Sir Thomas Phillips, the ranking Royal Navy officer at Singapore, Britain's Far East bastion and most important Pacific naval base. And although Britain has been at war with Germany in Europe since September of 1939, you've got the rising responsiveness by the Japanese Empire in Asia throughout 1941, posing an increasing threat to Britain's interests in the Far East, principally its colonies of Malaya, Burma, and Hong Kong, and the vital sea lanes in the Southwest Pacific and Indian Ocean. And in late October, British Prime Minister Winston Churchill orders you to lead a naval squadron from Atlantic waters to Singapore as a show of force to deter further Japanese quote-unquote aggression. And the squadron, then known as Force G, comprises the new battleship His Majesty's ship, the HMS Prince of Wales, the older battle cruiser HMS Repulse, and 4 destroyers. And the new aircraft carrier HMS Indomitable is to join Force G, but its participation was canceled when it ran aground and was damaged. So, less than a week, 6 days are gone. On December 2nd, let's say you're back in 1941 here, Force G arrives at Singapore and is redesignated Force Z. But in the hours before dawn, this morning, let's say you're back there, the strategic situation in the Far East suddenly changes, and dramatically so, when Japanese air, naval, and ground forces launch a series of devastating attacks that are then finally interpreted throughout the world as the entire planet entering a second world war in Asia and the Pacific. Japanese forces have overrun the neutral international concessions in Shanghai, attacked Hong Kong, dealt a devastating blow to the United States fleet at Pearl Harbor, where it's December 7th in Hawaii, even while it's December 8th this side of the ID line. Back in 1941, if you're there. They've struck American airfields in the Philippines, and of immediate concern to you, launched an amphibious invasion of northern Malaya. Your show of force deterrence effort has now become a combat mission to oppose the enemy onslaught. So, with Force Z at your command, you are in command, let's just say. You've got great confidence in Force Z's striking power in any ship-to-ship naval action, given the heavy guns of its 2 powerful capital warships. Your flagship Prince of Wales first saw combat as part of the Royal Navy force that tracked down and sank the German battleship Bismarck in May. Your ship's critical hits on Bismarck were a major factor in the British victory. And completed just last March, the Prince of Wales has a top speed of 30 knots and displaces 44,000 tons when fully loaded. Its main armament consists of 10 new rapid-firing 14-inch guns in 3 multiple gun turrets, 2 forward and 1 aft, with a range of 18 miles. Its secondary armament consists of 8 pairs of 5 1/4-inch heavy anti-aircraft guns, half dozen 8-barrel 2-pounder pom-pom batteries, a 40mm Bofors gun, and several, well, .303 caliber machine guns. Captain John Leach commands the ship and its crewed by 100 officers and 1,502 sailors. And completed in 1916, the quarter-of-a-century-old battle cruiser Repulse fought in World War I naval engagements and was later extensively reconstructed to improve its armor protection and fire control. Its top speed is 32 knots and displaces 36,000 tons when fully loaded. Its main armament consists of 6 15.2-inch guns mounted in pairs in 2 forward turrets, 1 aft, with a range of 19 miles. Its secondary armament consists of a dozen 4-inch guns, 6 high-angle 4-inch anti-aircraft guns, 2 8-barrel pom-pom batteries. Captain William Tennant commands Repulse, and it is crewed by 69 officers, over 1,240 sailors. Now, Force's destroyers are His Majesty's ships Electra, Express, Encounter, and Jupiter. The latter 2 are currently undergoing repairs and are out of action for up to 3 weeks, but the HMS Tenedos and the Australian Navy's HMAS, or His Majesty's Australian ship, Vampire, are available to replace them. And the destroyers are less heavily armored and mount much smaller main guns, typically 1 or 2 5-inch guns, than do your 2 major warships, yet they are valuable for screening, countermine, and anti-submarine operations. Since 4C lacks any aircraft carrier, the only available air support is from Royal Air Force, the RAF, and RAAF, the RAAF, the Royal Australian Air Force, ground-based aircraft flying from forward airfields in Malaya and from Singapore. However, this air support is greatly limited by the number and type of planes. Only 43 outdated Brewster Buffalo Mark I fighters. There's a whole history behind them. And it's a good one where they beat the Soviet Air Force, and Stalin was so pissed that the Finns of Finland destroyed his Air Force, wiped his Air Force from the skies with these American manufactured Brewster Buffaloes purchased by Finland, which was a member and ally of the Axis, mind you, that he ordered American unions, which were heavily infiltrated by communists, outright card-carrying communists themselves, as a matter of fact, to sabotage all manufacturing. So from that point forward, the Brewster Buffalo was a piece of shit, and therefore had a horrible reputation because of communist sabotage in the United States. So you've got these 43 outdated Brewster Buffaloes, which means they are probably the good ones, and the necessity for them to support ground combat against the Japanese landing force. So you really can't spare them for yourself, and yet you doubt the ability of American aircraft alone to sink your combat-ready warships as they maneuver at sea anyway, and you further believe that the proper employment of your large number of anti-aircraft weapons will provide formidable protection from the enemy air attacks. Now compare this to the Japanese forces. Japan's opening war offensive features 5 separate operational groups attacking as far east as Hawaii and as far south as Malaya. And Vice Admiral Nobutake Kondo's Imperial Japanese Navy Southern Task Force, carrying the landing force of General Tomoyuki Yamashida's 25th Army, is mounting the Malaya operation. Kondo's largest warships are 2 1914 vintage battleships, Kongo and Haruna, each mounting 8 older 14-inch guns whose firepower is inferior to that of the guns of Prince of Wales and Repulse. Moreover, the Imperial Japanese Navy support offshore at the Kota Baru landing site has no warship larger than a cruiser with 8-inch guns. However, you are sure that the Japanese will have naval mines along with sea approaches. Well, along all the sea approaches will be mined, and submarines patrolling the waters. Although Kondo's Southern Task Force has no aerocraft carriers, the operation is within range of the land-based Imperial Japanese naval aerocraft of the 21st and 22nd Aero Flotillas, flying from aerofields in southern Indochina. 21st Flotilla has 27 Mitsubishi G4AM-1 Type 1 bombers, which the Allies have codenamed Betty bombers. The 22nd Flotilla has 72 twin-engine Mitsubishi G3M2 Type 96 bombers, Allied codenamed Nell bombers. The 36 Mitsubishi A6M fighters, Allied codenamed Zeke fighters, but commonly called Zero fighters, and 6 reconnaissance aircraft. The Japanese long-range bombers are armed with bombs and powerful Type 91 aerial torpedoes. Now, the courses of action. Just hours agone, you witnessed Japanese air power firsthand, and you were not impressed. In the pre-dawn darkness of 4:30 a.m., 17 Japanese Nell bombers appeared over Singapore, which was not under blackout and therefore brightly lit. And although scattered bombs killed or wounded several hundred unsheltered people, the aero raid inflicted no militarily significant damage. The land defense of Malaya and Singapore is the responsibility of British Army Lieutenant General Arthur Percival's Malaya Command. Although you will cooperate with Percival, you are in sole command of all Navy ships at Singapore, and you will decide how best to deploy Force Z. At noon, you gather your staff and ship's captains to decide Force Z's actions in response to the Japanese Empire's opening war offensive. You are considering 3 possible courses of action. Course of action 1, attack the Japanese invasion force. With this plan, Force Z will sortie from Singapore at once and directly, attack the Japanese invasion force before the beachheads are even consolidated. Success will depend on speed, the element of surprise, and the formidable guns of your major warships. Aero support will require close cooperation with the RAF/RAAF, Royal Air Force and Royal Australian Air Force ground-based aerocraft. The course of action number 2 would be defend Singapore itself. And under this course of action, Force Z will put to sea immediately to avoid being caught at anchor and destroyed, like the United States fleet at Pearl Harbor. However, your ships will remain in area to protect the Singapore base against a Japanese ground assault or naval strike. Course of action 3, strategic redeployment. Under this option, Force Z will redeploy from Singapore to Jakarta Harbor in Java. From this new base, your ships will be well positioned to cooperate with other Allied naval forces, protect vital sea lanes to Australia and the Indian Ocean, and provide maximum flexibility to react to future Japanese thrusts throughout the Southwest Pacific region. You must now decide which plan you will implement. What next, Admiral Phillips? Now, in terms of course of 1, the course of action that would be numerically number 1, the one that was historically chosen, and you attack the Japanese invasion force, you believe that prompt action by your powerful warships will prove decisive to defeating Japan's invasion of Malaya. Therefore, you decide to sail Force Z immediately to the waters off northern Malaya and attack the invasion force before the beachheads are even consolidated. You estimate that if your ships depart Singapore as soon as possible today, they will arrive at the invasion area early on December 10th. Your intent is to bombard the Japanese forces on the beachheads, destroy their support shipping, and engage Kondo's fleet with the superior firepower of the guns of Prince of Wales and the Repulse. And before departure, you coordinate with Air Vice Marshal Conway Pulford, Senior RAF Commander. And Pulford promises to provide what air support he can, but he warns that he cannot guarantee continuous coverage since his limited number of RAF RAAF aircraft are committed to supporting ground forces in the ongoing combat. And as Force E steams out of Singapore Harbor at 5:35 p.m., you signal all ships from aboard the Prince of Wales, "We are out looking for trouble, and no doubt we shall find it. We hope to surprise the enemy transports, and we expect to meet the Japanese battleships. Now, led by the destroyers Electra and Express, Force Z then moves into open waters and is joined by the destroyers Tornadoes and Vampire. And wary of Japanese submarine attacks using torpedoes, you order your ships to sail a zigzag course. The weather turns in your favor as low-hanging clouds and frequent rain squalls help obscure Force Z from observation by enemy aircraft. The next morning, the weather clears somewhat, and Vampire reports sighting an enemy plane. This presents a dilemma. Should you call for air support in case the plane spotted your ships and initiates an attack, or should you maintain radio silence to avoid alerting the Japanese to your presence if Force Z has not yet been observed? You decide to maintain radio silence, standard operational procedure, and your ships continue sailing toward northern Malaya throughout the 9th of December. Unbeknownst to you, however, the enemy submarine, the I-58, instead of U-boats, the Japanese had what they called I-boats. You've been essentially plotted. And I-58, Japanese submarine, the Samurai submarine, has spotted Force Z and reports your position. The Japanese begin preparing the aerocraft at their Indochina bases to attack your ships. And during the night of December 9th into the morning of December 10th, an enemy reconnaissance plane mistakenly drops a flare over Kondo's fleet, which is positioned only 5 miles from you. You see the flare, but since you are unaware that Kondo's ships are nearby, you assume it means the enemy has spotted Force Z and that you have lost the crucial element of surprise. You therefore decide to abort the strike mission. At 11:13 a.m. on December 10th, as Force Z sails back to Singapore, 9 enemy aircraft are sighted. All of your ship's anti-aircraft guns open fire as the Japanese bombers approach. The planes drop 9 bombs, 8 of them miss, while 1 explodes on Repulse's heavily armored deck. The damage, however, is minor. 30 minutes later, 16 enemy torpedo planes arrive and dive at full speed toward the Prince of Wales. The battleship turns to avoid the torpedoes, but is nonetheless struck by one. Your flagship immediately lists 12 degrees to port and slows to 10 knots, losing its ability to evade any further strikes. Meanwhile, Repulse successfully dodges over a dozen torpedoes. At 12:20 p.m., more enemy torpedo planes arrive. 4 of them target Repulse, and 6 attack the crippled Prince of Wales. A torpedo strikes Repulse amidships, and then minutes later, 3 more crash into its sides. Repulse sinks within 20 minutes, taking 513 sailors with it. The crew aboard the Vampire, however, rescues Captain Tennant and several hundred men. But unable to maneuver, Prince of Wales is hit by 3 more torpedoes and begins to capsize. You refuse to leave your sinking flagship, and Captain Leach, along 327 British sailors, go down with it. Now, if you chose the non-historical course of action, the second one, course of action 2, to defend Singapore, that means you fear that any attempt to strike the Japanese invasion force in northern Malaya will unnecessarily risk the loss of Force Z, as historically happened with course of action 1. And although you still doubt the ability of aerocraft alone to sink major warships maneuvering at sea, you also think it would be foolhardy to test that theory by placing the Allies' 2 most powerful ships in region in an exposed position with, at best, only weak air cover. Therefore, you decide to remain in southern Malayan waters and defend Singapore. Since the Pearl Harbor attack has demonstrated that aircraft can sink ships at anchor, you order Force Z to leave Singapore Harbor immediately, led by the destroyers Electra and Express, your flagship Prince of Wales, and the battlecruiser Repulse, put to sea at 5:35 p.m. and shortly thereafter are joined by the destroyers Tornadoes and Vampire. Singapore will remain your base for refueling and resupply, but by ensuring that only 1 or 2 of your ships are in the harbor at a time, you can prevent a disastrous repeat of Pearl Harbor. You initially lead Force Z to a position about 80 miles southeast of Singapore. From here, your force is better protected, but you can still respond to land or sea threats to the city. In the meantime, Malaya Command is losing the ground and air battle in northern Malaya. The enemy reinforces its Kota Baru beachheads, advances rapidly, and then defeats British forces at the Battle of Jitra on December 11th through the 13th. Although this causes you to have second thoughts about whether you should have attacked the Japanese invasion force, you cannot turn back the clock. After Jitra's fall, Yamashita's spearheads swiftly moved down the Malay Peninsula's west coast, keeping Parseval's troops off balance and unable to stop the enemy onslaught. By the 9th of January, 1942, the Japanese advance reaches the outskirts of Kuala Lumpur, halfway down the peninsula. Percival urgently requests Force Z to sail to the adjacent waters and employ its heavy guns to bombard the enemy and help defend the important city. You, however, reluctantly decline Percival's request. You can't risk being caught by an enemy air or naval attack in the narrow strait between Malaya and Sumatra. Kuala Lumpur falls to the Japanese on January 11th. In late January, after keeping Force Z safe and in a state of preparedness for so long, you finally get the opportunity to fight Kondo's Southern Task Force. On the lower east coast of Malaya, Japanese troop transports have begun landing a force near Endau against light opposition from Malaya Command. Given the threat Prince of Wales and Repulse pose to this amphibious assault, Kondo undoubtedly has his warships in vicinity. You immediately lead Force Z at top speed to the waters off Endau and arrive at 2 a.m. on January 27th. And indeed, Kondo is protecting the landing with the battleships Kongo and Haruna, as well as a light cruiser and 6 destroyers. You initiate the night battle with the main guns of Prince of Wales and Repulse concentrating their firepower on the enemy battleships. Now, both sides score hits, but soon the superior firepower of your capital ships' rapid-firing 14-inch and 15.2-inch guns swings the combat in your favor. Haruna is a smoking wreck and Kongo is severely damaged. Unfortunately, 2 Japanese torpedoes hit Repulse and it must limp back to Singapore. Defeated, however, Kondo withdraws his surviving ships, and as he departs, you sink 3 unprotected Japanese troop transports. Since your naval victory over Kondo's Southern Task Force at the Battle of Endau ended any immediate seaborne threat to Singapore, you decide to reposition Force Z several miles off the city's southwestern coast to oppose the looming ground threat posed by Yamashita's advancing army on Malaya's west coast. And when Yamashita attempts an amphibious assault across the Johor Strait to invade Singapore on the night of February 8th, you unleash Prince of Wales' big guns and your destroyer's smaller guns, blasting apart the enemy invasion effort. Now, desperately short of troops and ammunition and unwilling to risk another amphibious assault in the face of your powerful naval guns, Yamashita decides to suspend indefinitely further attacks against Singapore. It will take several weeks, perhaps months, for him to receive enough men and ammunition for another attempt. With Singapore remaining an unconquered bastion of the West, and United States General Douglas MacArthur's American and Filipino troops continuing to hold back the Japanese conquest of the Philippines, Japan's opening war offensive timetable has been seriously disrupted. As for Course of Action 3, strategic redeployment, which would be what I would have done in place of Phillips, you would be acting on the belief that attacking the Japanese invasion force in northern Malaya unnecessarily puts Force Z at risk. Also, you would be convinced that now that the enemy is ashore in force, Malaya and Singapore will be won or lost by Percival's Malaya Command fighting on the ground and in the air, not by offshore naval combat. The Japanese air attack on Singapore this morning has demonstrated the enemy's surprising ability to project long-range air power that could threaten nearby British warships. You therefore decide that a strategic redeployment to Jakarta Harbor will protect Force Z and allow it to remain the Royal Navy's most powerful threat to counter further Japanese advances in the Southwest Pacific region. Now, Percival understandably objects to the loss of naval support, but you stand firm on your decision. At 5:35 p.m., Prince of Wales, Repulse, and the destroyers Electra and Express leave Singapore Harbor and are soon joined by the destroyers Tenedos and Vampire. After sailing at top speed for 72 hours, Force Z arrives at Jakarta Harbor at 6 p.m. on the 11th of December You received reports over the next week that Malaya Command is losing ground. An air battle in northern Malaya. Yamashita soldiers, supported by overwhelming air power that sweeps the skies of outnumbered and outmatched RAAF aircraft, relentlessly advances southward against the more numerous but demoralized British troops. And although this causes you to have second thoughts about your choice, not to attack the Japanese invasion force or defend Singapore, you remain convinced that you made the right strategic decision. In early January of 1942, the Allies create the ABDA, ABDA, the American, British, Dutch, Australian Command, to coordinate their combined naval, ground, and aerial operations against the Japanese offensive in region. Except for Prince of Wales and Repulse, ABDA naval assets consist only of a number of destroyers and a few older heavy and light cruisers armed with 8-inch main guns. Thus, your two capital warships give ABDA naval forces the formidable firepower they need to have a fighting chance in combat against the Japanese ships. Bad news arrives on February 15th. Percival has surrendered Singapore to Yamashita. And despite Malaya Command outnumbering Yamashita's forces by over 2-1, the Japanese outfought and outmaneuvered Percival's troops to capture Britain's main Pacific bastion with surprising speed. Japan now turns its focus to seizing the Dutch East Indies and its vital resources defended by ABDA forces. On February 26th, Allied reconnaissance aircraft report a Japanese task force of 2 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, and 14 destroyers escorting 10 troops transports approaching the Java Sea through the Makassar Strait east of Borneo. Clearly, this is an invasion force intending to assault Java. An ABDA strike force composed of 4C, 2 heavy cruisers, 3 light cruisers, and 9 destroyers intercepts the enemy fleet at 4 p.m. on February 27th as it exits the strait and enters the Java Sea. And due to bad weather over Japanese air bases, the enemy task force lacks the powerful air cover that typically supports such operations. And over the next 7 hours, the Battle of the Java Sea, the largest naval battle since the 1916 World War I Battle of Jutland, rages into the night. And as the warships on both sides exchange salvos from their main guns, it quickly becomes apparent that the Japanese cruisers, which mount many more 8-inch guns than their ABDA counterparts, would be dominating the combat if your powerful capital ships were not present. In fact, early in the battle, the British heavy cruiser Exeter is heavily damaged by gunfire from the enemy cruisers and must withdraw to safety. Meanwhile, Prince of Wales's 10 rapid-firing 14-inch guns and the Repulse's 6 15.2-inch guns deliver sustained, overwhelming firepower. Both the Japanese light cruisers are sunk outright, and the heavy cruisers are so severely damaged that they must break contact and retreat, and left with only heavily outgunned Japanese destroyers for protection. The slow-moving, highly vulnerable enemy troop transports turn back north in a desperate attempt to escape, and to cover the transports' withdrawal, Japanese destroyers launch a barrage of deadly Type 93 long-lance torpedoes. Now, only one, however, strikes an ABDA ship, the Dutch destroyer Kortenaer, which breaks apart and quickly sinks. All ABDA warships' guns now concentrate on the troop transports. A rain of shells sinks 8 of the 10 ships, mercilessly annihilating the Japanese amphibious invasion force. And thanks to the big guns of Prince of Wales and Repulse, the Battle of the Java Sea is a stunning Allied strategic naval victory that stops the Japanese Empire from quickly overrunning the resource-rich Dutch East Indies, and along with the continued heroic defense of the Philippines by American General Douglas MacArthur's American and Filipino troops on Bataan, 4C has dealt a serious, perhaps fatal blow to Japan's opening war offensive. Now, in terms of the historical course of action and my analysis thereof, Phillips chose to lead 4C in an immediate strike against Japanese naval and amphibious forces in northern Malaya. That was course of action 1, attack the Japanese invasion force, and the battle unfolded as I described it. My narrative in that case was completely historical. What does a task force do? It cannot defend a naval base except to command the sea, and it cannot long remain in harbor. It must go to sea and either seek out the enemy or avoid him. The latter was unthinkable, and for Phillips to lose his force in some archipelago was a figment of imagination. If a Japanese expedition was in the South China Sea, proceeding toward Thailand, Malaya, Borneo, or the Dutch East Indies, Phillips was obliged to respond. This meant seeking out Japanese transports or warships off the east coast, between Singora, the southern part of Thailand's Kra Isthmus, and Kota Bharu, northern Malaya. Phillips correctly opted to do this. If he could achieve surprise, and if he had air cover on arrival, he anticipated success. And so Phillips sailed from Singapore into that red sunset. He asked for fighter cover off Senora at daylight on the 10th, the date of Britain's Pearl Harbor, and Air Vice Marshal Pulford, commanding the RAF in Malaya, replied just as Phillips was passing through the boom at the entrance to Johor Strait that fighter protection was impossible. Phillips's reaction was a shrug of his shoulders, whatever shoulders he possessed, being essentially physically a shoulderless wimp. Nothing against his spirit, mind you, just against his body. He said, well, we must get on with it. He did hope that fighter cover would still materialize. Acting Chief of Staff afloat, Captain L.H. Bell later recounted, well, let me read his quote. The Admiral relied on the speed and surprise of the battleships' attack to avoid damage to these ships sufficient to slow them down, believing that Japanese aerocraft would not be carrying anti-ship bombs and torpedoes, and that the force on retirement would only have to deal with hastily organized long-range bombers from bases in Indochina. Phillips accepted Japanese high-level bombing as an acceptable risk, and believed it unlikely to inflict vital damage to modern capital ships in the face of intense anti-aircraft fire. To date in the history of warfare, to date at that time, no torpedo bombers had been delivered at a greater range than 200 miles. Singora was believed to be over 300 miles, and Kota Bharu, his other option, nearly the same distance from the nearest Indochina bases. In fact, the nearest bases were 475 miles from Singora and 425 from Kota Bharu. Such assumptions were based on British, German, and Italian combat experience, not known in Singapore or other places where British naval intelligence operated, was that Japanese torpedo bombers had an operational radius of 700 to 750 nautical miles. Contrary to his critics, the armchair admirals, Phillips was not unmindful of the threat of enemy air power. But he did hold, on the basis of the sad experience in Norway, that gunners manning anti-aircraft or AA installations had to be better trained and more resolute at their weapons. He believed that ship mobility could stave off the attack and that a battleship had a reasonable degree of success in the circumstances. No commanding officer would say his ship was unsinkable, save for Admiral Lutyens, commanding Bismarck, and Prince Eugene. But Phillips, like many naval officers of his time, was a believer in capital ships, and a battleship was to an admiral as a cathedral was to a bishop, as strategist and historian Sir Basil Liddell Hart put it. The sinking of the two ships did not change Admiralty opinion on this for some time. Officers of Phillips's generation contended that the threat of high-level and dive bombing was exaggerated, though aerial torpedo attack was taken more seriously. Such attacks were likely to concur in narrow seas or in range of shore-based aircraft, whose range was thought to be limited. Phillips was a true believer that AA fire, anti-aircraft, could fend off enemy attack or put pilots off their aim. No naval experience had occurred in these matters as regards planes versus battleships in open waters. The loss of the Prince of Wales and Repulse was the first sinking by air attack of capital ships at sea. Remember, the United States battleships at Pearl Harbor had been at moorings or at quayside. They were World War I dreadhulks meant for sacrifice anyway. In conspiracy, Phillips's arrival at Singapore without the carrier Indomitable, which had gone aground on a sandbar in the West Indies, meant that he was devoid of fighter protection, though he did have the possibilities of aerial reconnaissance, seaplanes launched from capital ships, which were not used in the circumstances. Even had Indomitable, the aerocraft carrier, been available, the Navy had very rudimentary carrier-based fighters. The Japanese, as the Americans discovered, had a marked superiority at that time. A carrier would have provided greater certainty of the existence and location of enemy forces, but in terms of engagement, would have actually meant very little. Perhaps its swordfish fucking World War I biplane aerocraft could have posed a minor threat to enemy surface vessels if found, like those were what sunk the Bismarck after all, and those what had conducted Italy's Pearl Harbor when the British launched them to sink the Italian fleet again at port. But aside from threatening ships if located, that is the extent of wishful thinking. If it had been there, Indomitable probably would have been sunk as well. The Japanese had carefully studied the Royal Navy's attack on the Italian fleet at Taranto in November of 1940 and had planned Pearl Harbor based on that experience. Two types of Japanese naval aircraft figure in our history. The Mitsubishi G4M, called Betty by the Americans, a long-range medium bomber operational throughout the Japanese War, with a speed of 276 miles per hour, a range of 3,450 miles, extraordinary climbing ability, ground to 26,245 feet in 32.4 minutes. The G4M had first been deployed against China in mid-1941 and then moved south to Saigon and other Indochina bases. The Mitsubishi G3M2, also known as Nell, was a land-based reconnaissance plane developed into a bomber, first used in 1937 in China and deployed against American forces at Wake Island, the Philippines, and Marianas. Essentially a torpedo bomber, she was used in all kinds of maritime operations, a workhorse of the Imperial Japanese Navy. The Betty and Nell bombers carried torpedoes of a type first manufactured in 1931, but improved and first delivered in April of 1941. The specifics need not concern us here and now, except to say that Modification 2, as delivered by the Betty bomber, was 1,841 pounds with an explosive charge of 452 pounds. Maximum launch speed was about 260 knots, range 2,200 yards, speed 41 knots. Nor were aircraft the only threat. The Japanese had 28 transports with troops embarked for the landings in Malaya and Siam, 2 battle cruisers, 3 cruisers, 24 destroyers, and 12 submarines disposed as close escort and covering forces of their southern command. The bombers, fighters, and reconnaissance aircraft at Saigon were part of the force. Phillips's objective was Kotabaru, not Singora, for attack on the latter would have involved 120 miles further steaming on the return passage, well within enemy range in daylight hours without air cover. He sought to minimize risk. But on the early evening of the 9th, despite miserable weather, Japanese reconnaissance planes spotted him, forcing Phillips to shape a course for Singapore. His staff and captains agreed with his decision based on prudence. 3 hours later, towards midnight on the 9th into the 10th, Phillips received a signal from his chief of staff in Singapore reporting that a Japanese landing was taking place at Kuantan, midway up the Malayan coast and only 120 miles from Four Seas' position, and not far off the track to Singapore. Its military position was significant to British interests, and it was vital to keep the enemy out of Kuantan, from which the Japanese could isolate all British forces to the north. Phillips thus altered course for Kuantan, failing to notify Singapore, nor did he ask for fighter cover. He wished to maintain radio silence and to deny the enemy knowledge of his exact position. Alas, unknown to Phillips, the Japanese submarine I-65 had spotted the British force at about 4 p.m. on the 9th and had reported it to Saigon. His fateful decision to maintain radio silence, which prevented the coordination of ground-based air support from RAAF aircraft, was based on his tragically wrong conviction that air power alone could not sink capital warships maneuvering at sea. The U.S. battleships sunk at Pearl Harbor, of course, had been stationary targets at anchor, wrapped in conspiracy. Yet the Japanese aircraft sinking of Prince of Wales and Repulse, while they were underway and fully prepared for combat, was a stark lesson that the nature of naval warfare had changed forever. Phillips paid for that lesson with his life, as did 840 British sailors who went down with the two warships. Admiral Kondo, the Japanese commander-in-chief, aware of the movements of Force Z, detached cruisers to seek it out. His plan was to attack at dawn with all available naval aircraft and to complete the destruction with his battle fleet then steaming south at best speed. A second submarine, I-58, spotted Force Z at 2:30 a.m. and released 5 torpedoes, all of which missed. At 8 o'clock in the morning of the 10th, Force Z was off Kuantan, the enemy nowhere in sight, and the landing report unsubstantiated. The weather was fine and clear, a light breeze, with no monsoon, as might be expected in that season. At 8:45, Force Z stood out to seaward to examine some barges and a tug sighted earlier. Around 10:15, it was spotted by a Japanese aerocraft, and an hour later, Japanese bombers and torpedo bombers were converging on it. Still, there was no signal to the base for air protection, not even when the attack commenced. But messages were received in the war room at Singapore by early afternoon and tell the tragic story in a shattering crescendo of disaster. 12:04 from the Repulse, enemy aircraft bombing. 12:40, emergency, have been struck by a torpedo on the port side Repulse, hit by 1 torpedo, send destroyers. Soon thereafter, send all available tugs. Within an hour, Repulse had disappeared beneath the waves. 13:21 by Universal Military Time from the fleet destroyer Electra, HMS Prince of Wales sunk. The Japanese attack force, comprised of the Imperial Japanese Navy's 22nd Air Flotilla in 3 squadrons, Genzan, Mikoro, and Kanaya, consisted of 34 high-level bombers and 51 torpedo bombers newly based in Saigon. Abandoning its intended raid on Singapore to attack Force Z, it found the British ships about half an hour after leaving Saigon. The tactics employed during the attack: the German naval attaché in Tokyo, Vice Admiral Veneke, shortly reported to Berlin, were first a wave of bombers to tie down the flak, then, shortly after, torpedo aerocraft approaching from east and west. At 11:15, HMS Repulse was hit by a bomb dropped from a high level, 11,000 feet. Torpedo-carrying planes then made their low-level approach. Genzan Force fired 7 torpedoes at the Repulse, of which 4 hit their targets. Mikoro and Kanaya had similar success, as did Genzan, turning on Prince of Wales. A direct hit was scored on Repulse with a 250-kilogram bomb, starting fires but not slowing her speed. A wave of low-flying torpedo craft attacked from a height of 20 to 100 meters, releasing at targets from 400 to 100 meters. 2 direct hits were scored on each ship. Repulse slowed to 5 or 6 knots. Next came a second wave with 4 torpedo hits on Repulse, then a third, which reduced Prince of Wales to a similar speed. Another attack made by bombers scored 2 hits with 1,000-kilogram bombs. In all, 34 torpedoes were dropped with 100% success, and 21 bombs, of which only 3 were direct hits. The existence of a trained, effective naval aero arm, ironically a concept Churchill had originated in World War I, was the prime factor in the Japanese victory. The German war diary read, "Nothing could more fully justify the existence of such an organization than a victory of this magnitude. In Berlin, naval authorities were cheered. The Bismarck had been avenged. Hitler himself rejoiced." As the first message from Repulse was received in Singapore, fighters were sent. They were too late. The first arrived on the scene as Prince of Wales rolled over and sank. They flew over the destroyers, making the rescue. Of Repulse's total complement of 1,309 men, 42 officers, including Captain W.G. Tennant, and 754 men were picked up. From the Prince of Wales's complement of 1,612, 90 officers and 1,195 ratings were rescued. Tom Phillips was lost along with Prince of Wales Captain John Leach, a fine officer who might have gone to the top, as did later his son, Admiral of the Fleet Sir Henry Leach, who was well aware of the threat of Argentine land-based fighters and tactical bombers during the Falklands War in 1982. One of the fighter pilots, Flight Lieutenant T.A. or Tim Vigors, in one of the first aerocraft to reach surviving crews, reported, "Never before have I seen anything comparable with what I saw yesterday. I passed over thousands who had been through an ordeal the greatness of which they alone can understand, for it is impossible to pass on one's feelings in disaster onto others. I had seen many men in dire danger waving, cheering, and joking as if they were holiday makers at Brighton waving at a low-flying aerocraft. It shook me, for here was something above human nature. I take my hat off to them, for in them I saw the spirit which wins wars." The entire attack had lasted 2 hours. The loss of Prince of Wales and the Repulse was a blow to British naval forces and to Allied naval forces as well, since they were the largest and most powerful warships in the British, American, Australian, and Dutch fleets, opposing the Japanese in the Southwest Pacific during the early weeks of the war. Anyone who had doubted Japanese efficiency in the air had been given an answer. Within 72 hours, but 3 days, the Imperial Japanese Navy had not only mauled the United States Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor, but had sunk 2 capital ships at sea some 400 miles from their bases. With the loss of only 3 aircraft, the Japanese had shattered British sea power in the Far East, isolated Hong Kong, exposed Singapore, imperiled the Pacific dominions, and unraveled our planet Earth's first one-world empire, the British Imperium. Malaya lay wide open to the already invading Japanese forces. Indeed, the entire Indian Ocean now lay open. The Philippines and Dutch East Indies were doomed, and Australia, New Zealand, Burma, and India were threatened. 2 months after the ships were sunk, the Japanese overran Malaya and captured Singapore. Singapore would surrender in what even Churchill, the master of spin, whose words had turned the defeat at Dunkirk into a propaganda triumph, would openly confess was the worst disaster in all British history. The fall of the West. The Japanese conquered the Dutch East Indies by early March of 1942, and on May 9th the Philippines fell with Corregidor's surrender. It is no exaggeration to date the beginning of the end of Britain's imperial might from that day 70 years agone when the Prince of Wales and Repulse went down. All these results flowed from the catastrophe of December 10th, 1941. In terms of the aftermath, in his war memoirs, Churchill wrote that chance played a fatal part in the tragedy of these ships. Reviewing the evidence, Stephen Roskill, the official historian writing the Cabinet Office's military history entitled The War at Sea, Volume 1, well, page 567 is what I'm looking at, he was not so sure. To read from his book, well, what he wrote into it, Though chance may have played a part in guiding the homeward-bound enemy striking force to the squadron's position, it had several times been reported by submarines and aerocraft. It therefore seems unlikely that, even had Admiral Phillips not gone to Kwanton in search of a non-existent landing force, it would have escaped attack. There was also the large Japanese surface force descending from the north on Force E's reported position. Even had Prince of Wales and Repulse fought off the 22nd Air Force flotilla, they would have been engaged by that superior surface force. Discussion of the fighting efficiency of the Prince of Wales invariably arises. Phillips was aware that the long sea voyage to the Far East and the lack of aids, such as targets for improving firing accuracy, made her less than fully efficient. And so Roskill wrote, even a fully efficient ship, however, could hardly have warded off the fate which overtook the battleship, though her unsatisfactory condition is a minor issue compared with the strategic policy which placed her where she met her end. As to the Repulse, an ancient vessel, commissioned 1916, built for speed rather than strength, he has equally poignant comments. I'll read them now. It was hardly to be expected that such a ship could successfully withstand blows of a far more lethal power, and of a totally different type from those which she had been designed a quarter of a century earlier to resist. The lessons driven home by the tragedy of the Hood are partly applicable to this second disaster to a British battle cruiser. Parsimony towards the services in peacetime will always bring such nemesis in war. When it came time to write the Cabinet Office official military histories, Roskill, a serious Churchill critic, was determined to get the reasoning, or at least get to the reasoning, behind Churchill's veiled threat. Tracking Churchill's thought that the capital ships would lose themselves in some distant archipelago, he searched unsuccessfully for evidence of an order dispatching an oiler or tanker to such a location. But Churchill was transfixed on the idea that capital ships, such as the Tirpitz, had pinned down Royal Navy assets, and certainly thought that Prince of Wales and Repulse would do likewise to the Japanese. That assumption, perhaps, underestimated the enemy, to say the least. It may be wondered indeed if anything could have been a deterrent, military or diplomatic, at that time. True, the British had withdrawn much of their gunboat force from Chinese rivers to appease Imperial Japan, and the garrisons of Singapore and Hong Kong had been increased in strength. It is important to meet the mindset of the enemy if the odds are even, but in this case it was perhaps delusion to imagine that anything would transfix the Japanese by that time. We do not know what effect a larger naval force might have had. What we do know is that Churchill and Eden, his foreign secretary, were naturally keen to answer the appeals of Australia and New Zealand for long-promised support. That was the premise of the Singapore naval base. We seek explanations sometimes in places and circumstances in which they cannot be found. Force E was caught in the jaws of fate. It was the great misfortune of those lost to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. So did Churchill underrate warship vulnerability from the air? Churchill has long been criticized for the sinking of HMS Prince of Wales and Repulse by Japanese aerocraft 3 days after Pearl Harbor, and for failing to realize how vulnerable warships without fighter cover were to aerial attack. The decision to sail those ships into harm's way was that their commander, it was that of their commander, and that Churchill, who acted at the advice of naval experts, was well aware of their vulnerability. Before the Second World War, Churchill was influenced by the views of Britain's top naval advisors and by experiences in the Spanish Civil War of 1936 through 1939, which suggested that the often extravagant claims of the air power enthusiasts were exaggerated. Churchill warmly supported the government's decision in 1936 to begin building new battleships when treaty restrictions lapsed at the end of the year. He publicly endorsed the Admiralty's view that the battleship was still a critical element of British sea power. The future of the capital ship, battleships, battle cruisers, was more controversial than ever. But the Admiralty may remain confident that innovative designs and efficient anti-aircraft defenses would render battleships relatively safe from modern forms of attack. Admiral Ernle Chatfield, the first Sea Lord, wrote to Churchill in May of 1936 to outline the Navy's case. He asserted that it would be a great mistake for Parliament to imagine that we believe that battleships can or should be made unsinkable or invulnerable. And the Admiralty, he continued, meant to build ships so efficient and so strong, and with such highly trained personnel, that we shall sink the enemy battle fleet, whether by shell or torpedo or bombs, more rapidly than he will be able to destroy ours. That is the only fighting policy on which the Navy can rest. Churchill was impressed by the Admiralty's arguments, which were confirmed later that year by the Vulnerability of Capital Ships Committee, set up to consider this problem. The ability of modern ships to withstand aerial attack also appeared to be confirmed by the experiences of the Spanish Civil War. As Churchill noted in September of 1938 himself, "I asked in the House of Commons why it was that no Spanish warships on either side had been sunk by aerocraft. The Spanish fleets are not well equipped with anti-aerocraft artillery. Their vessels have no special armor against overhead attack. Yet we see them cruising about the coast, often in full view from the shore, apparently as free from danger as if aeroplanes had never been invented. Moreover, the anti-aerocraft defense of British warships would be the most dangerous to aeroplanes in the world." Whoa, he actually said, "in the whole world," if you will. Churchill boasting that the 2 square miles over the British fleet will contain a greater concentration of anti-aerocraft fire and highly skilled gunners than has ever been known. All this made it seem reasonable to assume that great ships of war can be constructed which can exercise their full influence and efficiency under modern conditions, and that the aerial menace, however seriously it may operate in other directions, will never destroy the validity of sea power. So when Churchill sent Prince of Wales and Repulse to Singapore, he did not expect them to even come under aerial attack. His decision was taken in October of 1941, when the Japanese Empire was not yet even committed to war by formal definition in the global sense. Churchill dispatched these ships to serve as deterrent, a symbol of British power, and a warning that Britain and the United States were acting in concert. He hoped their presence in the Far Eastern theater would persuade Japanese leaders to think twice before embarking on war outside of the China theater. Unfortunately, the deterrent completely failed. But Churchill knew these ships were vulnerable. When Japan attacked on December 7th of 1941, his first thought was to send Prince of Wales and Repulse to join the remnants of the United States Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor. It was the commander on the spot, Vice Admiral Sir Tom Phillips, who decided to sortie from Singapore in hopes of disrupting Japanese landings on the Malay Peninsula. Still, it is hard to blame the Admiralty. Circa 1941, later Admiral Sir William Davis, Deputy Director of Plans in the Admiralty, wrote, "We were solidly against sending out Prince of Wales to the Far East and dispatching a wholly unbalanced force into an area where we did not know the strengths of the potential enemy. Such action would make us Prince of Wales a hostage to fortune. They were overruled by the Defense Committee. As late as November 5th, Churchill was still reviewing the plan. Even at that late date, his private secretary, Jock Colville, found, when reviewing the files 12 years later, it was not decided that the ships should sail on to Singapore, though it seemed likely. Also at the Admiralty, First Lord A.V. Alexander and Admiral Sir Dudley Pound were against sending a battle squadron without a carrier. Alexander later writing, "We had great arguments with the PM, the Prime Minister, meaning Churchill, about air cover." Sir Leslie Rowan, in the Prime Minister's inner circle, recalled that there was much going to and fro in the matter, but that it would have been entirely contrary to the Prime Minister's habits and methods of work for him to take a decision on a matter of that sort against the expressed and maintained opposition of the Chiefs of Staff or of the Naval Staff of the Admiralty. Rowan contended that Churchill never overrode his professional naval, military, or aerial authorities. He might on occasion have induced them to acquiesce in a decision against their better judgment. This was the opinion of the distinguished American historian of the Royal Navy, Arthur Marder, who in his long-running battle with Roskill, another rival historian of British nationality, contended that Churchill was very careful not to override his professional service heads. We therefore come back to the Defense Committee's decision, the most likely source of the unraveling story and catastrophe. But like many a tragedy, the loss of Prince of Wales and Repulse is a story without end. Montagues and Capulets abound. Those are the families of Romeo and Juliet, meaning divergent dramas. And they are likely to remain so in the future. But make us no mistake, Admiral Phillips was a gallant seaman, trained in fine naval service. He took his small fleet into danger and paid the ultimate price. The odds were long of success. The enemy had superior force at sea and in the air. The historian Desmond Morris perhaps put it best. And to read his conclusion, "Of course, a historian writing later than the event described may demonstrate how much better it can now be seen that some other course would have succeeded in all probability than that chosen at the time. But in no circumstance can he criticize the actors for reaching the conclusions they did at that time, unless he can demonstrate that they disregarded facts known to them, acted with duplicity or malice, or were demonstrably unfit for the positions they held. Democracy judges solely by results. Historians must never do so." There will always be a school of historical thought in the field of military studies that is wise after the event, but it already has far too many adherents. Today, the United Kingdom has mere weeks left to reach a trade deal with the European Union, unless it wants to tumble out of the last phase of Brexit in the most economically damaging way possible. If the United Kingdom's government does not reach a deal by the new year, it will have to trade on World Trade Organizational terms, which means more tariffs and barriers on goods and services. The United Kingdom Office for Budget Responsibility has already predicted a 4% loss of output even if a trade deal is reached. If it's not, that loss will balloon by another 2% in 2021 and send more than 300,000 people to the unemployment line by the second half of next year. Right now, negotiations between the UK and the EU are caught up on fishing rights, government aid for companies, and how disputes are even settled. But here's what you need to know. The United Kingdom still began rolling out its COVID-19 vaccination program. 90-year-old Margaret Keenan was the first person to receive the Pfizer-BioNTech jab. Older adults, frontline health workers, and nursing home staff are top priorities. Now, here in America, across the Atlantic, we've got a situation which a lot of people just don't understand. And they're operating on precedent and a certain kind of logic. But they are not at all really aware of the gravity of the situation. In other words, 43 days from now, President-elect Joseph Biden taketh office in but 1 month and a half. In the meantime, his transition team is working to staff the executive branch. It's an intensive project, one that even in normal times, no modern presidential transition team has come close to finishing by Inauguration Day. And those teams weren't having to do it remotely. The virtual staffing of the executive branch may prove a Herculean challenge. The team must navigate both security and health concerns. Among the thousands of positions that the incoming administration needs to fill are those in the cabinet. So far, Biden has nominated just a third of his core team. Today, he selected General Lloyd Austin for Secretary of Defense. Officially, he had nominated him days ago. Joe Biden explains his decision to nominate Austin as Secretary of Defense with 2 sentences. He says, "He is a true and tested soldier and leader. I hope that Congress will grant a waiver to Secretary-designate Austin, just as Congress did for Secretary Jimmy Mad Dog Mattis, the Marine Corps general who held that position under Trump." As I stated before, if so, he would be the first black leader of the Pentagon. But his nomination also drew criticism from lawmakers in both major parties who voiced concern or outright opposition to putting a career officer in a job usually reserved for a civilian. Citing Mattis as an exception for whatever reasons that I will articulate based on what they have said, but otherwise asseverating that the position is no job for a general, instead insisting that for Secretary of Defense, Americans should want someone of broad experience and perspective in civilian life, not the product of an all-absorbing institution. Elliot A. Cohen is the Dean of the School of Advanced International Studies at Johns Hopkins University. And he says that on January 10th, 2017, he sat at the witness table looking at the members of the Senate Armed Services Committee, all of them on both sides of the aisle, uneasy about the meaning of a Trump presidency. Senator John McCain had asked him to testify about the proposed change of law that would allow us retired Marine General James Mattis to serve as Donald Trump's first Secretary of Defense. Mr. Cohen, Elliot Cohen, was the Republican pick. Kathleen Hicks, one of the stars of the Democrats' defense bench, was there for the opposing party. But they agreed on the key point: the law that prohibited officers who had retired in the past 7 years from serving as Secretary of Defense should be changed to make an exception for the United States Marine Corps General Mad Dog Mattis. And Elliot Cohen concluded his testimony in a manner which I shall read, a single paragraph, 2 sentences. He said, "The principle of civilian control of the military is precious and essential to our form of government. Making an exception twice in nearly 70 years while keeping the fundamental legislation intact and reaffirming the arguments behind it will not, in my judgment, threaten that principle, but rather reinforce it." And that is why Democrats and Republicans alike should refuse to change the law yet again, according to Eliot Cohen, to allow President-elect Joseph Biden to appoint retired General Lloyd Austin as his Secretary of Defense. Now, before Mad Dog Mattis, the one exception to the law had been made for General of the Army George C. Marshall, the Chief of Staff of the United States Army during World War II, who is propagandized as one of the architects of victory. You know, a victory so victorious that the Americans had to pay supermassive reparations to the tune of, well, basically the entire national fucking budget, like they lost the fucking war, because they did. I'm not talking just to the Japanese, but to the Europeans, for all the damage they did to Europe. And that's what we call the Marshall Plan, and its unnamed Asian equivalent. Now, that change in September of 1950 was made under the pressure of emergency, the war in Korea, which had begun in June of that year, had gone badly for its first months while the United States was rushing divisions to Europe to guard against a feared Soviet attack there. The Soviets had set off an atom bomb only a year before, shocking a complacent America. The first Secretary of Defense, Louis Johnson, was palpably incompetent and had been fired. President Harry Truman believed that the American people needed the reassurance and the massive competence that Marshall could bring, and with congressional consent, the appointment was made. You know, nobody loses wars better. So in 2017, they said the situation was different yet again, but in its own way dire. And that's when Eliot Cohen testified, "I have sharply criticized President Barack Obama's policies, but my concerns pale in comparison with the sense of alarm I feel about the judgment and dispositions of the incoming White House team." And so in such a setting, there was no question in Eliot Cohen's mind that a Secretary Mad Dog Mattis of the Marines would be a stabilizing and moderating force, preventing wildly stupid, dangerous, and outright illegal things from happening, and over time helping to steer American foreign and security policy in a sound and sensible direction. Now, General Marshall did indeed reassure the American people, and Mattis did indeed block, or at least slow down, some of the wild fancies of Donald Trump. But the exceptions prove the rule in the opinion of the, shall we say, conventional. The people seeking return to normalcy. The arguments against putting a general in as Secretary of Defense, they deem, remain overpoweringly correct. In other words, the legislation requiring a minimum of 7 years' separation, most people say 10 would be better, is deemed sound. Normally, I would agree. The Department of Defense is the biggest element in the United States government, which in and of itself is a crime. It has immense resources of people, money, and machines, and overpowering amounts of violence at its disposal. It is considered a vital principle of free government that such power not be put in the hands of a military elite, no matter how honorable and trustworthy they may be as individuals. For Secretary of Defense, it is generally presumed that Americans should want someone of broad experience and perspective in civilian life, not the product of an all-absorbing institution as total in its way as the priesthood in the Catholic Church. Now, the military way is propagandized and completely misperceived by the American public as a noble way when it should be perceived in the way Americans perceive the Catholic Church. Because, aside from everything I've exposed, it is also a narrow way. There are practical issues as well. Would a soldier favor his own service in intramural budget battles? or bend over backwards not to? Would he concentrate on policy rather than the kind of tactical management generals feel most comfortable with? The biggest argument is more fundamental. The Secretary of Defense represents the armed forces, and he represents them to society at large. And far more important, represents society to the armed forces. Selecting a civilian ensures that civilian perspectives dominate, as they normally should. Now, it would be argued by your average American civilian that countries that have routinely selected retired generals as secretaries or ministers of defense have rarely done well. And of course, based on their own extraordinarily revised and propagandized history, they would point to Germany in World War I with the Junkerskost, or Imperial Japan in World War II, knowing nothing of the Yamato dynasty and imperial oversight, which was written to the Constitution. That all stems from the emperor, which Americans always conveniently ignore. Now, even Israel, which has had rather more luck, has had its politics and its strategy disturbed by the often bitter maneuvering of general officers who have competed with one another for the top ranks in the most prestigious institution in that society, its military, the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces. By contrast, the most successful Israeli defense minister, David Ben-Gurion, leveled out at the rank of corporal in the British Army. And it must be said that neither Marshall nor Mattis, or perhaps, well, they were not, neither was, or perhaps could have been, as successful as leader of the Department of Defense as some of their civilian successors in the one case, and predecessors in the other. In other words, civilian control of the military is a vital precept. It is embedded in the key documents of the American founding. One of the most damning indictments of King George III in the Declaration of Independence is that he has affected to render the military independent of and superior to the civil power. The president was made commander-in-chief precisely so that a civilian, and not a soldier, would be at the pinnacle of the military chain of command. The waiver of the law for Marshall made sense to Eliot Cohen because of the emergency of 1950 and the sense of peril that hung over the country during the time of World War II, which was still active under ceasefire against the Empire of Japan, and the Americans were actively aiding and abetting the enemy under duress of that enemy having won the war. Similar, therefore fighting their war for them, in Korea, on the Korean Peninsula, on behalf of the Japanese, under MacArthur. A similar amendment for Mattis was warranted in the eyes of Eliot Cohen because the United States had just elected a malignant narcissist, ignorant of just about all matters required for sound conduct of the national defense, and completely lacking in respect for the boundaries that must circumscribe presidential deployment of the armed forces. The clearing of Lafayette Square by uniformed troops and Trump's dragooning of Secretary of Defense Mark Esper and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Mark Milley into joining him for a swaggering walk to an unmolested church were evidence of Trump's inclinations. It is noteworthy that both Esper and Milley were, in retrospect, appalled by their own violation of civil military norms and publicly apologized for them. It is deemed by the majority of conventional pundits that there be no such emergency now. That Austin may have been a perfectly fine general, but there are others as well are better qualified to serve as Secretary of Defense. Michel Flournoy is brought up as exemplary, or Jed Johnson, both deeply versed in national security matters and of temperament and disposition to lead the Department of Defense well. They would say, of course, that John McCain is dead, alas. But if he were alive, and we're there to ask Elliot Cohen to testify yet again. The man who serves as the Dean of Foreign Affairs at Johns Hopkins would but argue in the strongest terms against the waiving of the law. Having made good choices for National Security Advisor and Secretary of State, he publicly argues that it's a pity that the president-elect has made such a, what he considers a fundamental blunder. And Congress is admonished so as not to enable Joseph Biden to make an appointment that would have more in common with the behavior of shaky democracies and authoritarian governments than the most powerful and long-established republic on the planet. That it would be a bitter irony for an incoming administration to strike a different kind of blow at the democratic norms that it is so clearly in other domains keen to recover and restore. But you see what lies unspoken with all the experts on civil military affairs is that across the world, South Korea and the Japanese Empire are not taking any chances with their pandemic strategies. Both Republic of South Korea and the Empire of Japan have deployed their respective militaries to assist medical staff and help with contact tracing. And Joseph Biden himself has promised that 100 million people will receive vaccines in his first 100 days in office. This is what brings us to COVID-19's impact amid the institutional crisis that Peter Moon was articulating earlier tonight. And so, this is the storm before the calm. Trois crises coming to a head in the 2020s. A socio-economic crisis and an institutional crisis. The latter has hit us like a hurricane. There is a distrust of American institutions that crosses ideological lines. A quarter of voters, including half of Republican voters, believe the election was stolen from Donald Trump. This is easy for them to believe because in 2016, Russian interference helped Trump win his election. Trump had made a deal with the Russians because he was being blackmailed by them. This was spun by the Republicans as deriving from claims by the losers, and so was dismissed until they themselves actually and factually lost. Now they argue the very thing they brought about, that democratic institutions are corrupt and are not to be trusted. Most interesting is the symmetry. The facts regarding Trump and the Russians had their origins in the Democratic National Committee hack and the Steele dossier, which were then confirmed by exhaustive investigations as incontrovertibly so. The current claims regarding the stolen 2020 election originated with Trump himself and will likely be accepted by Republicans for a long time. What is certain is that half the public finds it possible to readily believe the most extreme claims. This is what an institutional crisis looks like. The most extreme claims of corruption become as readily embraced by one faction and condemned by another. The belief that the presidency is corrupt becomes the framework of political life. This goes beyond the political. I have spraketh about the crisis of expertise, of experts who know their own field brilliantly, but cannot comprehend the consequences of their actions beyond that field. The American government after World War II was built on the sanctity of expertise. That principle has since come under challenge in many areas where the myopia of the experts has purportedly undermined its depth. The COVID-19 pandemic may drive the point home. There were those who invoked the authority of medical experts as paramount. There were those who argued that, absent a cure, the solution the experts submitted, masks and social distancing was only marginally effective and ignored the devastating economic and social consequences of the solution. There was no clear institutional authority that struck any reasonable balance. The institutional crisis inevitably generated a political one. The political system split between those who accepted the rigors of the medical solution and those who were unwilling to pay the price for the medical solution. One faction saw the threat of the virus as cataclysmic. Others saw the short-term cure as worse than the disease. The first side demonized the second began to see a deliberate assault by federal institutions on individual liberty. Politicians naturally jumped on one side or the other, thereby intensifying the mutual hostility between factions, and made this an overriding political issue. Perhaps the most interesting point of the institutional crisis are vaccines. In a limited sense, vaccines are not trusted, especially among well-educated groups hostile to what they see as unnatural remedies. With COVID-19, that has become a much larger and broader array of distrust. The traditional right-left division dissolves here. What exists are those of all ideologies who are eager for a vaccine and those of all ideologies who refuse to take it. Skepticism of the government's integrity and competence had been a Republican issue since the New Deal, even as the party became more powerful. The support for government utility had been a Democratic position even as it lost control of that government. Now, a movement that professes a new but not yet clear ideology has emerged, and its primary position is that the institutions that govern cannot be trusted. In other words, we are seeing the emergence of an anti-institutionalist movement that does not map to traditional politics. And it emerges at the heart of the current institutional model, the assumption that expertise defines what ought be done. The last institutional shift occurred during the Great Depression. It concerned the role the federal government should play in the American economy. The current shift raises the question of the very competence of the federal government in solving problems that go beyond the scope of any one area of expertise. Just as the Depression transformed the political system, so too will this crisis. What is clear is that COVID-19 has raised the question of institutional competence sooner and with more anger than anyone other than I myself expected. The division now is the competence of experts in one field to make decisions that involve many. Along with it is the failure of the politicians to referee this issue, choosing instead to exploit it by either heeding experts or treating them with contempt. That's what will bring us to the historical divergence into the assassination of George S. Patton, which happened on this date today. But first, let me remind you, before I investigate that crime, of one among the creepiest true crime tours in America, which is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten, lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book by that title, The Unfinished Man, and scenes from his cinematic documentaries in production. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire. as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply, they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Spell it Tucson, Tucson, put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben himself personally to privately guide your tours at 1-520//323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And forget not to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. You'll know you've reached the right man of the soil when you see the young blonde white chick with big tits in the green Ace Hardware t-shirt, and then you can regale yourself with seeing the Baron Ben Estenius himself, dressed in his sprint car racing outfit, the one piece, in which he describes unto you the benefits of AstroTurf, which of course you never need to water or mow. And of course he rolls right across it in his sprint car to show you just how smooth that shit is. And of course don't forget, the highlight is the drone footage, aerial drone footage of his landscape architecture, as placed in the backyards of happy Arizonans, with the Man of the Soil team comprising the labor force of men in brown, because, no white guys can work under direct heat like that, because they'll all die of sunstroke and heat stroke within hours. Now, here's an expert by all historical standards, who was treated with a lot of contempt himself, yet earned respect. In retrospect, General George S. Patton was one of the most controversial and flamboyant American military leaders of World War II. He commanded the United States 7th Army in North Africa and Sicily, and the United States 3rd Army in France and Germany. Oh, by the way, before I go into Patton, not pattern, I'm checking into some messages here, and I noticed that all chat room activity stopped after Maria Grigorich said "Good night, everyone." And she said, "Brandon might like the fact I don't like meat much." Laugh out loud. Well, there you go, Brendan Zogit. So, Brendan, if you're listening, I was telling Maria Grigorich how you might be moving up north to move in with her. The two of you could find a new place to live, separate from the small studio she's in now, where you can both keep your cats and have a backyard. Maybe Jameson Reese will join the twain of you. You could start a commune where she's the grandma dame. And Zoe Brendan just sent me some messages on researchers finding new species of whales off the coast of Mexico. Jameson Reese has decided he's not leaving New York. And U.S. sanctions Chinese triad boss, Broken Tooth, Wan Kwakoi. Okay, thank you for this information, Jameson. He's saying he's addicted to Manhattan. Thank you, Brendan Zogit, for your information. And so there we go with that. Incoming info that I guess was spontaneous to Brendan Zogit that he felt I should know. A lot of activity stopping online, not getting any new notifications. Let me see now. We are, however, getting some responses to our man, Mr. Daniel Arola, to, the troll that's, been haunting my timeline here. Cookie Monster, which is Jameson, says George Soros is on our side. Nice. Ha ha ha. Yeah. That's because they're both tormenting this right-wing troll who I just allow to haunt my timeline because he's just provides everybody cannon fodder, just kind of like a target. So at any rate, back to Patton, speaking of targets. He died following a road accident in Germany in December of 1945. But since the 1970s, there have been persistent rumors that he was assassinated. When the war in Europe ended on the 8th of May in 1945, May 9th by Russian definition and European definition, there's different, it was all a ceasefire. Patton hoped for a transfer to the Pacific Theater of Operations, where fighting against the Japanese, of course, continued. However, American surrender brought that war to an end just 3 months later. And while most of the world celebrated what they thought was the end of World War II, which didn't end until 1952, all that was then occurring was, again, just a simple cessation of prosecution of proactive hostilities. It wasn't even a goddamn ceasefire, which wouldn't be reached until December 31st of 1946 by American definition. Patton was still despondent. He wrote in his personal diary saying, on hearing the news of what was propagandized as Japanese surrender, which I think he full well knew had to be American surrender, he said, "Yet another war has come to an end, and with it my usefulness to the world." Now, I'm certain what he saw was American surrender in what had happened, intuiting it if he didn't know all the facts. Patton was appointed the military governor of Bavaria in July of 1945. But his tenure in that position was short because he insisted on retaining ex-Nazis in positions of authority in Bavaria, justifying this by noting that it was simply unavoidable because most people with civil service experience had been forced to join the party, which was a fact. And when a reporter for the American newspaper challenged this, Patton responded by comparing Nazis to Republicans and Democrats in America, which I see no problems with, since Republicans and Democrats all call each other Nazis anyway, and compare each other to Nazis in America. Why Patton doing so was somehow offensive simply because he said they were both like Nazis. I guess just everybody got pissed off. Now, Patton's obvious admiration for the German Volk, the people, referring to them as the best race in Europe, damn straight, and his evident Judeophobia, you know, what they call anti-Semitism, when he accused the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, Henry Morgenthau Jr., of taking Semitic revenge against Germany, did not go down well with the majority of Americans in the immediate aftermath of the war. Now, Patton was also an outspoken critic of the Soviet Union, which at that time was propagandized as America's greatest ally. They won the war for us! Yeah, the Japs surrender! You know, by disintegrating on that parallel in North Korea. At one point, Patton said, "We kicked the hell out of one bastard, only to help establish the second one more evil and more dedicated than the first." Patton favored continuing World War II, but with America and the Allies taking on the USSR using the United Germans as their great fighting front and their primary ally at the head of the line. His objectives caused so much outrage in America that on the 28th of September, Patton was removed as military governor of Bavaria. On October 7th, he was also relieved of his command of the United States Third Army. Patton was then appointed commander of the United States 15th Army, based in a hotel in Bad Nauheim in Hesse, Germany. The 15th Army had no troops and consisted of only a small headquarters unit, which had been given the task of compiling a history of United States involvement in World War II. Patton loved history and was initially enthusiastic about this new assignment, but he soon lost interest and became depressed, knowing that he had been fucked over and sideswiped. He celebrated his 60th birthday in November and was due to begin leave on December 12th. He seemed to be considering retiring from the Army, in which he had served since 1909. Even 70 years later, the death of General George S. Patton at that time remains controversial. His last words before the accident, which would ultimately kill him, were, well, actually he had said this a number of times while in the field throughout the Second World War. He had said, when I'm finished with my war here, I'm going to go home to finish my war there. Now, people took that in any number of ways. And we have a situation in which a brilliant and audacious warrior, who was often called Old Blood and Guts, with Patton's untimely death at the end of World War II resulting in speculation that he died at an assassin's hand, rather than because of this mere automobile accident, in which no one else was hurt. It was the subject of several books, one published in 2008, the year after my father died, called Target Patton by the journalist Robert Wilcox. Now, again, let me take a short look at the live stream here. I'd like to see some more activity there. We've got 4 hours left of time. Now, in the book entitled Target Patton, Wilcox proves that Patton was murdered as a result of a collusion between Joseph Stalin and the head of the CIA. On the morning of Sunday, December 9th, 1945, Patton decided to go pheasant hunting near the town of Mannheim with his friend and Chief of Staff, Major General Hobart R. Gay. Patton and Gay set out in Patton's staff car in a 1938 Model 75 Cadillac. They were driven by Patton's regular chauffeur, Private First Class Horace Woody Woodring. They set off early from the 15th Army headquarters in Bad Nauheim. Another man, Technical Sergeant Joseph Scruche, set off separately in a jeep which contained their guns and a hunting dog. They had arranged to meet later in the morning at a United States military police checkpoint. Patton and Gay visited Roman ruins at Salzburg before continuing on the Autobahn, with no speed limits, towards Mannheim. They stopped at a military police checkpoint at Viernheim, on the outskirts of Mannheim, where they rendezvoused with Sergeant Scruche. The two vehicles set off towards Mannheim in convoy, with Scruche in the lead. Patton was sitting on the right side of the rear seat of the staff car, and Gay was beside him. They arrived at a railroad crossing just as a train was approaching. Scruche managed to get over the crossing before the train arrived, but Patton's car was forced to wait until it had passed. After the train had gone, Woodring set off after Scruche, who was now, well, by now out of sight. It was around 11:45 a.m., and there was almost no other traffic on the road on that bitterly cold Sunday morning. But as Woodring began to slowly accelerate on the icy road, he noticed two United States Army trucks parked on the shoulder of the opposite side of the road, facing towards them. As they approached, one of the trucks started to move forward, driven by T5 Robert L. Thompson. He's a tech specialist. As Patton's car was about to pass, the truck suddenly veered across the road in front of them, turning left towards the entrance to temporary U.S. Quartermaster's storage area without giving any form of signal. There was no chance to avoid a crash, and the right front of the staff car hit the right front of the truck. But impact wasn't even severe. The speed of the car was estimated to have been under 20 miles per hour, and the truck was traveling at no more than 10 miles per hour. The only damage was to the right front fender of the staff car. The truck driver, his two passengers, and Woodring and Gay were completely unhurt. But it was immediately obvious that 4-star General Patton was very seriously injured. Woodring and Gay had been looking forward, and both were able to brace themselves in the instant before the impact. Patton had been looking to the side, and he had been thrown forward, striking his head on the partition between the front and rear seats. He was bleeding profusely from a wound to his forehead, and he seemed unable to move, though he was conscious. A U.S. Army ambulance and medics arrived and attended to Patton in the Cadillac before taking him to the 130th Station Hospital of the U.S. 7th Army in Heidelberg, about 15 miles away. Patton arrived at the hospital at 12:45 p.m. He was found to have severe dislocation of the vertebrae in his neck, which had caused spinal cord damage. He was paralyzed, completely paralyzed from the neck down. Doctors from Great Britain and the United States were flown in, but there was little that could be done. However, by December 19th, plans were being made to fly him back to the United States for specialist treatment. On December 21st, Patton's wife Beatrice read to him in the afternoon and then took a short break to have a meal. While she was eating, a hospital orderly appeared to tell her that her husband was dead. The official cause of death was given as pulmonary edema and congestive heart failure. Patton was buried in the U.S. military cemetery at Ham in Luxembourg, next to United States 3rd Army soldiers who had died during the Battle of the Bulge. For 30 years, no one seemed to doubt that Patton's death was anything but a tragic freak accident, except for people in the know. Then, in 1974, the novel entitled The Oshawa Project was published. It was retitled The Algonquin Project in the United States, named after a Native American tribe. It was written by the British thriller author Frederick W. Nolan. The novel featured a plot by President Harry S. Truman and General Dwight D. Eisenhower to assassinate a troublesome American general in the period just after the end of World War II, as the public understood it. General Campion, the assassinated general in the novel, is clearly based on George S. Patton, being a legendary war hero who is also the military governor of Bavaria and an outspoken critic of the Soviet Union. Although Nolan never claimed that this was anything but a work of fiction, people began discussing the probability that the death of George Patton was not a simple accident. In 1981, a new biography of Patton was published entitled The Last Days of Patton, written by Ladislas Farago. Ladislas Farago is the man. Ladislas Farago is the man who wrote all about the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile from the perspective of South America. And Ladislas Farago is the man to go to if you want to know about post-war Reich activities on the surface world. And so, he proved that Patton's death was the result of a plot, even though, as a formidable researcher, he was instantly attacked as having not produced any new evidence, as if it weren't fucking self-evident. It wasn't until 1993, when I'm like fucking doing mercenary work in the Balkans, that the first non-fiction book solely on this topic appeared, entitled Death, the Murder of General Patton, privately published by Stephen J. Skubik. Now, Skubik is a former Army CIC, or Counterintelligence Corps agent. The real dirty work boys. If you ever see Jeff Rowe, I think is the guy's name, Dirty Jobs, think about that in the intelligence department, and that was Army CIC. That was the shit Henry Kissinger was involved with. And this former Army Counterintelligence Corps, CIC agent, who had also worked as an Eastern European advisor to a number of U.S. presidents through multiple administrations, proved that he had become aware in 1945 of a plot by the Russian People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs, the NKVD, the forerunner to the KGB, to assassinate Patton. But, as he articulated in the book, when he told his boss, he was shipped back to the United States. In 2008, a year after my late and sainted father, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy, had died, the man who had raised and guided me, another much more detailed book about the death of Patton appeared, entitled Target Patton, the plot to assassinate General George S. Patton by the journalist Robert Wilcox. And this contained even more explosive material. Wilcox had interviewed Douglas DeWitt Bazada, a former member of the Jedburghs, which was a team of American, British, and French saboteurs and assassins who had operated in occupied France in the period before the Normandy landings. If you look at all of those fantasy films about special forces in World War II that show guys doing crazy bullshit that involves people that, well, you know, people you never saw involved with military forces, like blacks and women and shit, that were never involved in special forces units in the sense that we see them in video games, because you had a racist United States that just wasn't deploying blacks or women, a racist and sexist United States, in the matter that you see in action films today. Well, where you would find that in history in World War II would be the Jedburghs. And this is a multinational unit, what they would call supranational. And that was about as secret as you can get. They had to deal with blacks who operated out of Morocco or North Africa, had to deal with women who operated with the French Resistance. Indeed, there is rumor that one of their agents, as a female prostitute, infected Adolf Hitler with syphilis when he had conquered Paris. Well, was touring Paris after having conquered all of France. That, of course, has never been confirmed, and it goes along with the claims that Adolf Hitler's behavior was degenerating in processing, decision-making processing as the war progressed, which of course I have contested and deconstructed to a great extent through exposing the reality of history. Now, Posada himself died in 1999, but Wilcox said that Posada had given him an interview shortly before his death, in which he told how he had been ordered by William Donovan, head of the OSS, the Office of Strategic Services, the precursor to the CIA, to assassinate General Patton. Wilcox testifies that Posada said the accident involving Patton's car had been a setup, and that in the immediate aftermath of the impact, Posada had shot Patton using a weapon which fired a form of rubber bullet designed to kill without penetrating the body or leaving a recognizable bullet wound. Wilcox also testified that Posada said that when this attempt to kill Patton was unsuccessful, in other words, he was still alive but paralyzed, the OSS colluded with the Soviet NKVD, as if this were a CIA KGB team-up, to allow us, that organization, the Russians, to poison Patton in the hospital at Heidelberg. Now, Wilcox undertook extensive research and proved that several United States military records relating to the death of Patton had vanished, most notably a report submitted by a United States military policeman, Lieutenant Peter Balabas, who was known to have been one of the first people to arrive on the scene. Now, Balabas, who later became a senator for Virginia, said that he had prepared a report on the accident in which he noted that Patton's injury was quite surprising given the very low speed of impact. However, no one has been able to find this report. Wilcox also examined the 1938 Cadillac in which Patton died, which is on display at the General George Patton Museum of Leadership at Fort Knox in Kentucky. Wilcox discovered that parts of this vehicle are actually from a 1939 Cadillac, which he proved confirms there has been a cover-up. After the publication of Target Patton, Wilcox was approached by a third witness, Bert C. Rusin, a German who was working as an interpreter for General Dwight D. Eisenhower in the immediate post-ceasefire period, or rather post-drawdown of hostilities period, as ceasefire wouldn't be until December 31st, 1946. Now, Rusin, who immigrated to Canada after the war and became a successful businessman there, was working on Eisenhower's personal train, where he claimed there had been an acrimonious argument between Eisenhower and Patton on a station platform outside one day. Shortly after, Rusin had overheard a conversation among Eisenhower, General Omar Bradley, and Eisenhower's aide, General Bedell Smith. Rusin testifies that he heard Eisenhower angrily say, "We've got to stop him." One of the others answered, "How? We can't shoot him." The third said ominously, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." And so, in 2014, yet another book about the death of Patton appeared, entitled Killing Patton, The Strange Death of World War II's Most Audacious General, written by the right-wing asshole Bill O'Reilly and Martin Dugard, which repeated much of the detail from Target Patton and concluded that the general was assassinated as the result of a plot. In the span of 35 years, between the publication of the Algonquin Project in 1974 and Target Patton in 2008, I'm not going to dignify Killing Patton by Bill O'Reilly by including that in this arc of narrative at this point. But in that 35-year span from 1974 with the Algonquin Project and, or Oshawa Project in the English, as opposed to, American talk, the actual English language of the Brits as opposed to, the text of Americana. And 2008, the year after my father's death, when Target Patton was published. The possibility that General Patton had been assassinated moved from being the plot of a work of fiction to the popular audience to being regarded by experts as historical fact. Now, by late 2008, at the time that the original Target Patton on which Bill O'Reilly's book was based was published, it was by that time known to anyone with any sense of common sense that General George S. Patton was assassinated to silence his criticism of Allied war leaders, as well as his objectives to reunite the German people in an effort to liberate Eastern Europe and drive the Soviets back where they came from. All the way back to Moscow, if Patton had been given his command. Now, George S. Patton was America's greatest combat general of the Second World War. And he was assassinated as soon as proactive hostilities drew to close with the connivance of American leaders. He was assassinated to silence his criticism of Allied war leaders, along with his objectives to battle what they considered their great ally in dominion of the world, the Soviet Union. The OSS head general, Wild Bill Donovan, the frat boy, did not trust Patton, saying, "We've got a terrible situation with this great patriot. He's out of control and we must save him from himself." Like the old adage, in Vietnam, we had to destroy the village in order to save it. The newly unearthed diaries at that time, right around my father's death, the man who raised and guided myself, of this colorful assassin for the Wartime Office of Strategic Services, the OSS, that forerunner of the CIA, revealed that American spy chiefs wanted Patton dead because he was threatening to expose Allied collusion with the Russians that cost American lives. This is one of the factors Patton was referencing when he said, "When I'm finished fighting my war here, I'm going home to fight my war there." A political war, a war of exposition, a war from which he would retire from the army to expose it, rendering him the truest of heroes. Now, the death of General Patton in December of 1945 is one of the enduring mysteries of the war era. And although he suffered those critically serious injuries in a car crash in Mannheim, he was thought to be recovering and was on the verge of flying home. But after a decade-long investigation, the military historian Robert Wilcox proved that the OSS head general, Wild Bill Donovan, ordered a highly decorated marksman called Douglas Bazada to silence Patton, who himself gloried in the nickname Old Blood and Guts. And in his book Target Patton, which contains interviews with Mr. Bazada, who died in 1999, and extracts from his diaries detailing how he staged the car crash by getting a troop truck to plow into Patton's Cadillac and then shot the general with the low-velocity projectile, which broke his neck while his fellow passengers escaped without a scratch. Mr. Bazada also suggested that when Patton began to recover from his injuries, American officials turned a blind eye as agents of the NKVD, the forerunner of the KGB, poisoned the general. Now, Mr. Wilcox has gone on record to testify that when he spoke to Mr. Bzada, Bzada was struggling with himself. All these killings he had done. To quote as Mr. Wilcox, he confessed to me that he had caused the accident, that he was ordered to do so by Wild Bill Donovan. Donovan told him, "We've got a terrible situation with this great patriot. He's out of control, and we must save him from himself and from ruining everything the Allies have done." To quote as Mr. Wilcox, "I believe Douglas Bzada. He's a sterling guy." Now, Mr. Bzada had led an extraordinary life. He was a member of the Jedburghs, the elite unit who parachuted into France to help organize the resistance in the run-up to D-Day in 1944. He earned 4 Purple Hearts, a Distinguished Service Cross, and the French Croix de Guerre 3 times over for his efforts. Their version of the Iron Cross, or maybe even the Congressional Medal of Honor. Now, after the war, he became a celebrated artist who enjoyed the patronage of Princess Grace of Monaco and the Duke and Duchess of Windsor, the British royalty who had sided with the National Socialists. He was friends with Salvador Dali, who painted a portrait of Bzada as Don Quixote. He ended his career as an aide to President Ronald Reagan's Navy Secretary, John Lemon, a member of the 9/11 Commission, and advisor to John McCain's presidential campaign. Mr. Wilcox also tracked down and interviewed Stephen Skubick, an officer in the Counterintelligence Corps of the United States Army, who had testified he learned that Patton was on Stalin's death list. Skubick repeatedly alerted Wild Bill Donovan, who simply had him sent back to the United States. So Mr. Wilcox is on record attesting that you have 2 strong witnesses here. The evidence is that the Russians finished the job. The scenario may sound far-fetched, but Mr. Wilcox has assembled a compelling case that United States officials had something to hide. At least 5 documents relating to the car accident have been completely removed from United States archives. The driver of the truck was whisked away to London before he could even be questioned, and no autopsy was ever allowed to be performed on Patton's body. What more do you even fucking need? This is where the rubber meets the road. And when you are confronted with the evidence, as Mr. Wilcox concludes, by looking at the help, well, let's put it this way. When Mr. Wilcox brought in a Cadillac expert from Detroit, and with the help of this automotive historian, they proved that the car on display in the Patton Museum at Fort Knox is not the one Patton was driving. Then, as Mr. Wilcox concludes, that is a cover-up. Now, George Patton himself, a dynamic controversialist who wore ivory-handled revolvers on each hip, and was the subject of an Oscar-winning film starring George C. Scott, commanded the United States Third Army, which cut a swath through France after D-Day. But his ambition to get to Berlin before the Soviet forces was thwarted by Supreme Allied Commander Dwight D. Eisenhower himself, who gave Patton's petrol supplies, which could have kept his armored columns moving, to the more cautious British General Bernard Montgomery. Now, there's something important here that most people outside of myself as a military historian would never even know about. The Americans try and claim that there was a Stalingrad of the West, Der Kessel von Felle. That would be the Deutschen or German Sprach, the German language reference to the Mortagne Falaise pocket of France, where their 5th and 7th Panzer armies, armored armies, died in July through August of 1944. This was collateral, a wedge, nigh almost successfully driven, between the advancing American and English Commonwealth armies, bottling many hundreds of thousands of Allied troops in a thin strip along the beachheads for over a month and a half. 49 fucking days, 7 weeks after D-Day, as personally orchestrated by the historically undeniable military acumen of my biological father, Adolf Hitler. Precedent the Battle of Falaise Gap, what the Americans would call Falaise Gap. In decision, the Normandy campaign of Allied Operation Overlord. It would ultimately take us 3,000 Anglo-American planes to finally bombard a breakout barely 3 miles wide by a single mile deep, through which American armored spearheads plunged deep behind the lines of the aforementioned Panzer armies, cutting northeastward to link up with British and Canadian forces attacking to the south, the converging Allied armies linking in a lethal pincer at Falaise and snapping shut a gigantic trap on 100,000 Deutschen, Germans, a disaster for the Third Reich, inflicting an epic defeat, rivaled only by the Battle of Stalingrad, but an American victory virtually suppressed by the post-World War II ceasefire Eisenhower administration, to conceal his culpability as Supreme Commander, European Theater of Operations, in failing to capitalize on the single greatest Allied opportunity of the war, accomplished in wake of the attempted Prussian assassination of Adolf Hitler, no less, which would have been total annihilation of Hitler's armies in the West, which was actually conceivable at that time, but let slip by an Allied command structure rife with national jealousies and conducting separate wars with no effective mediation from General Dwight David Eisenhower himself, who was ultimately responsible for the uncoordinated prosecution of the Allied war effort in Europe, thus providing my biological father Adolf Hitler priceless opportunity to masterfully recoup his losses and retaliate yet again through the forests of Ardennes in December that year at the Battle for the Bulge, which extended the life of my father's regime into 1945, providing invaluable time to bring multiple emergent technologies to bear in advantage of the Reich's continuity of culture, its cultural survival, and post-ceasefire influence on world affairs as der Drittmacht, the third power, out of Unterland. Now Patton, who rightly distrusted the Russians, knew them to be the real enemy, knew Eisenhower wrongly prevented him from closing the so-called Falaise Gap in autumn of 1944, allowing hundreds of thousands of German troops to escape to fight again. This led to the deaths of thousands of Americans during Hitler's winter counteroffensive that became known as the Battle of the Bulge. In order to placate Joseph Stalin, Patton's Third Army was also ordered to a halt as it reached the German border and was prevented from seizing either Berlin or Prague, moves that could have prevented Soviet domination of Eastern Europe after the war. And so, Mr. Wilcox has reported, preeminent journalist, preeminent investigative journalist that he be, Patton was going to resign from the army. He wanted to go to war with the Russians. The administration thought he was nuts. He also knew secrets of the war which would have ruined careers. I don't think Dwight Eisenhower would ever have been elected president if Patton had lived to say the things he wanted to say. I think there's enough evidence here that if I were to go to a grand jury, I could probably get an indictment, but perhaps not a conviction. Charles Providence, the president of George S. Patton Historical Society, said he prays the book will lead to definitive proof of the plot being uncovered. He himself has gone on record to say, there were a lot of people who were pretty damn glad that Patton died. He was going to really open the door on a lot of things that they screwed up over there. So, General Patton was definitively murdered. All of this is simply new light on an old conspiracy. And new details are shedding more light on what has become a 70-year mystery. Now, when one thinks about the major conspiracy theories of the post-World War II era, one is drawn to the assassinations of President John Fitzgerald Kennedy, the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and Senator Robert F. Kennedy. Yet there is one incident that happened at the end of World War II that has been given little or no notice by historians since it occurred nigh 70 years agone or more by now. Allied General George S. Patton's murder. He needs to be seen in the same light as the death of my hero, the Richard Oakes the Mohawk, the death of Malcolm X, the death of George Lincoln Rockwell of the American Nazi Party. All of these men assassinated in the mad pattern of murder to deal with those who have simply been too threatening to tolerate on Earth. But all of those other murders that I mentioned took place throughout the swinging 60s and the sickening 70s. Patton's pioneered them all. And Patton, the life of George Patton at least, was brought to the big screen in the blockbuster 1970 movie Patton starring George C. Scott, which finally told his story to a mass audience. And another movie based on the circumstances surrounding the death of Patton was entitled Brass Target, based on Frederick Nolan's novel The Algonquin Project. The theme of Brass Target is that there was a vast conspiracy to kill Patton, part of which was the automobile accident, the automotive accident that he was involved in after the war. Now, on the face of it, a conspiracy in the death of Patton has been made to sound silly, actually been made to sound inconceivable. But over the years, circumstantial evidence has come as forward from multiple sources that put reality in a new light. General Patton was chronically in hot water with high command. In October of 1940, Patton was promoted to Brigadier General and given command of the 2nd Armored Division at Fort Benning, Georgia. After the United States entered the war, Patton's troops waded ashore in North Africa in November 1942 during Operation Torch. His troops took Morocco and subsequently participated in the Allied invasion of Sicily in July of 1943. Some aspects of Patton's conduct in Sicily got him into trouble with the Allied High Command. During the Messina operation, 73 Italian prisoners were killed by Allied soldiers of the 45th Division. 2 men were put on trial for the crimes. In their defense, the men said they carried out the attack because they were obeying orders from General Patton himself, who had told his men in a June 27th speech that they should take no prisoners. To prevent a full-fledged scandal from breaking out, General Omar Bradley decided to drop all the charges against the 2 American soldiers. Now, Patton also got into hot water in an incident that took place on August 3rd of 1943. While visiting, infamously, he visited the 15th Evacuation Hospital, where Patton asked the private Charles Cool, why he was in the hospital, and Private Cool replied, "I guess I can't take it," and witnesses testified that the general slapped him with his gloves and pulled him up forcibly by his collar. Because the man had what then they simply called cowardice, what today we would call PTSD. Now, a second incident involving Patton took place a week later when the general was at the 93rd Evacuation Hospital, where he was making an inspection tour of the sick and wounded. And he spoke to Private Paul Bennett, who told him that he was in the hospital because of his nerves, which is the closest the psychiatrists and psychologists had to a concept of PTSD. And Patton shouted at Private Bennett, calling him a coward and a disgrace, bellowing, "You ought to be lined up against the wall and shot!" So, in a public relations sense, Patton was an accident waiting to happen. Throughout the war, Patton was an accident waiting to happen. He showed no inclination to compromise, especially when it came to the running of the war itself. He made as many enemies as friends, both in the American and Russian military establishments, and in time, both the United States and the Soviet Union would tap his phone. This is historically proven beyond a doubt in an effort to find out what the irascible general was even doing. While he was still stationed in Germany, Patton's vehicle was struck by a truck on December 9th. This day, so many years ago, 1945, and yet Patton was the only one hurt. And, curiously, damningly, the incident was never investigated to any extent. One person who was at the scene of the accident, Lieutenant Joseph Shanahan, a former provost marshal of Patton's Third Army, testified that the accident did not kill Patton. He was hospitalized and subsequently died in a military hospital in Germany. Shanahan testified that no official investigation of the accident was ever undertaken by the United States Army. Of the incident, Shanahan later testified, by the time the MPs got there, there was nothing to report. They considered it a trivial accident at the time. No one even thought that Patton was hurt at all, if you can believe that. From everything I've already described, this was obvious. They were saying, oh, just let him bleed out, fuck everything up so the ambulance takes its time to get here without even turning on their siren. Then you had the Alias investigation, because another military officer who was on hand at the scene of the accident was military police officer Lieutenant Peter Alias of the 818th Military Police Company at Mannheim, Germany. In later life, Alias was the man to serve as a state senator in Virginia. And at around 11:45 a.m., he and his partner, Lieutenant John Mentz, had passed Patton's car, going in the opposite direction. After hearing the crash, they turned around to provide whatever aid they could. Alias made an official investigation of the circumstances surrounding the accident and found that Patton's driver, Private Horace Woodring, and the driver of the truck that struck Patton, Robert Thompson, were both directly responsible for the accident in conspiracy. And almost immediately after the accident, the Army's CID, their Criminal Investigative Division, spirited Thompson out of Germany and brought him to England, where he stayed for several days. The reason for his sudden trip to England was ostensibly for his own protection. Because, obviously, he was a murderer, an assassin, whom people might want vengeance against for his damning so many Europeans to a life of slavery under the Soviets. And in 2008, after my father's death, the author Robert Wilcox wrote his expositive book on the circumstances surrounding the accident and later death of Patton, entitled Target Patton, The Plot to Assassinate General George S. Patton. And that book caused a huge controversy, proving that Patton had been assassinated on orders from high-ranking American military leaders. And the one primary person whom the investigative journalist Wilcox interviewed for his book was that distinguished World War II veteran and assassin, Douglas Bazada. And in 1979, long before Wilcox, Bazada gave a two-part interview to the publication Spotlight, in which he made it known, he testified, that Patton had been assassinated. That was when I first learned of it through the records of the Presidio military base. And in the first interview for Spotlight, Bazada testified that the Russians had the motive to kill Patton because he wanted the United States to go to war with them right after the end of World War II, as it was popularly understood by the general public. In the second installment for Spotlight magazine, which was called I Was Paid to Kill Patton, Douglas Bazada testified that he was asked by none other than William Donovan, the head of the Wartime Office of Strategic Services, the OSS, to kill Patton. Bazada saying that he did not take part in the Patton assassination because he knew Patton and liked him. He further said that the accident, which took place on December 9th of 1945, had been arranged by someone he knew and would not name him. Bazada said that since the general had not died in the accident, he was told a refined form of cyanide that can cause embolisms, heart failure, and things like that had been used to kill him later in the hospital. It had been made in Czechoslovakia and, in small amounts, could be timed to kill over a period of 18 to 48 hours. Bazada himself proceeded to lay out his participation in the Patton assassination. In 1945, he was told by Donovan that he had orders from up the chain of command that Patton was considered a threat to the war effort and his actions could no longer be tolerated. Bazada told Patton of the internal threats against him, but the general brushed them aside. For his part, Bazada reluctantly went along with the plot. Bazada went on to say that he met an unidentified man whom he knew only as a Pole, meaning of Polish extraction, who was also ordered to kill Patton. Both men then began planning the general's murder. And the order to have General Patton murdered is what concerns the crux of the conspiracy. On the day of Patton's car accident, Bezzata and his accomplice followed the general's car, and when Patton stopped at a Roman ruin along the roadside, Bezzata put something into the window of Patton's automobile that would leave an opening for a rifle shot to the target. He said that they had an army truck that would run parallel to Patton's car, the one that Horace Woodring was in, and then would deliberately turn into it. When the truck hit Patton's car, a shot was fired, severely injuring Patton, but not killing him. Basically, they botched it, as happens more often than not in such operations. And Bezzata said that in the confusion of the moment, he went to the aid of the wounded general and then left among the confusion of the unfolding events. He then said that he went to Patton's hospital with a poison concoction that had been made by both he himself and the Pole, the Polish guy, but that he was unable to get into Patton's room. In his interview with Spotlight, Bezzata testified that the man who killed Patton went into his hospital room and killed him with a form of cyanide, which was made in Czechoslovakia, could cause heart failure or an embolism, and that it should be noted that after the general's death, his wife Beatrice was intimidated into not ordering any autopsy on her husband's body. Therefore, the cyanide being what it is, a substance covertly put into Patton's system, it went with him to the grave. Bezzata testified that he had 8 meetings with William Donovan before and after the war. In one of these meetings, he said that Donovan asked him to kill Patton. Investigative journalist Wilcox writes that he found a restricted OSS order while searching files at the National Archives that proved that Bezzata, Joseph Lagatuccia, an army officer and friend of Bezzata's during the war, and other unnamed American officers met with Donovan in Washington, D.C. The meetings with Donovan and Bezzata occurred in 1943 in a hotel so as not to attract any unwanted attention. Now, of course, there's always more questions than answers in these affairs. The existence of so many anomalies in the circumstances before and after the death of Patton raises more questions than answers. Missing files on the accident, no official investigation by any American military officials, no autopsy on his body, the fact that the Cadillac he was riding in during the accident, quote unquote, is not the same Patton car that is in the Patton Museum, and the fact that he was recuperating in a hospital before suddenly taking a turn for the worse and dying as a result of a probable embolism on December 21st, 1945. The death of George S. Patton then stirred new interest with that book that I guess I cannot evade bringing up simply for the sake of the fact that it exists, entitled Killing Patton, subtitled The Strange Death of World War II's Most Audacious General, by the Fox TV personality Bill O'Reilly and a Mr. Martin Dugard, who probably did all the writing. Well, Bill O'Reilly just added his name. Now, both of these individuals as authors delve into what are considered many of the scenarios surrounding the death of General Patton, giving special attention to the ultimate culprits, those culprits being Joseph Stalin and the OSS leader Wild Bill Donovan. These are the same conclusions drawn by Robert Wilcox and Target Patton. So it's just basically a plagiarism of his work. And yet, more recently, another book has come out using that same material. Now, when you think on that television host, Bill O'Reilly, and the author, Martin Dugard, and the book Killing Patton, focusing on the final months of World War II in Europe, which I was obligated to suffer through, just scan and speed read through, with the case of such books that I don't enjoy. They include a description of one of Patton's most famous military campaigns, his frequent tussles with Dwight D. Eisenhower, portraits of prominent wartime personalities, and the details of the accident that finally claimed his life. Now, Killing Patton is writ in a You Are There style, kind of like what I did when I outlined what would you do in Admiral Phillips's place if you were with Group Z in the Pacific. And as such, it creates this vivid picture of the terrible cost of war, the heroic sacrifices made by the average soldier, as well as noting the horrific savagery of Joseph Stalin and his communist henchmen, who murdered well over 120 million Russians in their reign of terror. Amid that backdrop, O'Reilly and Dugard described the political battles Patton was part of and the enemies he created in Washington, Moscow, and London with his bluntness and braggadocio. At the same time, even Eisenhower was forced to agree that Patton was too valuable to dispense with in battle. That was particularly true when the Germans launched their last great attempt to win the war in December of 1944 in what Hitler called Operation Wacht am Rhein, the Watch on the Rhine, in which the Germans ended up encircling the 101st Airborne Division in Bastogne. And the book recounts how Patton and the elements of the Third Army accomplished the impossible by racing across, they raced north across France in the dead of winter. And then they're breaking through the German lines as part of what has become known as the Battle of the Bulge. And later, with Germany collapsing on the surface world, and the end of the war nearing, in terms of prosecution of proactive hostilities as formally recognized, the secret arrangements that Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Winston Churchill made with Joseph Stalin came to light, with all of Eastern Europe ceded to the Soviet sphere of influence. At that point, Patton saw the Soviet Union as the biggest threat to the world and to democracy itself, and he said so publicly, which brought him into conflict with Washington District of Columbia. He wanted to take Berlin and to keep on pushing eastward. And he was considering leaving the military for a political career. That was his war back home, based on exposition of all he had done to save the troops, whereas Eisenhower got them killed. If he had run for president against Eisenhower, we would have had a Patton administration. Now, among those described as threatened by Patton has always been General Wild Bill Donovan, the head of the OSS. He was the one who convinced Franklin Delano Roosevelt to create a permanent intelligence agency to be called the CIA. And Donovan loathed Patton. Donovan shared information with the Soviets that Duncan Lee, Donovan's executive secretary, worked for the NKVD, later to become the KGB, and the CIA was itself honeycombed with Russian spies. So Stalin ordered Patton killed, with the CIA as co-conspirator. And just as Wilcox proved in his own work, O'Reilly and Dugard simply regurgitate that Donovan recruited a former United States Marine who, of course, went by the name Douglas Pizzata to be the assassin. Now, Patton historically had some close calls in the few months before he died. He was almost shot down while flying a plane, and 2 weeks later his Jeep collided with an ox cart. He was also informed by Army intelligence agents that the NKVD of the Russians was tracking him. But planning to go hunting, Patton, his Chief of Staff, General Hap Gay, and their driver headed out on December 9th of 1945. And while only driving at 20 miles per hour, suddenly a truck driven by Technical Sergeant Robert L. Thompson veers into Patton's car, causing collision. General Gay is able to brace himself, but Patton strikes his head on the glass partition between the front and rear of the car, or so it looked. Breaking his neck, he knows instantly he is paralyzed. And taken to a hospital, dies of his injuries on December 21st. And he is later buried in the American Military Cemetery in Ham, Luxembourg. Thompson vanished afterwards, as did all the official reports detailing the accident. Thompson was never charged with causing the accident, and not a single formal inquest was ever held. So Patton's death was clearly arranged. Pizzata confessed at a conference in October of 1979 that he had planned and participated in the assassination of George S. Patton, confessing that he fired a low-velocity projectile into Patton's neck in order to snap it after the accident, and testifying that NKVD agents then employed an odorless poison to murder Patton when he did not die immediately in the hospital. Pizzata claimed to have been paid 10,000 United States dollars by Donovan for his role in Patton's death. A lot by today's standards, if you ratchet that up with inflation. So O'Reilly and Dugard basically conclude their book by simply suggesting that a further investigation is needed. And while Patton lies buried in Europe with his beloved troops, the circumstances of his death still lie unanswered almost 70 years and on, beyond that number by now, seeking any final determination. Now, all of this is the death of a specialist, the death of an expert who is reviled, held in contempt, persecuted for his contributions. All of this is relevant to today when you think of the situation that we face and why we need a general in charge of the Department of Defense at this point in history. Why a black African American 4-star general would be indispensable in the war against COVID-19. As Japan and South Korea are deploying their own militaries. Today we've got two factors, well, multiple factors, at hand. One is the rehabbing of Big Pharma's reputation. During a second quarter earnings call, Eli Lilly's CEO, the Chief Executive Officer Dave Ricks, has been quoted as saying, "With the world in dire need of COVID-19 drugs and vaccines, the biopharmaceutical industry has a once-in-a-generation opportunity to reset its reputation. Now, in a September 2019 Gallup survey, 58% of Americans held a negative view of the pharmaceutical industry. Only the federal government scored worse. But heightening vaccine buzz is likely to bring about a change in public opinion. And while drug makers won't make a ton of money from this vaccine, at least not right away, the reputation points they score could be worth their weight in gold. But it will take a while for vaccines to stop the spread. This is the time of greatest danger. United States officials want coronavirus vaccines to start being administered within 96 hours of an emergency use authorization from the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA. Then, over the first 100 days of his presidency, President-elect Joseph Biden wants to make it certain 100 million Americans are vaccinated. But the White House Coronavirus Task Force has warned that current vaccination plans would not reduce the spread of the disease until at least the late spring of next year. That means many more long months of misery in places like Nevada, where one hospital is so overwhelmed it is treating patients in a parking garage. Complacency is not an option, and Canadians have learned that the hard way. After Canada initially quashed the COVID-19 curve, lax attention to guidelines fueled a deadly second wave that sent case rates soaring 10 times higher than they were in late summer. And Canadian Thanksgiving in early October fueled a further rise. Winter holiday gatherings are expected to only fuel America's rising coronavirus case numbers. But this time, the nature of the surge is different. And United States Surgeon General Dr. Jerome Adams told ABC's George Stephanopoulos just that. This surge is different. He's so testifying that this surge is different than earlier surges because it's not about PPE or personal protective equipment. It's not about testing. It's really about healthcare capacity. And certain places are just being overwhelmed. We have one question answered. What's different about this latest coronavirus surge? More professionally, how does this latest coronavirus surge compare with the spring peak? No region stands out in severity the way the Northeast did in the spring. From the beginning of November through yesterday, there were more than 100 COVID-19 deaths per 1 million people in the Northeast, the South, and the Midwest, which, at 267 deaths per million, had the highest rate in that period, according to COVID tracking project data. The West had 94 deaths per million people. In April, during the first surge, only two regions, the Northeast, 602 deaths per million, and the Midwest, 138 deaths per million, were above that 100 deaths per million line. And the West was at just half 100 deaths per million. In July, only the South exceeded 100 deaths per million. In this surge, then, the share of deaths is more evenly distributed all across the country. In the same period, starting in November, the Midwest represented 37% of American deaths, the South 35%, the West 15%, the Northeast 14%. In April, 60% of deaths occurred in the Northeast. No other region accounted for more than 17%. Since then, no region has seen anything like the conditions once seen in the Northeast. But 7 months later, the picture in the country as a whole will be worse. There is only one thing we can do that is constructive in this hour, one of our darkest hours in American history, in world history. Mobilize the military to improve the response to COVID-19. As COVID-19 sweeps across the world, healthcare workers have become primary victims thereof, accounting for up to 20% of cases in the United States. Infections and deaths among physicians, nurses, and support staff are straining the ability of hospitals to respond to this disease. The very people who are taking care of patients are becoming patients themselves and spreading the virus onto others, including to their own families. Thomas Riley, who was a nurse at Jacobi Medical Center in New York, told the New York Times, "I feel like we're all just being sent to slaughter." Thomas Riley and his husband, yeah, he's gay. I found out about this interview. Yes, it was brought to my attention by my son. They both contracted the virus. At this scale, current efforts to protect healthcare workers from infection simply cannot be effective, especially with equipment shortages. The age of the healthcare workforce is a problem. More than half of physicians are over the age of 50, and the average age of a nurse is 51, putting all of them at risk of severe manifestations of COVID-19. So far, in New York City, well, New York State, patients in their 60s were 37 times more likely to die than those in their 20s. And yet, states are imploring older healthcare workers to fill hospital ranks to fight COVID-19. New York City, Connecticut, and Alabama, for example, have special initiatives to recruit retired medical staff. The Wall Street Journal highlighted a 60-year-old retired nurse who returned to help battle COVID-19 despite having to return each evening to her own husband, a cancer survivor. The New York Times profiled 7 retired doctors and nurses heading to hospitals to reinforce systems in crisis all around the country. Their average age, 67. While the dedication of older healthcare providers is admirable, these plans are short-sighted. The odds that these retired healthcare workers will become infected, pass the virus to family and friends of similar age, and together rapidly add to the hospital burden is all too high. Indeed, I would say, predictably inevitable and avoidable. Instead of dispatching older workers into the fray, we need to deploy virus fighters who are less likely to die or even get very sick. We also need a 2-layer system of medical quarantine, not just for the patients themselves, but also for the people who are treating them. There are 2 rich sources of workers with less risk of becoming seriously ill: The thousands of individuals who have recovered from infections and thus have antibodies that provide immunity, and healthy members of the fucking military under the age of 30. Mobilizing large numbers from these groups can help hospitals care for patients and can staff alternative care facilities such as field hospitals, repurposed hotels, and empty college dormitories where patients with milder illness are isolated and treated. These healthcare workers could live in the same alternate care facilities or be isolated in nearby buildings. The military is already playing a role in fighting the COVID-19 epidemic, but with the exception of hospital ships that have taken in the most incredibly limited number of patients to the point where you wonder why they're fucking there, that role has mainly, indeed, completely been nothing but logistical. And the logistics they asks, what I am advocating is training young members of the military to assume positions in isolation centers and assist in hospitals so they can relieve doctors and nurses for more important work, reduce their cumulative exposure to infection, and allow them the needed time to rest, recuperate, recover. This should be why Trump is bringing boys home from Afghanistan and Iraq. There's no question that military men and women would be assuming a risk by doing this, but it is a far lower risk than when they are deployed abroad or even training on American bases. Yes, some will get sick and recover and join others with immunity, who can work without the protective gear needed to protect older and disease-naive doctors and nurses. Service members already work and live in communal units, and so would be used to isolation in alternate care facilities or dorms. Community volunteers with immunity need to be quarantined. If at all possible, quarantine quarters should be provided for current hospital staff caring for the sickest patients to support them and protect their families. The Communist Chinese Empire, which moved thousands of health workers from around the country into isolation centers in Wuhan, has demonstrated how successful this kind of two-layer patient and caregiver quarantine can be. The media, politicians, in fact, all Americans, have been lauding the courage of hospital staff, but praise is not enough. As much as possible, we must keep them out of harm's way, whilst making it possible for them to continue to provide life-saving care. Let's let the military and immune volunteers come as to the rescue. In a united military pharmaceutical front to rehabilitate the pharmaceutical industry, and for once put the military to God's work. This is why we need a black male general in charge of the Department of Defense. He is part of an extremely vulnerable COVID-19 group, and so he himself has a vested interest in catering to underrepresented minority sufferers of this disease in deploying the military to provide aid to hospitals that otherwise have the least amount of staff in inner cities throughout America. This is what Joseph Biden is thinking of when he says he wants millions of Americans vaccinated during his first 100 days in office. 100 million Americans. We can't do that without the fucking military. this is war. And Joseph Biden will finally be our wartime president. If I'm not making sense to you, what world do you fucking live in? How can anyone not see this? Why is no one else thinking of this? Whatever the case will be with his sacrificial man, because I can tell you one thing about 4-star General Austin. If he does become Secretary of Defense and does do everything that I'm advising as your fucking Vulcan intervention, don't be surprised if, like General George S. Patton, he makes all the enemies in the world and is assassinated in an automobile accident in which nobody else suffers a scratch. But whatever the case it will be with General Austin, Joseph Biden's own victory is all but assured. Without comment or dissent, the Supreme Court of these United States turned away the first appeal from Trump supporters to reach the High Court, a claim by several Pennsylvania Republicans who said the state's election results should not be certified. It may be the last appeal as well. Trump thought courts were the key to winning, but judges disagreed. President Donald Trump and his allies say their lawsuits aimed at subverting the 2020 election and reversing his loss to Joseph Biden would be substantiated if only judges were allowed to hear the cases. There is a central flaw in the argument. Judges have heard the cases and have been among the harshest critics of the legal arguments put forth by Trump's legal team, often dismissing them with scathing language of repudiation. This has been true whether the judge has been appointed by a Democrat or a Republican, including those named by Donald Trump himself. I am proud to report the judicial rulings that have rejected Trump's unfounded claims of widespread voter fraud have underscored not only the futility of the lame duck president's brazen attempt to sabotage the people's will, but also the role of the courts in checking his unprecedented efforts to stay in power forever. The rebukes have not stopped the litigation. On Tuesday, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton sued the states of Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, alleging that they violated the Constitution based on a litany of already dismissed complaints. Paxton asked the United States Supreme Court to invalidate their 62 electoral college votes for Biden, a maneuver that would swing the election to Donald Trump and would be unprecedented in American history. Truly a bloodless coup d'etat. The High Court, yesterday, separately rejected another plea to intervene in the election from Pennsylvania Republicans who wanted the court to undo the certification of Biden's victory in the state. Now, on Monday, opening this work week, United States District Judge Linda Parker threw out a lawsuit challenging Michigan's election results that had been filed 2 days after the state certified the results for Joseph Biden. Parker, appointed by President Barack Obama, said the case embodied the phrase, "This ship has sailed." She went on to say, "This lawsuit seems to be less about achieving the relief plaintiffs seek and more about the impact of their allegations on people's faith in the democratic process itself and their trust in our government. The lawsuit filed on behalf of a group of voters claimed Biden benefited from fraud, alleging, as in much of the other litigation, a massive Democrat-run conspiracy to shift the results. It sought to reverse the certification and impound all voting machines for inspection. Relief that is stunning in its scope and breathtaking in its reach, to quote the judgeess, Parker herself, who went on to say, plaintiffs asked this court to ignore the orderly statutory scheme established to challenge elections and to ignore the will of millions of American voters. This the court cannot and will not do. The people have spoken. Her ruling stands alongside others in Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada that all have a single common thread. They have all rejected Donald Trump's claims. Even in the face of these losses in court, Trump has contended that, in fact, he won the election. And he's moved out of the courts to directly appeal to lawmakers as his losses mount. He brought Michigan lawmakers to the White House in a failed bid to set aside the vote tally, and phoned Georgia Governor Brian Kemp asking him to order a special legislative session to overturn the state's results. Kemp refused. Trump also called Pennsylvania Republican House Speaker Brian Cutler, who said state law did not give the legislature the power to overturn the will of the voters. And yet, Trump still tweeted, all in the uppercase, all caps, I won the election! Big! Big, 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 big! Well, that is obviously not the case. What is true is that Trump is rapidly running out of legal runway. Out of roughly 100 lawsuits filed, more than 35 have been dropped or dismissed. The United States Supreme Court was expected to weigh in later this week in a case from Pennsylvania. A great deal of the lawsuits highlight a lack of understanding of how elections actually even work. In Georgia, United States District Judge Timothy Patten, appointed by President George W. Bush, dismissed a lawsuit filed by attorney Sidney Powell, who was dropped from the Trump legal team a few weeks ago, but has still continued to spread faulty election claims. Since she's not paid by Trump and is dismissed and indeed forsaken by Rudy Giuliani, who the fuck is paying her? The fucking Russians. Her lawsuit claims widespread fraud meant to illegally manipulate the vote count in favor of Joseph Biden. This suit claims the scheme was carried out in different ways, including ballot stuffing, votes flipped by the election system from Trump to Biden, and problems with absentee ballots. The judge summarily rejected all those claims. Patten said the lawsuit sought perhaps the most extraordinary relief ever sought in any federal court in connection with any election in history. He said the lawsuit sought to ignore the will of voters in Georgia, which certified the state for Biden again Monday after no less than 3 vote counts, 3 successive vote recounts. And Patten said they want this court to substitute its judgment for that of 2.5 million Georgia voters who voted for Joseph Biden, and this I am unwilling to do. Trump has appointed more than 150 federal court judges who have all been confirmed by the Republican Senate, and Trump personally pushed through 3 Supreme Court justices. And much like Trump himself, his attorneys have attempted to blame the political leanings of the judge after their legal arguments are flayed. When a federal appeals panel in Philadelphia rejected Trump's election challenge just 5 days after it reached the court, Trump legal advisor Janet Ellis, legal advisoress, called their work a product of the activist judicial machinery in Pennsylvania. But Judge! The judge! It was Trump who appointed him! Trump appointed the judge who wrote the November 27th opinion himself. And Judge Stefanos Bibas wrote as the 3rd U.S. Circuit panel refused to stop the state from certifying its results for Democrat Joseph Biden. He wrote, "Voters, not lawyers, choose the president. Ballots, not briefs, decide elections." This is a demand he himself, appointed by Donald Trump though he was, called breathtaking. All 3 of the panel members were appointed by Republican presidents, and they were upholding the decision of a 4th Republican, United States District Judge Matthew Brann, a conservative jurist and Federalist Society member. Brann had called the campaign's legal case, which was argued in court by Rudy Giuliani himself, a haphazard jumble that resembled, to use his words, Frankenstein's monster. In state courts, too, the lawsuits have failed. In Arizona, on Friday of this week last, Judge Randall Warner, an independent appointed circa 2007, the year of my father's death, by Democratic former Governoress Janet Napolitano, threw out a bid to undo Biden's victory. Arizona Republican Party chairwoman Kelly Ward challenged the ballots, or she was challenged of ballots in Metro Phoenix that were duplicated because voters' earlier ballots were damaged or could not be run through the tabulators. So she said, well, let's challenge all of them. And Warner wrote, "There is no evidence that the inaccuracies were intentional or part of any fraudulent scheme. They were mistakes, and given both the small number of duplicate ballots and the low error rate, the evidence does not show any impact on the outcome." And in Nevada on Friday of this week last, Judge James Todd Russell in Carson City, Nevada, ruled that attorneys for Republican electors failed to provide clear or any convincing evidence of fraud or illegality. Now, Nevada judges are nonpartisan, but Russell's father was a Republican governor of that state from 1951 through 1959. Now, yesterday was Safe Harbor Day, the federal deadline for states to resolve electoral disputes and certify their results. American states in union had until yesterday to certify their results and approve electors. And yesterday's safe harbor deadline is but another boost for Biden. Georgia again certified election results, proving Biden won. Everyone in Washington has Georgia on their mind. The southern state that Joe Biden won by a whisker, yestermencies, last month, is holding 2 Senate runoff elections in January that will help define his presidency. If Democratic challengers win both races against incumbent Republicans, control of the Senate will deadlock 50-50. But new Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris will get to wield her constitutional powers to cast deciding votes. If Republicans win just one of the 2 Georgia seats, they will control the Senate and retain all power to block any of Biden's cabinet picks, legislation, and court nominees in a Washington stalemate that will strangle his administration in birth. So it's not surprising that both parties are throwing everything at the Peach State. Advertisement spending for the runoffs has already hit $300 million United States dollars. Former President Barack Obama has been stumping for the Democratic candidates Reverend Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff over Zoom, with Obama telling a virtual event, "This is not about Georgia. This is about America, and this is about the whole damn world." Even President Donald Trump emerged from his post-election sulk to hold a wild rally in Georgia on mine own late and sainted Cyrus's natal day. Her birthday dated the 5th of December this last Saturday. But the outgoing president may not have done much good for Senators David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler, since he spent more than an hour and a half mostly spewing nonsense and falsely claiming he won November's election. Indeed, Republican strategists are worried voters are actually buying into his claims that voting was rigged in Georgia, and so, well, they're all going to ergo skip the coming election. Georgia's Lieutenant Governor Geoff Duncan, a Republican, told CNN on Sunday that the president's mountains of misinformation, his words, were more than counterproductive. Even without its significance for the balance of power in Washington, Georgia is a fascinating political story. Biden is the first Democrat since William Jefferson Clinton in 1992 to win that state. His victory points to shifting demographics and fast-growing suburbs that are creating openings for Democrats in the Deep South for the first time in generations. Black voters who helped put Biden in the White House are crucial, and their willingness to vote in large enough numbers after the new year will be decisive yet again. It's all on the blacks. But then isn't it always? And what does Brian Kemp reveal about Trump's true nature? Yesterday afternoon, President Donald Trump celebrated a poll that may or may not be exaggerated, showing Georgia Republican Governor Brian Kemp's approval ratings dropping. And Trump tweeted, "Don't believe it! Must be more!" That attack comes hard on Trump urging Republican Doug Collins, who lost in a Senate primary last month, to run a primary challenge against Kemp in 2 years' time. And Trump referring to Kemp as hapless on Twitter. What has Kemp done to so anger Donald Trump? He's refused to conduct an illegal overthrow of the narrow victory in his state for President-elect Joe Biden on November 3rd. A victory, it's worth noting, that has now been affirmed on no less than 3 occasions. In other words, Kemp just did his job and refused to break the law. For that, he has become target number 1 for Donald Trump as the president continues to lash out in anger and frustration about losing the 2020 election to Joseph Biden. That Trump unfolds. Loyalty is a one-way street for Trump, and you can never, ever engage in enough sycophancy to ensure that ye be spared his rage. Kemp, after all, was one of Trump's favorite governors, even as recently as but a few months ago. Trump claimed credit, and somewhat rightly so, for Kemp's come-from-behind victory over then Lieutenant Governor Casey Cagle in the 2018 runoff for governor. Days before the late July runoff, Trump tweeted, "Brian Kemp is running for governor of the great state of Georgia. The primary is on Tuesday. Brian is tough on crime, strong on the border, and illegal immigration." I didn't know Georgia bordered Mexico or some shit. I mean, what the fuck do they border where the illegal immigrants are coming from? Anyhow, he loves our military and our vets and protects our Second Amendment. I give him my full and total endorsement. And at his victory speech, Kemp specifically cited Trump's tweets, himself so saying, "We cannot forget that tweet that we heard around Georgia. They poured gasoline on the fire and fueled the Kemp surge to victory." And the day after his runoff victory, Kemp pledged to unapologetically stand with President Trump to secure our border, deport criminal aliens, crush gangs, and ensure a bright and promising future for our families. And Trump was right there with Kemp in the general election as well. Just 2 days before the 2018 general election, Trump campaigned alongside Kemp in Mason, Georgia. Back then, Trump told the crowd, "I know Brian. This guy doesn't stop. This is what you want. He's an incredible manager. He's been successful all the way up the line. He'll bring it to heights you wouldn't believe." And Kemp won that race narrowly over Stacey Abrams, and Trump was right there to tout the victory. On November 16th, the year before yesteryear, he tweeted, "Congratulations to Brian Kemp on becoming the new governor of Georgia. Stacey Abrams fought brilliantly and hard. She will have a terrific political future. Brian was unrelenting and will become a great governor for the truly wonderful people of Georgia." And once in office, Kemp took his cues from Trump, particularly on how to handle the coronavirus pandemic. Kemp held off on issuing a shelter-in-place order for his state until early April, more than 10 days after mine own Golden California became the first state in the country to do so, though we're rightly a country all our own. As Ron Brownstein tweeted at that time, he's a CNN contributor. He tweeted, "The fact that so many grand old party big state governors in Texas, Florida, and Georgia all tightened statewide restrictions immediately after Trump finally let his advisors frame the full risk from the White House podium underscores how much his earlier minimizing contributed to the critical delays in all those states." The point here is this. With the possible exception of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, there isn't a single governor in the country who has been more openly praiseworthy of and loyal to Donald Trump than Brian Kemp. Not a single goddamn one. And Kemp did not betray Trump or attack him or his policies publicly or, well, anything. He just did his job. And for that, he has become a Trump enemy. If you are a Republican sitting on your hands or putting your hands over your mouth when asked about who won the election for fear of angering Donald Trump, what has happened to Brian Kemp should be an object lesson. Trump will never repay your loyalty. And when you least expect it, he will turn on you. It's not a question of if, but when. If Republicans are still standing behind Donald Trump, they need to do so knowing this. He would not and will not do the same for you. Now, President Donald Trump himself will leave Washington in 43 days. Trumpism, however, isn't going anywhere. Republicans who value their political careers or their own physical safety at this point are finding it impossible to publicly admit the obvious fact that President-elect Joseph Biden won the election by millions of votes. Georgia United States Senate candidate Kelly Loeffler repeatedly dodged the question at a Sunday debate this last weekend, following Trump's false claims the previous night of a stolen election. In a Washington Post survey, only 27 of 249 fucking Republican federal lawmakers acknowledged Joe Biden's win. Local officials, many of them Republicans, who nevertheless confirmed Biden's state victories, have shown far more courage and integrity than any Washington leaders. But the denialism cometh with all attendant dangers. An armed pro-Trump cult showed up at the house of a senior Democratic official involved in certifying results in Michigan, and a Republican official in Georgia who helped certify the results there has publicly warned that the president's rhetoric will get somebody killed. Trump is already calling for loyalists to oust former allies like Governor Brian Kemp, exiled to his gold-plated palace in Florida. Will the former president still hold the Republican cult in his thrall, hinting he may run in the 2024 presidential primary and acting as a kingmaker in other races? Even if Trump itself fades away, the corrosive elements of its creed, assaulting truth, undermining the integrity of elections, desecrating good governance, demonizing the media, and disdaining all science and fact, will take us years to flush out of American politics. Yesterday's safe harbor deadline may force an end to Donald Trump's campaign to discredit election results, but such schemes leave shadows. America remains on the eve of a potential return to normalcy. This time, the country is nearing the formal procedural end to one of the year's biggest dramas, the 2020 election. Donald Trump's ongoing refusal to concede, coupled with his attempts to undermine the process outright, may finally hit a wall. But a shattered norm is hard to piece back together, and this administration's actions will have long-running consequences. This may be Donald Trump's most malicious, enduring legacy. The outgoing president leaves behind a nihilistic political culture, one that is tribalistic and distrustful, a mass delusional political culture swimming in conspiracy theories. Barack Obama recently went on record to say, "We are entering into an epistemological crisis." The crisis didn't begin with the Trump presidency, but it rapidly accelerated over the course of its term, and the situation has, if anything, grown worse in the aftermath of the presidential election. According to one poll, 70% of Republicans say they don't believe that the 2020 election was free and fair. According to another, 77% of Trump cultists say President-elect Joseph Biden won because of fraud. And a Reuters Ipsos poll found that 68% of Republicans said they were concerned that the 2020 elections was rigged, and that only 29% believed that Biden had rightfully won. More than half of all Republicans said Trump rightfully won, but the election was stolen from him because of widespread voter fraud that favored Biden. Claims that are hallucinatory. This be Donald Trump's most enduring legacy. A nihilistic political anti-culture, one that is tribalistic, distrustful, completely delusional, swimming in conspiracy theories. The result is that Americans are disoriented and frustrated, fearful of, and often enraged at one another. Donald Trump didn't invent misinformation and disinformatia, or disinformation. They have been around for much of human history. But Trump, by virtue of his considerable skills in this area, aided by social media and capitalizing on truth decay and diminishing trust in sources of factual information, exploited them more effectively than anyone else has in American, nay, all human history. According to Jonathan Rauch, the author of a forthcoming book entitled The Constitution of Knowledge, subtitled A Defense of Truth, it was unthinkable before Trump for anyone to run this kind of disinformatia campaign from the White House against the American public. As a result, we live in an era defined by epistemic chaos and noetic disarray, one in which a large portion of the population embraces falsehoods and fairy tales and thinks of them as alternative facts. The deceit being dispensed by Trump and company is hardly universal, but it is extensive, which is why defeating Trump was essential if we're ever going to move away from perspectivism as the interpretive theory in our politics. But objective reality as a concept, truth as something that exists independent of affect, independent of subjective narratives, independent of whatever a partisan information silo claims is true, has been badly damaged. Among the most urgent tasks facing America, then, is to strengthen our regard for what Plato called episteme over doxa, true knowledge over opinion, reality over fantasy, episteme over doxa. Disinformatia flourishes in a profoundly polarized society, which America most certainly is. How to depolarize our society is its own challenge, of course, especially when Americans have been subject to Trump's relentless disinformatia campaign for the past half-decade. As president, Biden will turn down the temperature of our politics. Any person replacing Trump would. But Biden seems particularly well-suited, temperamentally and based on the political culture that shaped him, to calm our politics. Believing that the toxicity in our politics will quickly and easily be drained would be silly. In fact, in some quarters, things will get worse. We see this in Trump cultists who are migrating from Fox News to Newsmax and One America News because Fox was deemed insufficiently pro-Trump, as startling as that seems. But not having a president who wakes up every morning thinking of ways to divide Americans by race, region, and religion, by class and party, will be a move in the right direction. A former advisor to President William Jefferson Clinton has been quoted as saying that if Biden wants to go us beyond that, he should focus on practical issues such as infrastructure, whilst avoiding unnecessary fights over issues that inflame people's emotions. The new president could take on a conservative cause such as promoting adoption and foster care. Common ground might be possible on policies such as a pandemic stimulus package, indexing the minimum wage to inflation, reducing child poverty with a child allowance. How about that? Combating the opioid epidemic, expanding national service, implementing paid family leave, and boosting worker training and apprenticeship programs. On immigration, a deal could probably be struck that involves reinstating DACA, the DACA, the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, and E-Verify. Why is there no one thinking about this besides myself, the son of Adolf Hitler? What? There's even an opportunity to find common ground on gay rights and religious liberties in the form of the Fairness for All Act. Why is the son of Adolf Hitler the only man on earth to bring this up? Where is everyone? Where are your fucking brains? No one even knows that I exist, demographically or statistically. If this is your world you're trying to save, it's your failure to inform others that I exist. You have not done so. Each one of you inform 20 people, and tell each one of them to inform another 20. Only then can your Vulcan intervention even begin. Another top Clinton advisor, William Galston, recently argued that Biden would be wise not to push for his Justice Department to open investigations into Trump that could lead to his prosecution. Appointing someone to the Biden administration, such as the former Republican Governor John Kasich, who endorsed Biden in 2020, would be an impressive gesture. The president-elect could also nominate Michael Ware as Director of the Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships. Michael Ware, who served in the Obama administration, is trusted by key stakeholders and voices from across the political and religious spectrum in a way that would be of value to the administration. The Republicans will never reciprocate Biden's outreach efforts. The early signs are damning in and of themselves. Nevertheless, Biden, as president of all the people, is obligated to try. It's part of the job description. And modeling respectful outreach, particularly in this rancorous environment, would be as close to a truly nationalist, I despise the term patriotic act, that we could manifest. We need circuit breakers. But political outreach, even if successful, is hardly enough. The United States won't reverse what Rausch calls epistemic secession until social media platforms adhere to epistemic standards and norms. We've seen marginal but measurable progress over the past 4 years, with some of the most popular social media platforms embracing measures to curb misinformation and increase transparency. Exempligratiate, Facebook is removing all accounts that represent the QAnon conspiracy theory. Twitter now includes warning labels on misleading tweets, including the president's. Twitter has a civic integrity policy. YouTube has community guidelines. In the journal named Persuasion, Rausch recently wrote, "In 2020, the United States did better than in 2016 against pre-election disinformatia. Traditional media wised up to manipulators. Social media reduced the reach of propaganda. Scholars and activists got better at exposing coordinated campaigns. The public grew more sophisticated about fakery. Taken together, those and other countermeasures were an impressive feat of adaptation." What he's saying is, we got fucking lucky. And we barely missed apocalypse. People have no idea. In 1864, like in 2020, America just got fucking lucky. The arc of history does not bend inevitably toward justice. Sometimes Americans barely avoid disaster. On the Monday following the election of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the White House, I know someone, a distant relation. I've brought her up before. I bring her up often. Not often enough, never often enough. Maya Yin-Lin. Maya Yin-Lin designed the Vietnam Memorial Wall. And she went to visit the Lincoln Memorial. She related it was unseasonably warm for November. And just 48 hours before, every major U.S. news network had projected that Biden had won the presidency. And that outcome, even though President Donald Trump and most Republican officials were, and still are, refusing to accept it, pulled our country back from continuing on what has been an ever more dangerous trajectory. For 4 years, Trump has, among other things, hammered away at government accountability, dismissed the reality of systemic racism, strained relationships with our allies overseas, eroded America's commitment to human rights around the world and at home, and ignored and exacerbated the climate crisis. 4 more years of his administration would have rendered the damage irreversible. Trump is an extinction level event. Do not laugh when I tell you the human race would not have survived 4 more years. The damage would have been so indescribable. There is nothing we could have done to recover. Maya Yin-Lin told myself that was the possibility she was thinking of when she visited the Lincoln Memorial. His bid for a second term in 1864 was another election that could have turned American history in a far more frightening direction. But for the good fortune and lucky timing of 2 battles that fell in the Union Army's favor prior to the 1864 election, slavery might have been allowed to continue in exchange for peace with the Confederacy. And our country might look very different than it does. But then, as now, at least for the time being, the United States has managed to avoid a descent into immediate catastrophe. That events could so easily have turned out the other way, however, should make us Americans wary of any notion that this country glides across time and space along a natural arc of progress. Our norms, our institutions, our systems do not inevitably bend towards justice and protect us. That has been made quite clear. The truth is that, in some instances, we have simply been extremely lucky. And But yestermensis, this last month, even after a period of uncertainty, we were lucky again. In the summer and early fall of 1864, Lincoln appeared to be on the brink of losing his bid for re-election. People across the country, or what remained of it, were tired of the American Civil War between the states. When hostilities began, many had initially assumed that it would be a relatively quick military exercise to put down the Southern insurrection. But the war, by that time, was in its third year, and a Union victory was far from assured. The Confederacy was holding its capital of Richmond, Virginia. The bodies of young men who had joined the Union Army were piling up all across the South. And the lists of the dead in northern newspapers were growing longer and longer. What's more, following the Emancipation Proclamation, the war had become as much, if not more, about freeing enslaved peoples as it was about preserving the Union, a shift that did not sit well at all with many Northerners. Lincoln sensed that his support was diminishing, and quickly. In a letter to his cabinet in August of 1864, he wrote, "This morning, as for some days past, it seems exceedingly likely that this administration will not be re-elected. Then it will be my duty to so cooperate with the President-elect as to save the Union between the election and the inauguration, as he will have secured his election on such grounds that he cannot possibly save it afterwards." For their ticket, the Democrats had selected the 37-year-old former Union General George B. McClellan, whom Lincoln had dismissed for failing to follow Robert E. Lee's troops after the horrifically bloody battle at Antietam in 1862. The late historian David Bryan Davis, in his book entitled Inhuman Bondage, subtitled The Rise and Fall of Slavery in the New World, wrote, "While the Union Army won the battle and Lee ordered a retreat back into Virginia, McClellan refused to take advantage of Lee's vulnerability or to pursue the defeated rebels across the Potomac. Indeed, McClellan refused to cross the river and move into Virginia for nearly 6 weeks. As one hard-fighting Union colonel wrote to his wife, the whole rebel army could have been captured or destroyed easily before it could have crossed the Potomac. But indeed, it seems to me that McClellan let them escape purposefully." According to the historian David Goldfield, the Democratic effort to nominate McClellan was probably the most racist presidential campaign in history. Speakers at the 1864 Democratic Convention referred to black people in abhorrent terms. In his book entitled The Fiery Trial, subtitled Abraham Lincoln and American Slavery, the historian Ernick Foner recounts one speaker railing against "flat-nosed, long-heeled, cursed of God and damned of men, descendants of black Africa." A Democratic campaign pamphlet referred to Lincoln as Abraham Africanus the First, and mocked the Republican Party as an entity whose first commandment was, "Thou shalt have no other God but the Negro." This was the party McClellan had chosen to represent. This was the party that could have decided for the nation that freeing black people from bondage was not any goal worth continuing to fight a war for. The Democratic Party adopted a platform that was oriented around making a peace deal with the Confederate States. Something that might have not only allowed them to keep their slaves, but allowed enslavers to reclaim the formerly enslaved who had escaped across Union lines. After winning the nomination, McClellan rejected the platform, but Lincoln feared that if McClellan won, Democrats would persuade him to abandon the war. But in September, the tide changed. The Union General William T. Sherman's troops had Confederate forces in Georgia on the run, so much so that Confederate President Jefferson Davis removed the Confederate General Joseph E. Johnston in the middle of the campaign because of his defensive tactics and replaced him with General John B. Hood. In the weeks that followed, Hood was more aggressive, but no more successful. And in September, Sherman sent officials in Washington a telegram stating, "So Atlanta is ours," and fairly won. After this major victory, and another by General Philip Sheridan in the Shenandoah Valley, the country rallied behind Abe Lincoln, giving him a convincing 212 to 21 victory in the Electoral College. What's more, 78% of Union soldiers ultimately cast their ballot for Lincoln, throwing their overwhelming support behind their commander-in-chief, whose campaign slogan, "Don't change horses in the middle of a stream," seemed to resonate, especially after a series of military victories. According to one officer, whose sentiments were captured by Foner, the soldiers supported Lincoln because he believed that this war is not a failure, that slavery must die. History often turns on events whose very significance goes completely unrecognized by later generations. I suspect that the overwhelming majority of Americans do not even realize how Sherman and his troops in Atlanta helped shape our country as we know it. Now, I myself, had I not been a Department of Defense research librarian, would never have known the story throughout my life. I was never taught in school about how close Lincoln was to ever losing re-election. How, but for Sherman's military triumph so soon before the election, voters in the Union States might have ousted the 16th president America had. America narrowly avoided a world in which President George B. McClellan, under pressure from peace Democrats, declared a ceasefire and assured the Confederate States that slavery would be protected in the South if they but rejoined the Union. How much longer would slavery have continued after the war was over? I can tell you, into the 20th century and throughout, judging by how blacks were treated throughout World War II. It would have been Adolf Hitler that would have had to have freed the slaves. My biological father, whom you're all taught to hate. The 2020 presidential race was far more stable than 1864's was. Biden, it seems, was always ahead, even if his lead was not nearly as wide as polls had led us to believe. But the margins in some swing states were close enough that I find myself imagining how, but for the occurrence of any number of scenarios, Trump would have eked out re-election. Many seem to think that Trump has been largely impervious to the onslaught of scandals that have plagued his presidency, including those that have come during the final months of the campaign. And that might be true for the more than 73 million people who decided to support his bid for a second term. But I find myself wondering whether there was any single event that might have persuaded just enough voters in just enough swing states not to vote for Trump. Perhaps the Atlantic magazine's story on Trump calling people who serve in the military losers and suckers was the final straw for just enough people in Wisconsin. Perhaps the New York Times' revelation about Trump paying only $750 United States dollars in federal taxes was too much for just enough people in Arizona to accept. Perhaps the story of more than 600,000 children remaining separated from their parents at the border was just too much for just enough voters in Georgia to stomach. But the central hypothetical I keep returning to is what the election might have looked like if Trump had responded to the coronavirus pandemic with even a modicum of empathy, or but a sliver of competence. Might enough voters in Pennsylvania have made a different decision if they saw a leader driven by science and not empty bravado? More realistically, I've come to the conclusion enough Republicans died that Biden became president. And for that we can thank the Communist Chinese. Biden's margins in a handful of swing states were, although larger than Trump's own margins in many of those states in 2016, still narrow enough that slightly different circumstances would have given the incumbent a second term, had enough elderly whites survived. But now Biden takes charge of a fractured nation. One that is not experiencing a civil war, but is experiencing cultural, economic, and partisan conflict exacerbated by the most divisive president in modern history. A man whom, as I speakest unto thee, refuses to accept the legitimacy of the election he lost, and a Republican Party that acquiesces to his whims and insecurities. I have to breathe before I go on. This is so terrifying, what we just escaped. The president-elect is tasked with bringing some semblance of a unity to a country whose citizens seem more and more to be living in completely different worlds. Biden knows this. Indeed, it was the premise of his campaign. In his first speech after winning, he said explicitly, "I pledge to be a president who seeks not to divide, but to unify," and told the American people that it's time to put away the harsh rhetoric, to lower the temperature, to see each other again, to listen to each other again. To make his progress, we must stop treating our opponents as our enemy. We are not enemies. We are Americans. Those words remind me of Lincoln's second inaugural address, where the re-elected president, too, was tasked with healing a nation that was quite literally divided. The war was not yet over, but the voters had given him an opportunity to finish the job and to bring the country back together without millions of people in bondage. Unity, Lincoln believed, was essential. But the country had also reached a point where freedom, for those who had long been denied it, could not be sacrificed for unity's sake. And so Lincoln wrote, at least for public consumption, all of his intentions to deport all of the blacks back to Africa aside, he said, to soothe the ear, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God givest us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and his orphan, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations. Now, Maya Yinglin told me that the area in front of the Lincoln Memorial the day she visited was lively and cacophonous. The air was filled with a medley of languages: Spanish, Russian, Hindi, Mandarin Chinese, Portuguese, French, and Korean intermingled over the stone steps. Green, red, and orange leaves dangled from trees that ring the memorial in a garland of autumn, and dusk bathed the western facade of the monument in a soft orange hue that only an architect like herself could describe, an orange hue of early evening light, while the slow curve of the Potomac River shimmered behind. And farther east on the National Mall, the Washington Monument shot up into the cloudless sky like an arrow, its long body wrapped in the pink of sunset, its mirror image stretching the length of the reflecting pool between the memorials to the 1st and 16th presidents. Her description as an architect, that I could never muster. And she said the Capitol building, wrapped in the same blanket of soft orange light, sat behind the monument like a shy child hiding behind its older sibling's leg. An ambulance blared in the distance. A flock of blackbirds took flight from a nearby tree. And she walked up to a group of 3 people who were standing on top of the steps, overlooking the reflecting pool. And a young man who introduced himself wore a blue mask, black, slick black hair, and a thick-framed transition lenses that edged towards darkness as the light struck upon them. His friend wore a white N95 mask, and the shadow of his receding hairline still noticeable from his closely shaved head. Another friend also wore an N95 mask, long brown hair falling down her back. All 3 were originally from Puerto Rico, and a few still live there. And, of course, when she asked them how they felt after the election, they said they were relieved, because under Trump they felt like they had been treated as second-class citizens. And hearing that, she remembered the footage taken in the aftermath of Hurricane Maria, of Trump tossing paper towels into a crowd of Puerto Ricans as if he were shooting a basketball. And they felt as though Trump had not taken the hurricane seriously, a storm that was later determined to have killed more than 3,000 people that we've been able to count thus far. And they related that people had to bury their own family members that died in the hurricane in their own backyards. There wasn't any follow-up from the White House. And when she asked them what they thought about the possibilities of a Biden presidency, they said, we don't know how Biden will act. And with the sun setting into the river behind them, they said, but with the past experience of seeing Trump as president, at least we don't feel as tense. And when she asked them why they had come to visit the Lincoln Memorial, they said that Lincoln was someone who left an enormous imprint on the country, and that they wanted to see the man who had been immortalized for abolishing slavery. And then when they thought about the Emancipation Proclamation and how the country might have been different had Lincoln been unsuccessful, they realized that they wouldn't even be there because things would have been way worse. Indeed, Maya Ying-lin would not be here. And what would that here have even looked like? But for Sherman's genocidal march toward Atlanta and its timing right before the election, how different might the trajectory of the girl who brought you the Vietnam Memorial Wall have been? McClellan would have won and gone on to negotiate away the freedom of her ancestors in order to bring the Union back together. So many venues of media founded by abolitionists before the war began, newspapers having begun as methods of communicating the needs of the Underground Railroad, would never have continued advocating for slavery's end for decades more in a country that had just reaffirmed and reestablished its role. History's hypotheticals lead easily to scenarios few of us would even like to imagine. And we just came so close to another moment that would likely have produced a worse future for this country. And for now, like Sherman's genocidal march, I'm just glad enough old white people died early so we don't have to find out for sure. Now, in terms of what we're faced with in our daily lives, seemingly small acts, if enough of us actually perform them, can create the conditions that allow our country to again share a common reality. I have in mind things like venturing outside our echo chambers to build relationships with people who see the world differently than we do. Like I've done with Peter Moon in our collaboration. We can avoid making needlessly provocative comments, including on social media platforms. And we can all do better at stepping away from the emotional heat of a conversation, as one person I know put it. Now, anyone who knows myself knows I'm not a Pollyanna. Nor am I under any illusion that deep differences will evaporate because people show courtesy toward one another. I'm not saying only that if we have any chance of reconstituting truth in the public arena, then marshalling arguments and emailing fact-checking articles to people with whom we have political differences, and I've done both, are not enough. There has to be some human connection, some way to reassure others that they're not under attack, some means to instill confidence that the person you're arguing with doesn't hate you and might even care for you. We have to find a way to lay aside, at least for a time, our swords and shields. One of the essential tasks of this decade, then, is to rebuild trust in one another. And that happens best person to person, often at the local level, a conversation at a time, a generous act at a time. We also need to rebuild trust in our institutions, trust that has been mostly declining for decades. But for this to happen, institutions, government, media, the academy, the corporate world, churches, have to act in ways that earn our trust. The more institutions deliver, the more trust we will have. And the more trust that we have, the less likely the seeds of paranoia, conspiracies, and subjectivism are to take its root. Or if they do, the soil will be shallow. But even if trust in one another and our institutions increases and feelings of alienation, apprehension, and isolation decrease, we will still have to navigate a turbulent time. An awful lot of cortisol has been released into our national bloodstream. Now, George Orwell, in his masterpiece, 1984, so wrote, "The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command." And Winston Smith's heart sank as he thought of the enormous power arrayed against him, the ease with which any party intellectual would overthrow him in debate, the subtle arguments which he would not be able to understand, much less answer. And yet he was in the right. They were wrong, and he was right. The obvious, the silly, and the true had got to be defended. Truisms are true. Hold on to that. The solid world exists. Its laws do not change. Stones are hard. Water is wet. Objects unsupported fall towards the earth's center. With the feeling he was speaking to O'Brien, and also that he was setting forth an important axiom, he wrote, "Freedom is the freedom to say that 2 + 2 makes 4. If that is granted, all else follows." All I'm doing at the moment is reading from 1984. But for 4 long years, that important axiom was denied by the President of these United States and almost everyone in his party. But yestermensis, last month, more than 80 million Americans declared that enough was enough. And what many of them were saying with their vote, what I was trying to say with mine, was that it's time to reaffirm that stones are indeed hard, that water is indeed wet, that objects unsupported do fall towards the center of the earth, that 2 + 2 doth make is 4. We should not kid ourselves. Enormous repair work still needs to be done. Donald Trump's hold on his cult, a cult that became a battering ram against reality itself, remains unchallenged, at least for now. And for some number of his followers, convinced that the election was rigged and that Trump was robbed, now is the time to settle scores, to exact revenge, to burn down the village. The Trump acolyte Charlie Kirk, the president of the student movement group Turning Point USA, recently told the talk show host Eric Metaxas, "We have now entered a fighting season in our country. It tells us in Ecclesiastes, there be a season for everything. This is a fighting season." And the Republican representative, Paul Gosar, sent out a tweet urging the president's cultists to follow the example of Japanese soldiers who continued to fight decades after, quote-unquote, Japan lost the war. The so-called stragglers. Bear in mind, they fought on because they had no communication either way as to what was going on with the Empire of Japan. They were in the middle of the fucking jungle. Not to mention, many of them had a stated and predetermined period of time in which they were ordered to maintain readiness or ongoing conflict. Obviously, Japan did not lose the war, and their cause was simply part of a greater struggle, which they, in their compartmentalized situation, were doing their best to carry on. But when you see Americans misunderstanding the Japanese mindset and the war itself, trying to emulate that which they misunderstand, nothing can be done right now to connect with people who have this mindset against reality. It is an invitation they will decline. Still, in less than half 100 days, Donald Trump will be an ex-president, and the importance of that can hardly be overstated. It is a necessary condition if we are to find our way out of our epistemic crisis, if hardly a sufficient one. My hunch, or at least my hope, is that having gone through this exhausting ordeal, Americans now better understand that when truth is dethroned, a lot can unravel. That living within a lie can rip a nation apart, and that living within a lie can also be soul-crushing. But there is another side as well, which is that, in the words of John Keats, beauty is truth, truth beauty. The line's meaning is elusive, but Keats seemed to be saying, at least according to some of his interpreters, that truth is not just a philosophical concept. It has an aesthetic quality as well. And beauty itself is tied to truth, to transcendence, to the way things really and truly are. To live one's life aligned with truth, especially when standing for truth has a cost, is to live a life of integrity and honor. But is that something we even talk about these days? Maybe the road out of the epistemic crisis that Barack Obama correctly identified runs not simply, or even primarily, through the realm of politics or social media reforms, as important as they are. Perhaps the path requires us to order our lives well, remind ourselves and others to love what is worthy of our love, and affirm that one word of truth shall outweigh the entire world. One word of truth shall outweigh the whole world. I think that was the quote. I'm trying to remember. One word of truth shall outweigh the whole world. We won't get there tomorrow, but each of us can begin to take his steps on the journey tomorrow, a journey out of mist and shadows toward the sunlit uplands. Now, a lot of that, we're going to have to be able to eat and shelter ourselves and maintain ourselves in health to even get there. And for that, we need the impact of pandemic relief. We're going to need pandemic relief more than ever. And adding to months of stalled talks, the U.S. Congress failed over this last weekend to agree on legislation to bolster the American economy. Although the governing body is expected to pass a stopgap relief plan alongside a broader funding bill on Friday, but the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, essentially. Relief couldn't come soon enough. Similar pandemic measures in the spring made a big impact. American pandemic relief also proved more generous than more automated stabilizers deployed in some European economies, in part because those measures are more targeted at maintaining living standards than America's fiscal fire hose. Nevertheless, yesterday, the House easily approved a wide-ranging defense policy bill by veto-proof margin, defying President Trump. This, whilst the Trump misadministration is working to rally support in the Senate for its controversial high-dollar arms sale to the United Arab Emirates, orchestrated by Trump's senior advisor and son-in-law, Jared Kushner. That $23 billion United States dollar sale of F-35 fighter jets, Reaper drones, and munitions to the UAE has frustrated agencies and congressional committees that feel like they've been left in the dark about the deal. A bipartisan resolution to block the sale will be voted on later this week. Meanwhile, the House approved the sweeping NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act, with a veto-proof majority. Trump had threatened to veto the bill because it doesn't contain a repeal of a law that shields social media companies and would require the military to rename bases that were named after figures from the Confederacy. Among other spending, the $740 billion United States dollar NDAA would include pay raises for America's soldiers. And therein layeth my point to be made. The Pentagon has spent hundreds of billions annually to fight, maintain, and prepare for subsequent deployments, fighting the forever wars the country has waged for the better part of 2 decades. Children have literally grown up in an American empire at war. COVID-19's fiscal impact might ironically strengthen our national defense. As Congress and the White House cope with the economic fallout of the coronavirus pandemic by passing multi-trillion United States dollar stimulus packages, someday soon one hopes, many are already grappling with the thorny problem of how we'll eventually pay for the spike in spending. While no one ever wants to be a bill payer, the defense industry is predictably first out of the blocks, seeking immunity from any future cuts by trotting out its favorite weapon, fear. Don't be fooled by this tried and true tactic. The claim that any cuts to the defense budget will imperil defense is gravely mistaken. Without changes in the foreign policy we enact, and a rational reform of how we spend our defense dollars, our national security will continue to decay. First, the cold hard economic reality. The damage done to our economy by the necessary measures federal and state governments have enacted to safeguard American lives has been breathtaking in its scope and severity. Some estimates suggest gross domestic product will contract this year by as much as 40%, and unemployment will balloon to 30%. To help stem the tide, Congress has already passed a $2 trillion United States dollar stimulus package once, with more yet to come because they have to. With an already massive national debt of 24 trillion United States dollars, the combination of government spending and the loss of tax revenue is going to place serious pressure on future budgets for years to come. These bills will eventually have to be paid, and no area of the budget will be free from scrutiny, including defense. Though the Department of Defense should be funded to whatever level is required to ensure the ability of our armed forces to deter and, if necessary, defeat any adversary that may seek to deprive our citizens of life or liberty, not all aspects of the status quo are helping keep us safe. Indeed, retired Army Lieutenant General Thomas Spohr recently co-wrote an article arguing that regardless of the financial strain imposed by the coronavirus stimulus bills, defense spending should be exempted. The reason, he's so saying, is that the military today remains in a years-long freefall, which can't be fixed in a year or even 4. The last thing America's leaders should do when responding to the financial constraints imposed by the coronavirus, he concludes, is to weaken the military. His implications that military readiness has been in freefall because of inadequate spending and that any reduction in defense spending weakens the military are beliefs held by many and are inaccurate, indeed completely false, for several key reasons, clinging to forever wars being by far likely the biggest. The Department of Defense has to spend hundreds of billions annually to fight, maintain, and prepare for subsequent deployments fighting the forever wars we've been waging for the better part of 20 fucking years. Congress has allocated more than $2 trillion United States dollars in direct outlays since 9/11 to fight so-called emergency requirements of overseas contingency operations, ROCO, and we have incurred an additional $4 trillion United States dollars in associated and long-term costs. For fiscal 2020 alone, we have spent upward of an additional 137 billion United States dollars on these OCO wars. What is critical to understand, however, is that the perpetual continuation, the continuity, the continuation of prosecution of these wars not only fails to improve our security, these fights negatively impact our ability to focus on and prepare for fighting adversaries that could one day pose an existential threat to us. The implications of this reality are considerable, and potential remedies can be of great help to our country. If President Donald Trump were to order an end to some or all of our unnecessary forever wars, we could instantly save more than 100 billion United States dollars a year without cutting anything else in the defense budget. If we then conducted prudent and necessary reforms in how we manage research and development, procurement and acquisition, and in shedding unnecessary or outdated expenditures, tens of billions of additional savings could be realized. Perhaps more importantly, we could redirect much more focus and resources on training and professional education, which would enable the armed forces to better deter and, if necessary, defeat major opponents. Those two major changes alone would end the weakening of our military and materially contribute to strengthening its key capabilities, while lessening pressure on the federal budget. The financial pressures this coronavirus is already placing on our nation's finances is real, and its effects will be felt for years to come. We will have to make hard decisions in the days ahead on where we spend our limited resources. If we are wise, we can reduce how much we spend on defense while simultaneously increasing our military power. With that, I will close with my solicitation for the night. Now we're bordering on 11 hours. Only Derek Talley went into the chat room to provide a link. I take it what I've been saying has overwhelmed many people. Now, bear in mind, of course, that this is my struggle. Mein Kampf. And Mein Kampf be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we ask it of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington. Friend and follow he via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. And, of course, subscribe to his YouTube maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Magator, which be spelled MAGGGOTAUR, he being the property manager thereof, who be the Teen Threx, Dietrich's our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com, for were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com, and you can PayPal him at paypal.me/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. Make it certain to list him or indicate him as friend or relation. After all, we're all extended family here, and he's the friendliest guy around. So that will, of course, eliminate PayPal from taking their bloody cut. He is, of course, the man who took it upon his own initiative to download the majority of what I published on YouTube into his own personal hard drives, and thereby enabled us to reconstruct my legacy online. And that was the 3 times that it had been completely scrubbed therefrom. And in that case, each case, thrice, he served as the bridge between the Akashic Records and our material world's data matrix of the internet to enable my virtual persona to interact with yourselves, and therefore, in that sense, is my creator. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Whether of my legacy online and my ability to advise yourselves in Vulcan intervention, or the annihilation of all life on Earth, which be the ultimate objective of the cults of the kings of Edom against which I've always struggled. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there a footnote on my bio, sire, which is on the homepage of showsdd.com. And once having educated yourself in the meaning of my biological father's name, the name what made the man, take it upon yourselves to spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. And if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, whilst encouraging, by example, others to do so. Having them, of course, indicate myself as friend or relation in our extended electronic family, us all being friends here, that they may eliminate PayPal from taking its pound of flesh. For people are forever asking Renegadus Humanus Arma Maza Reductio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the paedopathophalacracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make us donation online using either thy credit or debit card by pressing the red donate button. which will take you to the homepage of showsdd.com. And there you can use your credit or debit card without any worry of having to say I'm either a friend or a relation and not have anybody, any middleman, take their bloody cut. And, of course, you can simply otherwise use PayPal by going to DouglasDietrich.com and clicking the yellow donate button, which will take you to the PayPal page, where, of course, you must indicate that I'm friend or relation to avoid PayPal from taking enough money to bite out of your sponsorship. Why would you want that? Now, all sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year my own late and sainted matriarch, whose birthday was this weekend last, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin Zuchin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich was murdered, assassinated in the immediately aftermath San Juichi Senseme, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, our Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the Sixth World broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manageress, Selena Khan, and her former web mistress, Lena Shea, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Threx, Dietrich's Our Dragon's heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend and follow at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/Bizarre HD, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD, he being my own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be actually substantiated per mine own expositions, and trailer today on his channel, where you can find it on youtube.com/user/BizarreHD, is The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, subtitled The Third Reich's Flugelrad and Hanabu Technology, currently in production and trailered thereon. Indeed, the last Dietrich son of Dietrich's or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliak, being the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself, and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter my remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake. And I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It'd be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in thereafter at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Wednesday and Sunday. And click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams have started. Finally, most importantly, above and beyond all else, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com and donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, indicating myself as friend or relation to preempt PayPal's taking its pound of flesh. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present, by rewarding yourselves by pressing the red donate button at douglasdietrich.com, accessing thereby the show's DD.com page, and then logging in and registering within the archive so you can access them from that point forward. Now remember as well, we have a GoFundMe, and that offers another opportunity for you to provide your support. Remember that I am impacted by both mechanical and psychological injuries that be catastrophically chronic in nature. I'm enrolled in the 250% Working Disabled program, wherein disabled individuals as myself are required by law to work so long as our income is maintained at less than 250% above the federal poverty level, and we thereby become eligible for Medi-Cal via paying our monthly premiums based on net countable income, and this enables myself to receive the constant medical care I conditionally require to functionally survive. I meet my 250% WDP requirements in turn by hosting this bandwidth transmission program, Critical Omissions. To continue my work, by which to literally maintain my very life, I must establish a professional-grade in-home studio with the latest equipment to meet technological quality standards that will be adaptable to emergent systems, technologies, as they come as online. Now, our wonderful Selena Khan has, of course, writ out a speech for myself to share in this regard concerning the GoFundMe, which is, for you to find it, listed as Urgent Contribution and subtitled Professional Studio Supplies. Do look that up and avail yourself of the opportunity to help. And as for our lovely Selena Khan speech, I'm just going to have to hunt that down. It's so precious, and it was written in such a manner that honestly, it's just wonderful. And so I'll try and look that up at some point. As a matter of fact, I think I found it. Here we are. And let's end tonight with that little speech that she wrote with English as her second language. And what she wrote, I'm going to paraphrase, is, "Forever am I grateful to everyone for their donations and contributions. Words simply cannot describe my appreciation and my gratitude. But I just wanted to emphasize a little bit about GoFundMe. As everyone knows by now, the cause of my GoFundMe campaign is that I do need and must change my current YouTube recording studio setting, as in the computers, the headset, and recording devices, lighting fixtures, and soundproofing my room, so on and so forth. Presenting 2 nights a week live transmission to you, all my beautiful lovers out there," she's so cute, "from my city to all around the world, is the only life that I have. And you are all my true motivation for my work. I would be no one without all of you by my side, from the closest to the farthest." You know, I like to think I have a life outside of this. However, many years of use, all my studio equipment are beyond obsolete now. Therefore, I have created this GoFundMe fundraising account for donations to update my studio, and this campaign has time limitation. In my case, my GoFundMe campaign urgent contribution will expire in March of 2021. At this point, I urge everyone, please become a contributing member of my mission, my work that I do as a public informant to bring truth to this world, to those of you who are seeking truth. Again, to everyone, I am in dire need of studio equipment. Please contribute at donate between now and March of 2021. My blessings unto all. All right. Okay, so with that having been said, one last affectionate check into Livestream, where, oh my God, once Maria left, nobody was speaking. Really wish more of you would interact. I hope Bizarre HD is okay. God knows his wife works as a nurse, as does Pac-1 Morales, and both of them were unable to check in tonight. Our prayers for Sarah, the wife of Mr. George Edward Knight, and of course to Pac-1 Morales' wife, whose name I forget at the moment. God bless them and keep them. And I am very concerned about what's going to happen whenever they don't show up, because they're usually so good about that. So everyone maintain, both those gentlemen and their families, and particularly their wives who serve as nurses on the front lines to protect us. Keep them in your thoughts and prayers. And for God's sakes, why is no one thinking along my lines about our need to mobilize the military, as they're doing in Asia, to help in this time of international emergency? All right, my blessings unto all of you. Maintain your health, and join us again this coming Sunday, where we will, of course, hopefully not be confronted with so many convergent historical how would I say it? Historical phenomenon, dates that need to be remembered and analyzed and contextualized, historical anniversaries, and instead can concentrate perhaps on some subjects that need to be addressed. And with that, blessed be thy day.